miracle run of making the top 8, but he's still motivated to improve his position and walk away with as much prize money as possible.
Is it time, Clement? The forbidden.
Oh no!
Or forbidden.
Are we going to manifest it again?
Corky reroll. Salvi has nothing to lose. It's time to go in.
He still is not mathematically eliminated, so I'm not sure I would go for it. And I do want to talk about like the benchmarks right here, because we've seen players come back from 23 points on day 1 and make it to the final lobby on day 3 in Tech Summers.
No, absolutely. I mean, the one that comes to mind most for me, of course, is Reimplosion, who had that incredible comeback run after having a very rough start to the opening of groups day 1. But for Salvi, for El Mumu, it really is about just pushing a little bit further. You can see, look at Salvi's face. I mean, does he look? He certainly looks like a player who's still got absolute focus on his game, even if he knows day 1 didn't go the way he wanted.
And it's, as Clement said, possible to make the top 8 still. You'd need around 7.3 points per game to make it, so that's a lot of firsts and quite a few seconds as well, really only those 2 positions. But all in all, there's a massive prize pool for this event. Every single placement, even from 17th to 16th, is relevant in terms of trying to go home with as much of that prize pool as possible. So there are stakes for every single player in every lobby.
I mean, that's so important, of course. With the World Championship representing the apex of competitive TFT, we want our players to have those ways to commit the time in and, to make the TFT competition as big of a part of their lives as possible. But we've got ourselves a few more developments here. Eggy, we haven't seen too much, has found 4 super fan from the early going to get that early power on the board.
And we did see that early Shojin slam coming out from him, so that usually signals a Seraphine reroll. We have seen in CN that some players will actually move away from the Shojins and go for adaptive helm as well, but usually it will be that Seraphine or Senna line.
And Eggy played 2 games with Seraphine yesterday with great results. He is around that top 10 mark right now in the standings, so definitely a player that we could see playing reroll. He played 6 games of reroll yesterday. I think he's definitely in his comfort zone when going down these lines.
Well, we've mentioned the 2-cost rerolls a few times already. I kind of wanted to get a read for you guys, as we do have a spatula on our first one, which Ice and Yash posted.
Semoga kita bertemu di Jakarta, Bang. Amin.
Anyone trying to go down the Riven reroll route, as well as an Aphelios for someone that is maybe still missing Heartsteel in this stage 2.
It's going to be left up for an enormously long time, and it's going to be Bintium who ends up walking away with it. Taking a look at it on the bottom, we can see Heartsteel is in place for the time being. I might be able to push him over and get that active, or push to the 5 sooner.
You can tell that there's a lot of rerolls in this lobby, because Urgot with a BF sword was actually picked up almost second to last.
And looking at Ice, despite picking up Spoils of War, is currently 7th in the HP standing, so does not have the strongest board for Stage 2. But as we mentioned, if you can manage to win streak with Spoils of War the entire game, fantastic. Even if you don't, though, this item, or this augment rather, does something in Stage 4 and 5. It still scales into those stages and gets you a lot of resources.
Yeah, certainly would allow a little bit more aggression. Certainly from the Riven, we've got the Infinity Edge potentially ready to slam. I don't think at this point Ice wants to quite turn that corner. Go up against Salvi with the help is on the way. Has built a strong board without having use of the early augment.
Yep, and Salvi has basically the perfect opening here. He has the 4-Mosher combo in the front line with good anti-heal in the back line. Nothing much you could ask for when you're going for something like that Heartsteel line. On the other hand, for Ice, I'm getting a little bit worried, because this is very much a 1st or 8th playstyle. It worked for Eggy, but on the other hand, we also saw, I think for Miguel, it handed him an 8th place.
That being said, for Ice, he is looking like he's playing Heartsteel. He has those item slams that are going down that line. And he's a player we saw yesterday is maybe the best Heartsteel player up until now in the tournament. So if there's one person to trust playing a riskier playstyle, it is the CN player.
I do want to take a note, as we briefly saw Skipper say, he has managed to find his long-forgotten home there in Heartsteel, along with the Twitch. It's not exactly the most obvious combination of things. We'll see what ends up coming out long-term.
And I do want to say this is a massive low roll for Skipeas. He started the game with 2 Sennas. He really wanted the Senna from his caretakers, but Twitch is really one of the worst options, because alone without the Punk, it takes so long to get your cast out, and he's been nerfed heavily before.
We did see that exact opener from Dish Soap in the NA Regionals, which he actually managed to top 4 with, using that Vex carry with the Rabadons as a way to do so. It's possible, Clement, that Skipeas just uses the Twitch for econ and just sells them off later on. It's a little injection of 2 gold every time you level. It's not ideal, obviously, but if we're talking about someone that's able to adapt and go to those plan Bs, that is, of course, Skipeas.
Well, I do want to bring the conversation to Salvi, who we're seeing on screen right now. The Mosher certainly has been getting some decent stats here at the 3-cost reroll kind of place.
Win streak! Win streak!
Yeah. Well, Miguel gets it. In terms of the overall feel, where do you guys feel like Masha lies, between the 2-cost rerolls and the late game boards?
I think it's very strong in top 4ing. We saw it in the stats, just across ladder, across regionals coming into this tournament. I think the sample size in this tournament is not really reflective of its strength. We saw, even on broadcast, a few low roll games with Dish Soap where he had 4 Urgots at the end of stage 4, which is definitely not where you want to be, especially on a relatively uncontested line when Urgot is not being held by country rerollers, which there are not many of. So we'll see if players have, I think, more chances with it today.
And we just saw Miguel, actually with a very similar line with Salvi, win out. He's going to be our only 100 HP player. And I have to feel a little bit bad for Salvi because this happened yesterday as well. Super strong early game, but if you get that 1 loss in stage 2, with the streaks extended now, it's so hard to build up econ.
Halo guys, sambil nunggu plottingan ya.
Only Ice left on the full loss streak, and as you mentioned, Miguel up at the top with a 5-win streak.
Bismillah.
We're in a portal where we do not have a big impact on the overall game. A golden finale. Does this change the game that we've only got a couple of streakers going to stage 3?
I think what changes the game, Peter, is going to be a Zed on 3-1 when you're angling Heartsteel already.
That's illegal.
Ice just doing Ice things, Ice Ice Baby maybe should be the name for the rest of the tournament, considering how cool, calm, and collected he seems in terms of executing on a very risky playstyle, which is Heartsteel.
Aku paling atas lagi, nge-add lagi aku.
Maybe it's time.
It's time.
Let us know in the chat if we change things across. But Ice, we mentioned, the turning point might be getting closer and closer. The Nah, so you're doing a good amount of heavy lifting. Up against Sympannseyt here. We have got, as you mentioned, bringing the Punk into the mix as well to try and bring Sympannseyt's balls close together. Hasn't actually lost a ton of HP despite an unusual start.
He definitely has the tempo from the Twitch too, and what I want to mention is he finally got his Heartsteel online. The what about me complaining works in interview and at the top of the day, and that's why TFT players love doing it.
You don't get it if you don't ask.
Exactly.
I wonder if we're going to see a level to 6 and a Punk roll from Ice to try and find his own Heartsteel leading to the rest of stage 3. I think that could be an angle if you want to start getting those resources going in terms of the heart stacks.
All right, from silver to gold, we have got some directed ones. As David has just spotted there, submits the pit is on the cards here. Just take a quick look around. Last stand, also a potential option for Salvi down at the bottom. But we're seeing a relatively large amount of the more generic organs being picked up rather than the directional ones.
Demonnya 2 ya, masternya
wanted to see that blink state from Ice, but he rolls it away immediately.
Awkward options. Magic Wand, Little Buddies, Heroic Grab Bag. If he's trying to play Heartsteel,
win rate-nya 20,7 aja.
Might have to pivot his strategy altogether, but he's already slammed items like IE, so I wonder where he goes.
Top 4-nya 68% aja, mengerikan aja.
I thought he was going to be going on a Riven angle because he did hit hold a Riven early on, but might be a little bit late to go back to that.
Masternya banyak. Ya harusnya sih masternya banyak.
All right, across the rest of the field.
Master juga.
Wah, mantap. In place. Nice defenses. More or less what we'd expect going in, so we should keep things nice and stable. Eggy, though, has managed to find his way to a barred headliner, fully itemized, and dishing out a good amount of damage.
Everyone caution, relax, he's not going to be playing Jazz reroll. This is just item holder for now, and you'll play one of the meta 2-cost rerolls instead. We only saw 2 Jazz rerolls yesterday. One of those players was Miguel, who's
malah ketagihan main HS. Ya udah main HS.
And this is a really smart way to play tempo. A lot of the 2-cost rerolls share the same AP items. Specifically, we have seen a lot of Kales hold Seraphine items, and a lot of Senna's just kind of like, you can hold the Bard items as well because they both have those mana generation from superfans.
No, absolutely. Checking in on Yash from Oast, currently our lowest HP player in the lobby. Has slammed a lot of these early items and has been bringing the Heartsteel online for a while. Eggy in a roughly similar position, but a good amount of more HP.
Kurang berapa sih?
Based on what we've got here, you mentioned we've got the flexibility to change things around. If you're in Eggy's position, one of our players who's got a good amount of points in the lobby, which one of these rerolls would you be most happy to see him on?
It's really about it's not contested. You have to be scouting. Right now, maybe it might be a bit too early. There are players that haven't decided yet, but especially at the end of stage 3, you have really clear indications being held, especially on the bench, of what players are still angling or are open towards, and then trying to go down the uncontested line. If you're contesting something like a Kale, a Seraphine, you're going to have a really hard time hitting if someone else is going for that exact line.
It does look like we're shaping up for maybe a 4 Heartsteel lobby right here. A lot
ketemu
of
Bang
players
Anji dia.
are getting their cash outs.
Bang
So in
Fabian
terms
di
of
mana,
the
Bang
2
Fabian?
cost rerolls, it looks relatively open so far. I
Di
would definitely
sini.
prefer Eggy onto
Tuh, nggak
the
ketemu
surfing
Bang
line since
Bang
his
Fabian ya.
items are absolutely perfect for it. He's got the Shojin and the Nashers ready, and we saw a player like Yush do very well with it, the best surfing player in this lobby.
Oke, berarti kita ke sini dulu sih. Aku bikin room dulu ya. Ini udah ada yang nge-add kayaknya. Tadi ada kayaknya. Kok gak ada? Tiba-tiba. Near to Hell nggak ada. Nggak ada kayaknya. Ini. Aku nulis. Nih, Near to nggak ada. Bang Mario kan? Namanya Bang Mario nya juga. Nggak ada. Bang Murawi juga nggak ada. Oke, kita invite satu-satu. Loh, kok nggak kok cuma hashtagnya doang anjir, tahil. Kok bisa gitu? Lalalalalalala. Kok baris bagiannya? Apa sih? Apa sih bang? Aku kayaknya udah pencet kontrol. Nah. Ada boom anjir. Kok astaga. Kok harus dari sini anjir. Kok oh Ina, gue kira NA anjir. Ada boom guys. Takut. Does not exist. What? Does not exist. Gimana? Does not exist aja. Question. Sebagai orang yang di atas, aku bakal nge-invitein satu-satu. Dah, aku invitein. Ini aku invite dulu. Velo lagi main itu bisa nggak ya? Hebat ya kalau kamu soalnya kalau tuh bang tiktoker kurang terus enggak ketemu bang Fabian challenger berat, ada bang Dudut juga kan challenger juga, 2 challenger dalam satu room sama ditambah bang Neko ntar rundownnya 19.50 ternyata guys, mulainya 19.50. Chat grup. Room 2. Siapa aja tadi ya? Gak kelihatan aja. Room 2, aku tag semua dulu dah. Room 2, siapa deng? Aldi. Terus Sugar Band. Terus Gilang, Nama orang ya anjir. ST R W Sedikit anjir. Proceed jam kurang yang ini doang yang nggak bisa di STRYGWGR. Mana chatku tadi anjir? Cepet banget. Langsung hilang aja. YR gak bisa. Aku nggak jadi ngechat ya? Apa sih? Oh iya, gara-gara spending mention anjir nggak bisa cok. Sudah. Gimana sih? Oh di sini. Cara biar bisa slide kanan itu Google Docs, kamu tahu nggak caranya gimana bang? Slide kanan? Ini tinggal di slide yang paling bawah. Iya. Iya kan? Di baganku ada yang nggak ketemu sama riwayat gamenya, nggak ada tadi. Nah, aku lihat Excelnya banyak banget, rate ID-nya nggak bisa cari di meta TFT sama di LOLOS. Link sheet yang ini boleh aku copy aja nih bang, saya room 2 invite. Namanya siapa bang? Udah aku invite semua kayaknya. Ntar namanya Nals enggak, itu udah masuk, Penstar udah masuk, main Evan ya bang ya, insya Allah. Siapa namanya Konvin? Kalau enggak udah aku add semua sih, tapi di sini belum ada sih. Kita kan belum satu, nggak tahu nih. Masa lanjut round 2 orangnya nggak ada. STRY, aduh. Oh si Sneaky, ntar ya udah aku add lagi coba. Nah, bikin add Genji, minta tolong room 2. Nomor 2. Terus si Sneaky. Oh, udah ada. Oh sih. Wait, tadi ada B, depannya B, mana tadi? Aku melihat. Lah, kamu nggak online? Tadi udah ada kok. Coba. Oh, udah already friend sih. Enggak, kamu tadi udah ada. Kamu kan yang namanya ini kan, BRHM. Kamu online nggak? Di sini nggak online soalnya. Tadi aku ngeliat namamu. Nih, offline. Nah ini offline. Online dulu, nanti aku add. Kalau udah, gila. Ntar aku mau ngecek di sini dulu. Ini yang lainnya mana ya? Nah, ini ada yang mau masuk. Invited. Nah. Ini udah ada kumpul 3. Yang lainnya di mana? Yang lainnya hilang, becir. Menunggu dulu. Oh, Bang for Second lagi live stream ternyata.
Anjing, pindah haluan ke TFT nih. Halo bang, anjing Ginanjar. Yo, Sympannseyt, our best homie from YouTube man. Dude, kita pada pindah ke TFT aja dan gua baru lihat nama lu. You are making it to the day, to the round 2 man. I'm so proud of you. Mantap. Ayo ketemu Jakarta anjing. Ayo ke Jakarta aja pokoknya. Gas. Pindah haluan ke TFT nih. Iya peng, gimana ya, lore udah mati ya ini. Udah nggak ada kompetitifnya lagi, kan dibunuh sama Riot. Gas lah, gasken. Iya lu enak, lu bisa ngomong gas-gas. Ini gua satu lobbynya sama solo leveling, Cok.
Oke guys, the game is
Cok, gua lobbynya sama Grandmaster, Cok. Gimana ya? Lu enak. Kayaknya.
Oh, udah mulai banget.
Chill? Ya, we chilling. Anyway, lu mau promosi YouTube lu di channel gua nggak? Boleh amat, boleh banget. Gas. Gua udah lama nggak ke stream lu gara-gara beda platform anjing. Gua jarang ke platform merah, gua kebanyakan di ungu sekarang. We push in set 11, absolutely. Challenger set 11, let's go.
Oke, iya. Itu siapa bang? Itu Forsaken. Itu apa? Dulunya dia apa main lore dia. Dia dulu megang lore apa Indonesia. Dia juga pernah jadi komentator di Twitch, tapi mainnya di Twitch bang for 20 second. Mantep banget sih lolos ke ronde 2 juga. Keren. Itu kayaknya kurang STWG LGR ya. Room 5 round 2 enggak. Belum dibikinin ya room 2-nya ya. Runeterra ya, dulunya Runeterra. Pernah nge-cash bareng kok di sini, turnamen di sini di channel gua. Bang for 20 second. Kurang siapa berarti ini? Kurang siapa? Oh, aku cek. Penstar udah cek. Bum Bambang udah cek. Ada STW GWR belum. Medzi. Berarti kurang Medzi ya kayaknya. BRHM udah. Sida udah. Suwatsu udah. Ya, kurang Medzi at STRX. Waduh, salah. Ini online kok si STRWYGR. Namanya bisa hampir sama ya? STRYGWYR, STR X2563. Apa itu dari Discord-nya ya? Acak ya? Kayaknya dari Discord-nya Acak sih. Tapi kalau yang STRWGR kayaknya enggak deh. Lihat ID-nya sama STWRYGR. Bla bla bla. Poin arena tuh Jakarta mana? Jakarta Pusat kayaknya. Kalau nggak salah. Aku juga belum pernah ke sana sih. Yang dari Jakarta nggak dapat akomodasi ya? Dapat akomodasi nggak ya? Tapi kayaknya ada rehearsal, kayaknya harusnya ada deh. Rehearsal kayaknya dikumpulin deh. Jadi satu. Nggak tahu sih itu di report apa gimana yang nemu Bang Agano tadi. Report kenapa Bang Fami? Ini juga lagi live. Kita lakukan fast maintenance. Yakin mode serius? Yakin. Kasu jangan dijing ya, kurang ajar ntar gua. Moderator yang mendoakan jelek akan kita copot moderatornya ya. Kita akan mencari moderator baru nanti. Aduh, suruh chat personal ya. Weh. Gak malas ya, chat personal ya. Ya udahlah, kita berusaha. Kita coba chat personal. Ada Hidayat sama Stanley Anant. Iya. Alhamdulillah. Udah, aku coba minta hitungnya ya. Nomor WA-nya buat dikontak. Kalau nggak muncul lagi sih ya. Aku tak tahu lagi harus bagaimana. Di sini belum ada. Melts. Paling nggak melt sih. Oh. Nah. Muncul dia tiba-tiba. Udah, berarti tinggal melts ya. Where is him? TFT Nusantara ini Bang. Iya Bang Fidan. Gue siap menjadi moderator baru. Gue udah tahu. Ayo teman-teman, anjing dia setinggi langit. Kazuo nggak ikutan dia. HP-nya Ghost Touch. Harusnya ikutan ya. Buat beli HP baru. Nggak mau dia. Aneh banget. Udah ada nih kontaknya nih. Berarti kurang si Melts ya. Coba aku hubungin. Oke, ya Melts tuh namanya si Stanley Irianto. Anjay, Stanley. Kuk. Malam Bang. Ada yang ngechat. Oh, oke kalau gitu. Oke, di jalan ya. Mau. Oke, berarti menunggu. Masih ada di jalan. Aku sarum sama Exotic Barista. Ya. Semangat. Nggak bahaya tah. Main AD Flex gitu. Bang Exotic Barista. 100%. Aku yakin. Juara 3 Bandung Open GGK. Tidak tahu Bang Denny. Semoga dapat Israel 3 lagi. Come on, ayo Israel 3 lagi. Nanti kalau aku menang aku beliin HP lah Kak Zubo. Tuh, pegang omongannya Arif Kak Zubo. Harus mendoakan Arif yang kenceng ya. Biar dibeliin HP. Enggak tuh. Ini main 3 game kan, kita nggak main 2 game aja. 2 game. Makasih Bang. Tuh. 2 game aja ya. Ya aslinya sih nanggung sih ya. 2 gitu. 3 game lah. 2 game poin akumulasi untuk top 1. Benar. Kalau round 1 ngapain bener-bener ke warnet? Aku ngakak pas mode 3 plus skill tapi mokat lawan kecoa. Denny, diam Denny. Itu sudah bekerja keras mordenya anjir. Kasihan udah tryhard. Tinggal dia doang yang hidup. Lainnya udah mati. Bang, kalau juara jangan lupa giveaway pas di tour Jakarta. Boleh Bang Fit. Tadi main Riven pada ditahan sama yang lain sampai rungkat dulu. Bang Stevox itu main nggak? Kalian kalau reroll bakal nge-call nggak? Anjir nge-call. Enggak. Guys, tabrak ada flag. Guys, tabrak ada flagnya, tabrak. Tabrak ada flagnya. Bagus, tabrak. Aku biar main lulu aja. Paling aman emang main AD Flex ya AD Flex win sih menurutku, bukan AD Flex loss. Biar tetap masih ada nyawa. Kecuali kalau loss punya Intinis Titan, punya Wellness Trust gitu sih. Oh, kamu ngikutin Egi, nggak bisa kalau round 1 main real berat. Mending kontes AD flag-nya aja. Reroll bisa, ya butuh high roll. Kayak di lobbynya Bang Lexandrum ketemu Ari 3. Tapi Bang Air Liur tadi aku cek main itu loh, main kill reroll loh, menang. Aslinya tuh AD flag tuh bisa kalah kalau kebanyakan di lobbynya tuh main reroll dan udah mulai jadi di stake berapa berarti 4 ya? Ya stake 4. Di stake 4 udah mulai jadilah. Itu AD flex malah bakal kewalahan itu kalau misalnya nyawanya pada dikit semua ya. Bisa ikut Bang? Nggak bisa Bang Skymon. Ini udah slotnya udah ada yang megang ini. Dia sudah mempertaruhkan dengan 7 orang lainnya. Kasihan. Paling turnamen next sih harusnya lebih bener lagi. Cuma sistemnya aja sih. Nggak bagus sistem turnamen kayak gini. Tapi nyarinya top 1. Apalagi di round 1 tadi. Mending kualifikasinya agak lama tapi lebih enak gak sih? Misal round 1-nya 3 game, round 2-nya 3 game. Tapi kualifikasinya agak lama gitu. Bukan mepet. misal diadakinnya 1 bulan lah ya, seminggu pertama buat round 1 atau enggak sekalian round 2 kan bisa ya, Sabtu Minggu gitu. Prediksi Mas lebih cepat cari TFT Nusantara Open kalau menang atau yang bersama? Bersama. 2 bulan 3 bulan, tapi nggak tahu sih. Karena yang megang Revival tuh pernah. Yang BO tuh yang megang siapa sih? Aku lupa. Revival nggak sih? Revival kan? Kayaknya. Kenapa ini tiba-tiba ting? Oh ini. Dah. Ready semuanya. Betul, lebih konsisten skill yang terjaring ya. Nah, kita cek dulu. Ready semuanya. Karena nih. Oke. Tujuh lah. 752. Oh iya, raw TV ding. Ya, mepet sama update set mungkin. Ya, harusnya dibenerin. Surat terbuka. Kamu main di mana Bang Komvin? Di HP apa di PC? Kalau di PC di sini aja ngechatnya. Jangan di live chatku. Ntar aku membaca mantra dulu. Kemarin berhasil sih mantranya. Aku baca mantra dulu. Berhasil. Pas kemarin di Bandung Open kan aku sebelum game ketiga aku baca mantra ya. Dan berhasil ya. Kita coba baca lagi. Ntar aku lihat sih nanti lobbynya kayak gimana, Bang Stevox. Udah. Bismillah. Mantranya silent. Baca kalau buat orang Islam baca itu ya, doa 1000 dinar tuh. Itu kuncinya. Doa guys, doa 1000 dinar. Coba cek aja di Google manfaatnya. Biar ada faktor X-nya. Biar faktor X-nya jalan gitu kan. Ini satu sih, insya Allah Kazuo. Kalau ini 3 lagi, kayaknya gue jadi juara 3 mulu ya. BOU 3. Bandung Open 3. Enggak lah, harusnya bisa 1 lah. Ready? Ntar. Ntar sih bang. Mau apa bang? Ada ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Aku pakai mic enggak ya? Nggak usah lah ya, aku ngedumel sendiri ya. Aku bakal kebanyakan ngedumel ini. Gak bakal jarang baca chat kalian. Moga aja. Dumel sendiri aja. Boom, bam, bang, anjir. Nih game gua dong. Di kantor. Fokus tapi ya. Ini masih pakai layout sih, nggak apa-apa kan? Ini round berapa bang? Round 2. Aku baca chat paling kalau sempet ya. Aku sudah meminta maaf terlebih dahulu. Masternya ada 5. Aduh. Oh iya tuh kan bener, disembunyiin guys, disembunyiin. Aku menghilang, masternya hilang ya. Berarti work ya, berarti yang di profil terus border ya, hilang kan? Ilmu padi. Spadula Golden Final ya, multiplikator. Yang standar saja lah. Champion duplicator. Wah. Masih bisa open persena sih. Saya ini kalah. Skill. Nah. Nice. Let's go. Rex. Tarina, diambil. Nah. Biar urgotnya bagus. Juga nggak bakal bisa menang kita pakai line up tadi, jadi kita bisa main freestyle dari sekarang. Terusnya kalah lagi. Kak. Urgot. Waduh, Urgot. Mantep sama Urgot. My best pal. Aduh, bawa dong. Nah, thank you, love you full, Riot. Love you muah. Belt dong. Atau enggak, Tir? Tuh agak. Oh shit. I don't love this. Rot mulu anjir. Kali-kali yang lain gitu. Nggak bisa. Kenapa selalu red ya guys ya? Kan aku bingung ya. Oh harusnya nggak hidup deh. I'm still in. Kayaknya di sini prismatik. Prismatik, aduh, ngambil combat. Final reserve. Rekumulator aero. I'm gonna high roll this. Level 5 intense. Itu combat anjir. Wah, prismatik ini. Terakhir nih bau-baunya nih. Gak mungkin ya silver lagi. Cincinnya ngejong. Ini prismatik gak sih? Urgot coy, ini coy. Push, sembur. Push. Top up darah. Bener juga ya. Maksudnya udah ada 2 ya? Bisa kita jalan. I don't want to. Gak bisa masuk. Just wanna win and win. Iya, Urgot itu best. Urgot itu the best guys. Nah, item holdernya Israel mantep banget. Sakit. sakit. Butuh shred. Health reduction udah ada, butuh shred. Ngambil Viego sih, nggak diambil, malah ngambil Gragas. Ini jelek hasilnya, tapi dia big shot sih, jadi lumayan enak. Gak usah masukin kidi. Wah, sudah pin 3. Coba kalau urgot gue natural 2 sendiri, kuat ya. Mau kalah, oke. Blistering strike. Waduh, kena sonar. Kan gak ada yang rest the stack kan? Kalau kalian lihat tuh kemarin si di shop itu rest the stack lupa, rest the stack ya. Sampai 1000 di world, menang juara 1 dia aja. Oh, udah level 7. Nggak kelihatan. Oh, 6 5 6 7. Oke. Masih 6 32. Ini diganti sih hasilnya kanannya, tapi dia kanan 2 sih. Jual. Thank you Kaisa for your job. Your job is done. Ini nggak mungkin main disco sih. Pakai Blood Rister aja. Thank you for your job. Ada, harusnya dapat 3 gold sih. See? Dar. Wah, udah level 8 aja. Oke. Semangat Urgot, bunuh lagi Urgot yang banyak. Ini Pain Star mengerikan sih dengan vampirism yang nyawanya masih 100. Prismatik harusnya. Kalau apa gold? Tuh kan? Bener kan? Golden Xing. Enggak, iya. Yang sih 90 ya. Let's dunk it lah.
My fans are everything.
Expect. Oh my god. It's good bro, sakit betul. Wah anjir, bener kan? Langsung mati ya. Semangat. Mari. Belum kalah anjir ini. Bagus ya dapat Caitlyn. Dapat Ari. Wah. 8. Dari sih bagus tuh. Ambil aja bang. Aduh, pengen senanya lo padahal. Kalah lagi sih harusnya. Waduh, seduh. Disuruhku harus nge-skill sih. Waduh, 6. Aku harus mulai menang. Berarti 7 ya? Ganti ini dulu. What? Anjir, nyuri 2, duitnya masih banyak, dapat Eloy juga ya guys ya. Waduh, GG banget. Anjir, jetnya sakit banget. Nah, topi kayaknya nggak ada deh. Gue butuh topi berarti. Paling di sini dulu. Apakah kotokan telur? Fresh the steak, mati dong aku. Oh, nice, dapet. Nice, 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 nice. Alah, bisa-bisanya loh. Ah, lo itu lagi. Aduh, kena kali ya. So mati dong. Kayaknya ada 2 biji pula. Ini masih menang anjir, udah level 9 cok. Oh. Aduh, isinya nggak dapet ya. Nice, upgrade. Thank you. Paling buat Israel kalau nggak Lucian. Oh, nice, pecah. Tinggal ke 10 kalau mau. Ini sih anjir masih 100 guys. Wow, how I gonna kill him? Dapat apa ini? Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Let's go! Masih kalah ya, harusnya nggak kuat lawan itu Radian. Udah ke-9 sih, terus ke-9 ya. Masukin siapa ya? Oh, ganti ini imonya, popinya. Thank you people for your job. Lah nggak bisa anjir, netral nggak bisa diambil. Ini item gue gak sih? Gue nunggu yang Z-nya mati sih. Z3. Gue nunggu Z3. Z-nya udah mati belum sih? Bisa kan ya Z3 guys? Bukan item gue anjir, ini item siapa cok? Wah, nggak cukup ya. Satunya di sini ya. Oh ya, satu lagi. Holy, gue kira duplikator, cok. Yang kalau nggak usah ini sih, mending gua upgradein ini sih guys, Kiana itunya itu dulu paling. Kalau misal nggak kuat, masih kuat ternyata. Hanit Israel, cok, kemana lah? Dilema, aku terkena dilema. Let's go! Let's go! Yeah! Come on! Z3, let's go! I'm fucking blessed. Kemarin Israel 3, sekarang Z3 di turnamen. Come on. Bunuh mereka, Z. Bunuh mereka. Huyo. Untung kesabaran. Sabar nunggu Z1 anjir, masih bisa keluar ya. Lawan level 10 guys. Lawan Penstar level 10. Ada last whisper dari mana anjir? Tujuh dua ya? Bisa sih 72 ngejar 10. Ya nabung buat 10 dulu. Biarin belakangnya gue biarin dulu dah. Belakangnya gue biarin, jelek-jelek dulu dah. Ntar ya, tunggu sampai 10. Tadi hitung-hitungannya di sini dapat 47. Bisa sih kalau ngejar 10. Sakit anjir bayangannya, Cok. Bayangannya sakit itu anjir, bayangan doang loh. KGWP. Ah, bisa sih. 10 menjual Eloy. Nggak butuh Eloy. Mending masukin Zik nggak sih? Kiana bisa B2. Oh iya tadi. Lupa aku. (14) Langsung gua hadapin pemain headhunternya. Gua hadapin Z. Ah, nggak keambil. Ah, udah. Mau mencari itu mau mencari Jin 3 tapi tetap nggak kuat. Jin tuh nggak bisa sendirian kalau nggak salah. Z3 menyelamatkanku. Let's go Kiki. Pusing itu dari darah 100 tiba-tiba Z3. Ntar aku submit dulu ya. Room 2. Oke. Ada yang easily 3 loh guys. Ah, hilang. Siapa yang hilang aja? Oh, R. Ready. Oh, mau istirahat dulu. Oke, istirahat dulu bentar. 20.50 ya. Game lag berkedok strategi. Sumpah aku nggak itu loh, ekspektasi dapat Z1 itu loh. Hitungannya berarti tadi Z, aku kan udah megang 5. Udah megang 5 kan. Terus musuhnya megang 3. Berarti kan udah 8, sisa 1. Sisa 1 anjir keluar di shop. Itu hoki sih. Berarti gak semua champ, nggak ya. Nah kalau lawannya kayak Z3 gitu kan nggak bisa solo. Soalnya kan Jin kan harus ngerem dulu. Dia harus banyakin biolanya dulu. Kalau biolanya nggak banyak, dia tetap nggak bisa ngedamage. Tetap mati dulu malah. Terus tetap ada depannya dia. Yang bisa cuman Ken, Yorick, pulse 10. Oh iya, pulse-nya 10 ya. Oh iya, ini 10. Berarti sisa 2 ya, tetap chance-nya kecil 2. Ya, alhamdulillah ya. Harus 4 besar sih, nyari 4 besar. Bang Fabian udah kelar belum sih? Frost Yusti. Ah, belum kelar. Yang bintang 5 sering yang bisa solo cuman Zona. Itu salah yang pakai Ari nggak megang. Kiana bisa Kiana. Kiana soalnya sekali skill dia langsung kena semuanya. Aku yang bintang 3 tuh Lucian doang ya. Aku baru Lucian doang anjir. Belum pernah yang lainnya. 9 menit lagi. Ngapain ya? Pipis-pipis kali ya. Udah ngamanin 8 poin. Udah ngamanin 8 poin paling enggak ya 4 besar harusnya. Kecuali jangan si siapa tadi? Si Penstar jangan juara 1 sih. Kalau Penstar dia 4 bawah. Tadi urutannya siapa sih? Harus ngecekin yang itu. Penstar, Suwatsu, Sidam. Ya ini master semua anjir. Oh, 4 yang di atas master semua. Taruh. ST. Mana tadi anjir? Suwatsu an error. Kenapa nih Bang Suwatsu? Cek dulu coba. Itu error? Kenapa anjir? Fahmi. Ngapain nih? Nunggu 4 menit lagi. Baca doa dulu guys sebelum mulai. Kok Bang Exotic Barista juga Z3 baru kelar? Aduh. Siapa yang kelar? Kan rounder ya, apa sih namanya? Halo Dito, selamat datang. Round 1 menang Bang Fabian. Bang, ini ada eventnya? Nah, ini baru mulai Bang Detox. Wah, orangnya hilang nih. Orangnya hilang gak deh? Siapa sih Bambang? Si Bambang. Sugar Band. Tuh, kenapa ini? Emang bener turn itu ada room Discord-nya biar nggak ya orang bego gini. Udah mulai online dia tuh di Discord. FF anjir. Si anjir. Oh, FF aja gue ada urusan dadak, thank you. Random apa? Random nih. Enggak, pada dia. Iya, random atau apa nih? Kita menunggu konfirmasi. Bang Genjinya belum keluar. Udah main ya? Baru udah spectating tuh. Spectating Ferdian kayaknya. Bang Genji is typing. Kita lihat jawabannya. Deren deren deren. Siapa aja yang keluar? Sidam gitu. Ini ya, yang randomnya si Corvey. Apa dia reknya? Oh, unranked ternyata. Tapi dia main. Unranked tapi dia main harus steal juga, cuy. Waduh. Random gitu kalau ada stream snap gimana? Enggak, insya Allah tidak ada. Turnamen boleh buka? Boleh. Kalau nggak boleh nanti pas yang udah di offline-nya nggak boleh. Kalau pas masih kualifikasi boleh. Unrank berapa game dia? Oh banyak sih tapi. Training dummy aja. Golden Symphony ini juga mengerikan kalau dapat last stand. Enam apa 8 sih? 6 gold kayaknya. Oh 8. Ini ending imo sih bagus. Ini tidak ada yang bagus. Halo Bang, Nurdi Rifan. Tenis Titan. Oh, jadi udah level 5 aja. Full dinaikin. Kalah harusnya ini. Gak bisa lawan level 5. Tori, wah ini bagus banget anjir laksnya. Nih jangan-jangan Bang Painstar lagi 100 win streak nih. Minta ampun dah. Show me who you are. Show me who you are.
Music brings us to life. That's worth fighting for.
Iya, anjir menang lagi. Gila, gila. Masih pada 5 kan? Oh ini udah, ini 5 apa 6 sih? Ah nggak kelihatan anjir. Oh 5, masih 5. Yang 6 Bang Penstar sendiri. Ya udah nggak usah level up. Mantep banget Garen. Itemnya mengerikan anjir. Gak ada yang hidupin steal anjir. PUBG ini gak ada yang hidupin steal sama sekali loh. Missing one piece mesti. Your tyranny is done. What the hell? Israel, ambil lah. Masa enggak? Ambil dong. Ya kali enggak. Ambil refund aja kok. Buka wey. Waduh. Gue jadi terakhir dong, anjir. Gue mau refundnya aja. Oh, gampang star itu aja, dapat Israel dia aja. Cok. Di combo anjir. Udah komplit ya. Muncul di sini. Iya nggak bagus counter kalau nggak 7. Betul yang belum. Itemnya udah perfect sih. Itemnya udah ideal ini. Prismatik nih. Kayak tadi lagi, prismatik akhirnya. Dar.
I like it.
Tinggal itemnya Z doang sih. Komplit di siang. Lihat ini Riot, lihat orang ini. Apakah dia baik-baik saja? Ikon backup ke 9, let's go. Nice banget juga sih dapat UF My Sword. Jadi ngebuff ke semuanya, adekku ngebuff, di buff. Ini boleh sih, trash. Nah iya, trash nih, itemnya komplit doang nih. Bikin Ion, bikin BT, wah mantap guys. Lagi diambil kayaknya. Oh no bang, why you have to do this to me? No, why? Ya udah kalau gitu. Aku nangis di pojokan. Sebenarnya masih gini sih. Ini masih kuat juga. Bantu dulu. Great. Komentarnya tunggu dulu, nunggu Zack, jangan diselem dulu, sabar. Bisa gue selem sih ke sini. Let's fucking go! Tapi itemnya sih bingung. Wait, nanti sabar, Eloy-nya sabar. Kalau yang Eloy itu pakai big shot Israel ya. Mending pakai Z sih. Bagus Z aja. Si Corvée 12 nih mau main apa sih dia? Tuh, mana? Kamu ngomong bikingan Riot malah kalah anjir. Kamu jinx. Lisa jangan di jinx anjir. Mah di jinx Lisa, parah sih Lisa ini. Thank you, goodbye. Tolong ya teman-teman, jangan di jinx ya, tidak bagus buat kesehatan. Oke. Sembilan, oke, 72. Thank you, Rio. Iya, ini round 2. Mana ada, nggak perlu ngeroll anjir. Ngeroll cuy. Mendapat Israelnya pas duit 0 loh. Masih kalah, depan pun nggak ada masih. Ambil dulu 4 kosnya. Shit. Oh nice, lawan ini dulu. Bang ada yang ngetrem pakai diskon. Diambil sih Lucian. Gue butuh item apa ya? Di belakang sih. Runan bol. Runan diambil. Ya udah adaptive value. Yo, Z2 yo, muncul yo, atau Z3 lagi juga boleh loh, nggak nolak aku sumpah. Bingung pakai siapa ya? Udah. Bang Painstar mau kalah, nice. Bot for bang. Let's go bot for bang. Dah. Ya. Bisa menang gak sih? Anjir 2 cok. Ada nyanyi. Menang alhamdulillah, kalau enggak ya. Ya sudah. Ke-9 ini tinggal. My way up. Oh, apa nice, Bang Pinstar, bisa ya. Semangat teman-teman. Nggak bisa ternyata. Mending gue bikin 5 tadi ya. Bang Sidan kalah lawan. Oh, mana? One ghost. Oh, thank you. Ah, shit. Itemnya, cok. Buat si Z, anjir. Ya udah, kalau gitu ya. Ya wes. Kalau mau gitu, ya udah. Ya wes. Aku yang nggak bisa nolak. Dan 4 besar, One Pen Star. 4 besar. Bukan lu anjir, kenapa lu? Yuk Bang Penstar kalah yuk. Bang Match League kalahin Bang Penstar. Udah Lucian 2 nya sih yang berat guys. Wah bisa. Ini nge-skill lagi. Wow nice. Oke Bang Sidam keluar. Oke. Let's go. Maju round 3. Let's go. Udah fix round 3 sih guys. I love you Riot. Sumpah aku gak pernah semujur ini anjir main TFT cok. Sosok hitamnya banyak banget tuh. Let's go. GG. Round 3. Incoming. Lega sekali, guys. Let's go. Malam ini bisa tidur nyenyak. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Ya, berarti tinggal mabar ya. Berarti tinggal mabar. Kayaknya Urgot gak sih yang bikin menang anjir? Setupku hampir sama loh. Iron Asset, Urgot, dah itu. Iron Asset, Urgot, dapat IE, udah dapat red buff. Udah Urgot kuat banget buat stick 2, stick 3. Mantranya manjur. Urgot guys. Urgot adalah kunci ya, walaupun bintang 1 loh. Kuat banget tadi. Wah, Bang Fabian juga menang. Oh, RL. Lah, kalau ibang gini, aduh jangan-jangan Bang Fabian nggak lolos nih gara-gara 1-2-nya orang sama. Terus gimana tuh kalau yang sama kayak gitu? Waduh. Bisa gitu ya? Ini gimana ini? Kalau ditentu, kalau ditentuinnya dari yang menang, aduh kasihan Bang Fabian juga ya. Nih. L Ratox Didi juara 1, Bang Fabian 2. Gara-gara revenge anjir. Iya, revenge 3. Di sini Bang Fabian nggak dapet Israel. Dan Bang Fabian di game satunya menang. Nah sama kan kalau kemarin kan katanya yang banyak juara satunya ya. Nah sama-sama juara 1 semua 2. Gila-gila Bang Sim. Thank you Bang Yadi. Berguru sama Bang Yadi ya. Kalah Bang Fabian, kalah tiebreaker. Ya, sad sekali. Tidak. Tapi ini bingung sih. Ronde ketiga masa main steal semua, main steal terus, guys? Ini ronde ketiganya sih ngincar 3 besar berarti ya. Oke, saatnya kita nonton. Ada yang mau nonton bareng? Temanin aku, guys. Sambil kita bahas buat mainnya besok gimana gak sih? Bang Yandi, temenin aku dong Bang Yandi. Kita nonton TFT. Aku pagi-pagi udah turu. Apa-apa Bang?
Players surely do not like them, as
Next.
you were hinting
Semoga
to
ada
a little
lagi.
bit. They're very much happier with that low, quote-unquote, variance of the Silver Augments coming through here, getting a lot of generic ones, Harm Assist, Healing Orbs, some
Gua
big
bilang
players just
sama
really
orang
like
Riot ya,
playing,
paling.
and I'm happy to report that Bintum, who we're currently looking at, has put a board together.
Yeah, for sure. He has the crab, he has the super Urgot, and
Malah
he
Sena
has the best
Riot kayaknya
itemization for Ezreal.
nggak ada yang main
You
Sena
are
Riot
seeing an
loh.
Urgot, but that's actually an Ezreal doing
Teman-teman
Urgot
nonton,
cosplay.
skip dulu
It's
lah.
actually
Ya.
very soon we will see the change, and now
Kenapa
he's being
gitu?
totally destroyed by Kokaken, who already finds also Anari very early. So
Kalau mau buat diskusi buat besok kabarin aja. Siap-siap. Paling nanti sih habis nonton ini ya paling.
I mean, look
Istirahat
at
dulu.
the win streak that he's starting to rack up a little bit. Bintum, though, has yet to be able to snap the loss streak that he's been on since the start of this game. It is starting to look a little bit dicey, but Zuyue here is on the Aphelios that looks like it's going to be great to try to find that 5th heart steal.
I think same plan from what we saw in that previous matchup. We're looking for the Ezreal. We'll play anything.
Kalau ada yang mau nemenin guys di Discord ya.
For now, i.e.
Sambil
half of the
ngobrol.
board, and you're actually seeing both of those boards go against each other now. I will say Bintum's previous loss was a lot of it going into that very strong board that we saw from Kokaken. I think his board should be winning more rounds from here on out, and that's exactly what's happening here on the board on the back end of an Urgot.
Yes, good luck for Ziyue, also with the hard steal, so this is not the end of the world. He has 3 loss streaks, so he needs to save as much SP as possible, and Binkyun is still, well, was in a 7 loss streak, and now he starts winning, but the HP is not helping it, 53 for him.
Now, it's going to be really tough when you take a look at Wolves coming up soon, but another carousel with more options. There's a Karthus and a Caitlyn up for grabs.
Both of these are kind of, you know, you don't hate them, but it's
Urgot
also
adalah
not the
kunci,
Ezreal that
bener kan?
we would've
Urgot
expected.
adalah
Or
kunci
Zed,
ya.
For example, for at least our true damage player, we know that Dish Soap is on that line, so they're kind of, I would say, either
Itu
A-
itemnya
or C+
iya.
tier
Itemnya siapa? Itemnya Urgot juga itu. Kalau kalian lihat di EA sama Red Buff, blue buffnya sih enggak ya. Blue buffnya cuma sekalian aja. Kan kalau itu kan juga lumayan kan blue buff nambah attack damage juga.
We're only starting round 3-5. He's actually looking for the ribbon. He won't sell now. He won't pop off. He will try to wait.
Ntar aku ngambil minum.
Pretty strong so far, so he will wait until the next round of neutral and then do a big roll down looking for the ribbon.
Surely you want to wait until you're level 7 first, so go a little bit for that level. But I don't know what Kokaken did in that previous break that we had here. Found the Ahri pair right after, and now also an Alawi on board. There is Mordog's blessing, Mordog's favorite child even among us.
I think you might be right about that one. I mean, look at how the Aries are working in tandem. This Kale does not stand a chance. And Almumu here, really kind of wondering where he wants to go with this. How do you feel about the red buff on the Kale there?
It's not the worst. Actually, when you have the double Ginsu,
Jadi gimana enggak? Bang, lolos enggak? Lolos lolos ke ronde 3. Tadi juara 1 semua. 2 game.
From the damages of the rest, avoid the healing. So I'm good. Normally you don't see it because it's a lot of bows. You need 3 bows to go for that, but it's good. Now he needs only the healing and make sure he have a beefy tank so the Kale has the chance to ramp up.
And that's something a lot of people have been saying about the Kale comp, right? right? You need that kill free, but then you also need that Mordekaiser free. We have seen it do well.
City Second harusnya main ada flex ya. Tuh kan, tuh, lihat tuh. Musuhnya juga kan pakai urgot buat itemnya si Israel. Lihat tuh, damage-nya sakit banget sekali nembak dia. Terus dia kan area ya. Tuh langsung bolong tuh depan tuh. Tuh. Si Bintum ini katanya banyak banget ya LP-nya di Korea. Tuh guys, setengah anjir. Kali nembak.
Vertical pentakill and really make it work out here. But we're gonna be checking in on how Bintum has started to stabilize. That feels really nice here. 60-second is also going to be heading into the Wolves' face to be able to get another cash
Next bikin tour TFT dong bang, seru juga ternyata. Gemeter ya, seru emang. Tapi gemeter. Terus kalau aku nggak gemeter sih, kebelet anjir. Perutku sakit tadi sebelum main. Mules gitu mesti. Sekarang sama masih mesti kalau habis main itu mesti aku langsung dingin badannya.
To try to go for the full cap as a possibility, and he has the emblem. He decides to pop it, and he gets immediately.
Lebih seru ini nggak sih kalau tour daripada Marvel Snap?
Really want the headliner 8-bit, so we can go for the full cash out.
Finds another Riven, but down the hatch we go. How fast can you be with these rerolls?
Oh, si Zuni mau main Riven ya?
Thus far, there's not so
Rolling 4 days nggak dapet ya? Kayaknya sabar deh. Padahal tinggal cari headliner doang ini. Si Zuni. Udah dapet 8-bit juga. Oh, sesama Korea guys, ketemu guys. Bintum.
Maybe you get lucky with who you run into.
Having 4-bit or 8-bit is for sure a huge upgrade, but I don't think it's enough to win those fights. So you can see him even roll a little bit more while that fight goes on.
Kurang berapa tadi? Rivennya kayaknya udah 2 start. Oh, main gold lagi.
Now the last selection of Aumen, they want to go for combat. They want to go for a specific Aumen that will help their comp. And if not Bintum, in this case, going for the double dummy as a possibility, giving a good crowd control. LOLOS here for Degree, great augment for the late game. And to use the roll down, we will see...
Zuni just found that headliner is on return, and we only need one more Riven. Does go very far down, left side of your screen, right in the middle. One copy short of it, but it hasn't found it just yet.
I think he's okay. Maybe he wants to stay here. The rest of the lobby right now is also not looking like it's ultra strong, but you gotta start paying attention to some of these hard steel boards. But he doesn't want to roll too far past with this gold just yet.
Yeah, he wants to stay also here. He wants to get the core key in as soon as possible, and he wants to be able to go to level 8. So he needs to stay with some gold, trying to hit the ribbon as early as possible, but don't burn the full gold, because when he gets the 6-bit, like in a more natural way, he could go for a really top one in this round.
He could, but to get there, he needs to live first and foremost, and those losses are not really doing Zuni any favor. Speaking of, more and more players are taking damage. We have reached stage 4.
Bang, kalau beli season pass Marvel Snap pakai kartu keluarga tapi harus masuk PT Freeport Indonesia dulu biar diterima. Nah, maksudnya gimana? Gimana guys? Kenapa beli season pass Marvel Snap harus pakai kartu keluarga? Anjir, terus harus masuk PT Freeport. Pengen beliin aku juga. Boleh sih. Oh, Riven 3. Oke.
Great spot. Now he needs the
kurang Quicksilver.
Possibility of crowd control. He actually needs that a lot. Only to
Oke, udah masukin 6 bit
in mid stakes. So a good area, good front line. Still missing the set, and I think it's enough for the Riven. Let's see her play.
Mending mabar. Mending nonton buat besok.
With this Riven, it is going to get stunned without that QSS available. So it feels so
nanti paling mabar malaman.
3-star Riven, come online and not be able to get through the front line as quickly as you might like it to, giving this Ezreal some time to just deal with this KO, but the KO's online, and just like that, Zuni has found some stabilization. The best part about it as well with how much
Lah, si Arif hilang warna hijaunya.
on this carousel, and there are plenty of gloves to go around.
Yeah,
Hilang kamu, Arif.
as of right now, and even if there's so were to take one, he can get the other one. That's your QSS. That's the most important item on the Riven, because it can go exactly like you just saw. She slides into that backline, gets stunned, and then it's just shell shock. Nothing happens. She'll stand there and don't do any damage, and that is it. That's all going to be Shroud.
For sure. Now he's going to start thinking about the Kaling and start thinking about how else can he caps his war, maybe including a Lucian, maybe include Jazz even as a possibility to get a little more front, but he decides to go and try to stabilize. He decides to go for the 8-bit emblem on the Viego. That's the normal position and the normal place we will see it, and later we could see it in the
Bang aja dia.
Looking
Bang,
at Degree
Ponyo
here,
menang tuh.
talking about him, he is
Mantap.
basically already safe with as many games
Yang
as
kemarin
yet. Amumu
yang mau
finding
tarung
himself
sama orang,
there on
guys.
the right-hand side.
Membuktikan ya si
Playing
Ponyo
hard
ya.
still this game. We're getting closer and closer to a cash out.
Gimana tadi round 2, Bang?
That's a lot of hard
Menang
right
di top.
there. And
Lanjut.
against
Round 3.
this Seraphine 3, it's a pretty good chance of being able to lose yet another time. giving
Akhirnya
them
tadi
an
dikasih rot
opportunity to
3.
start to get some
Pas main
big
ada flag
important
ngerasain juga yang
upgrades in,
dirasain.
but
Enak kan?
this is gonna
Enak.
be a work for the Kane,
Tapi
work
jangan
for the
lagi kalau
Seraphine.
buat aku ya.
Aphelios is going to
Kamu
provide
masih
just
3
a
sih,
couple of
untung
extra
Arif.
stats.
Belum
This
4
cash
loh.
out is gonna
Aku
be
4 loh,
massive, so
bukan
you can
3
get these
lagi.
units in.
4 aku.
Okay, let's see it. There's the cash out, some gold.
Kalau 2 masih oke lah. Tadi kalau 2 tuh aku bikinin Crown Guard sama hashtag Gunblade. Hashtag Gunblade kan juga bagus ke Z kan. Kalau 4 anjir.
He's very low in life. Now
Mau
with
buat
Brain 3
apa?
and looking for something. This is a good. This is very okay. No.
No,
Round 1 juara 1 juga. Iya Bang Fox. Round 1 Z3.
Goes for them, a little more
Z,
front line.
Z,
He's lacking
Z3.
actually, items. He doesn't
Dapat
have
Z3
items.
menang. Terus
He has
round
only
2
one
dapat
item in his
Israel
bag. He has,
Heartsteel
diluted his
Headliner.
item on his carry. So that's all he needs. He actually has
Tapi
a
Heartsteel
good skeleton of composition,
menang
but it's not
juga.
enough, given that the damage
Ada
is not
vampirism
going-
juga sih.
At least the Guardian emblem.
Apakah
does something
gara-gara
here.
Iron
You
Asset,
see
guys?
that
Gara-gara
Guardian
ngambil
is
Iron
also
Asset kayaknya.
Not the worst
Asset sama
of it
Unggod
all,
tuh.
but surely not really what you were
Terus yang menang
hoping
yang
for with
ada
as
flag
little gold
ini.
and as little HP as you have right now on the Grease side. You can see
Trashnya
how it
anjir,
goes.
sekali
The only
nge-skill kena semua,
unit
prak-prak.
that's left standing is
Tah.
that Thresh.
Lah.
Could potentially knock it out, but it's not going to be the case. The Ezreal on the other side, just a smidge stronger.
just a little bit. That front line was a little.
Fix dapat kursi di Senayan ini, siap. Oke guys,
And
oke
we need to
guys.
remember, Degree is actually in a great spot to go to day 3. If he
Ntar
can-
kalian
if he
mau
get
makan
a
siang
bad
pakai
loss
apa,
here,
guys?
Maybe
Pakai-
it opens up a little the possibility, but he's actually a great.
No,
in
he's
standing.
very much
Yeah, he's
guaranteed.
good. He's
There's 3 more
chilling.
games. He's gonna get to at least 62.
Pakai ikan
points.
terinasi
The
ya.
cutoff is going
Kasih
to be
satu-satu
around
gitu.
60, so I'm not too worried about
Satu
the green, but
biji ya.
this soap, that's a different story.
Mana
Around
di shop?
6
Waduh, di shop nyawanya 36.
free now online.
No.
But is that going to be enough? Let's take a look at that board.
Aduh, poinnya cuma 46 dia.
It's tough to say. I mean, these Senna items are not pretty. Like, they're not the ones that you would generically think about.
Pops it
having
off with the
Senna.
Oh,
super
dapat.
fan.
Great
Oh,
call there. So you
oke.
can start to rebuild this with the Rabadons
Ya,
that
paling
you
gitu
held
sih.
onto. Now you get them okay. Now we're chilling. That's good.
I had the same feeling as you. I was like, oh my lord, what is going on? Why is there a vest? But it is all good.
And the power of salvage bin, as we would say, because those items were looking a little suspect, but
Oke,
they're
kita
so
lihat di
easy for
shop
those
nyamanya
players to
36
see
tapi
and
anjir.
augment to such high potential.
He has the potential to even improve a lot on his comp. He's sitting on a Caitlyn 1 with true damage, and now with the flip flip, the possibility for
Nah, cuma
Degree
35
and
doang.
Bishop to be eliminated in this round.
Right-hand side, you are seeing a matchup between those 2 cost re-rolls, and I think on the back end of that 2 damage
Siang hari enaknya makan drama
and
gorengan,
that
Bang.
extra blinked out, the Senna is gonna do it, but only barely. Dish Soap hangs in there.
Degree trying to go for it. Only the Bard is left, but the sack looks very, very strong. I think it's not enough. He's still 16 HP, so it's a loss, but it's not the end. So Degree has one more chance to pop off and keep climbing on his actually great tournament so far.
I mean, we have seen those 80 flex boards sometimes be the boon or the bane of some of these players. But 62nd at the moment is looking to be in the similar spot here as Degree, still on a last streak, still looking for some of those upgrades.
Diam Kazuo, 11 Challenger gue. Nice, hai guys, Challenger semua. Yang sedang nonton di sini harus Challenger semua ya. Yang Challenger gue kasih mod pokoknya. Yang lagi nonton ini ya, kalian Challenger gue kasih moderator.
And you're running into comms like that KO reroll on the other side for the Gree. This soap is given what you wanted to be for the other players.
Bang, kalau skala AdSense video YouTube 10 menit dan live stream 1 jam perbandingannya tetap dari berbagai iklan yang muncul. Nggak tahu sih, tapi gampangannya gini sih Bang guys. Jadi kalau kamu pengen banyak duitnya dari YouTube, yang nonton sih, yang nonton harus banyak juga. Soalnya jadinya kan change untuk keluar iklannya kan lebih banyak lagi ya. Misal yang nonton 100-an, terus kamu ngeklik iklan. Itu belum pasti semua 100 orang itu dapat iklan soalnya. Jadi mungkin 50 kan. Jadi semakin banyak yang nonton live-nya itu berpengaruh juga dari penghasilan. Buat kasih semangat buat kalian nih. Kalian Challenger, laporan ke Discord. Gue kasih moderator.
With faith.
If you believe hard enough, you can have a level.
Oh, di shop.
Nothing more he can do in level 8. He already has
di shop divided anjir. Jelek banget.
Alright, well, Bintum's going up against a ghost board, but Degree
Degree
to potentially turn things around, heading up against the 80 flex board of 6.
Lawannya di flex juga.
But who is going to have the better board? That Thresh actually had a huge CC onto the back.
Threshnya tuh bagus. Z hashtag Gunblade guys, lihat tuh.
Ezreal being the 1 star, and of course that Alawi in the front is going to allow Degree to hang on. 62nd though is not knocked out.
Si Dunizuni, Dunizuni masih menang ya.
He knocked down a player that now could potentially die before him in this game here and save him one more spot. Those wins you love. Only better would have been if you could have eliminated yet another player. But as we going into the carousel, I do want to point out that there is a pentakill emblem, which of course should be interesting for Almumu if he wants it. And thus far, players are leaving it open. Goes for it, of course.
Almumu will try to go a little more in the vertical of pentakill, already having the kill, and now he will easily go for another carry or simply complete the 5 of 7 pentakill to go for more strength. Kokaken still present with the Seraphine tree, trying to go for it, and now Ilaoi, he already has a 2-star, so not the best here for 62nd, going for this 4-bit line with the Caitlyn, actually very, very creative. We normally see it with maybe 2 8-bit when the Caitlyn's now here. But I think he's the one that has shown more creativity when playing this hardstyle line and the 80 flex.
Yeah, I mean, it's the jazz, right? That's something we're seeing with the hard steals a lot. Just try to flex them in. It's playing around the big shot with having that Caitlyn, and it is working. You get a lot of extra trade bonuses out of it, but 62nd and Degree both fighting for survival side by side here, and I don't think it is going to be enough on the left-hand side. Everything is collapsing onto the Zed and the Ezreal, but they seem to be able to clutch it out. On the right-hand side, 62nd is getting overrun.
Oh, oke, 62nd keluar.
Degree has finally found some good items to upgrade those units.
Oh, oke, si Degree udah mulai menang ya. Dia udah level 9 tapi Ezrealnya masih 1.
Good stuff. I think Degree
Kokaken, aduh, poinnya 20 nih, nggak mungkin masuk ke final deh. Poin 20. Yang lainnya aja udah 40-50 ya. Udah ketinggalan 30.
Now with the possibility to ramp up the rest of his team with more speed, and he has the Akali, he has access to backline, he has the Ilaoi for the additional tentacles and the defense, so he's in a good spot still, and now Degree facing up.
Degree, wah anjir, Degree mantep banget, Luciannya 2 cuy, tapi gak ada item sih. Kalau menang ini harus menang sih Degree sih, nyawanya 37 masalahnya. Tadi kuat sih Z-nya. Z-nya. Oh menang.
the game and or the round. I already gave it the game. I already gave you the game for the green.
Hangs in there.
I get it.
But Kokaken, we were talking about this board, finding that
Kokaken kalah, makin Serapin.
so early on.
Berarti dan Yu-Gi-Oh mengalami perselisihan di tahun 2016, Bang. Mana yang disebut plagiat tapi nggak ada pihak. Beda anjir gamenya. Beda coy, gamenya aja beda.
So far we haven't seen a Kiana carry. Normally she's like an ability
Mana ada
for the
seperti
rest of the gun
itu.
to be more strong, but he
Mungkin
actually gave her blue buff.
game
He
TFT
also have,
sama
the
game
status.
Magic
So
Chess.
actually, normally you see the set with the Ezreal, now we see the Ezreal with the Kiana, and actually good stuff being seen here by Bintium.
Oh, di drop ya itemnya. Champion, oh champion delivery. Udah level 9. Yorick. Bintum. Wah, Israelnya kurang banget Israelnya. Tapi Loi nggak bisa sih. Oh, dijual tetap ternyata. Luciannya. Oke, lawan Riven. Bintum bisa menang gak lawan Riven?
But it's basically all 80 flex that's left, except Degree is going to go up against this Kale reroll, still sitting at that one life. I am looking on my left-hand side of the screen.
Oke, Degree, Degree kalah. Sumpah, Z hashtag gunbait anjir, mengerikan.
We do see the Yorick start to walk up to that misfortune, but with that tank is all that's left. Degree is able to hang on.
Normally Riven is the counter to this legendary board, but actually
Degree nyawanya tinggal 7.
So he had
Si Bintum masih menang ya. Si Ryue masih banyak nyawanya aja. 36.
On that Riven, so good win for him. And if he's winning against the Riven, he's actually a big favorite to win the lobby.
Both, I would say, Degree and Bintum showing off what they can do with creativity and flexibility as they are moving through the stages here, playing around that Ezreal, playing around that Heartsteel, and Bintum just kind of minding back, open-forwarded at the beginning of the game. I just want that on the record. He's still in here, he's still hanging on, but we have 4 players on their last life, and they are fighting it out here between each other in the backline. We're seeing one massive
Catlinnya tuk. Waduh, Catlinnya gak bisa ngebunuh. Oh, Zuni keluar anjir. Riven 3-nya guys. 4 berarti dia. Iya, 5 berarti. Oh, bentar. Ada yang... Oh, 4 ternyata. Ternyata Bintum juga keluar.
Incredible players getting eliminated here as we have decided our top 3. Almumu.
Berapa match lagi, Mas? Turnamennya 2 match lagi. Jam 12. Setengah 12 lah. Kelar. Kayak kemarin kan, setengah 12.
Both with Heartsteel, also for Zijue, who finds the 6-2. So now the board that was good is now amazing.
Yeah, not only that, HP lead, but also a level lead. He's level 10, he can field 1 more unit than the other 2 players, and they don't have the money to go there, so really leading here, but it is going to be a battle between El Mumu and Degree, as Sidue has a ghost fight and enough life to survive that, so somebody is going to get knocked out here.
Degree ended up winning against the ghost board, but this is the real thing, and now you can see just how powerful that board truly can be. That Kale is untouched, and Degree is out. And that is going to be the top 2 now as we head into this final carousel.
The power of the Kale, additional 8-bit emblem, not getting in the best moment already, the 8-bit in place and being forced as a possible. Ryue going for great in the late game.
Magic Chess. Tapi komandernya beli nggak sih, Bang Los Siento? Kapan-kapan deh. Kalau udah setelah TFT Nusantara Open ya, kita coba main game lain sambil nunggu set 11 keluar kan ya.
But for the other side, the Jin also wants a prolonged fight. So
Jinnya juga mantap sih di Ryue. Aduh, Ryue ini bisa menang nggak sih Ryue? Tapi si yang ngomong juga ini bisa ngelawan sih. Korea lawan China ya.
And
Who's gonna be win, Korea or China?
On the back of HP preservation, moving through here. Almumu trying his best to make the pentacle work in his favor, but can
Aduh, killnya diem anjir tadi gak nge... Waduh, killnya. Kalian tadi ngeliat gak sih killnya diem dulu guys? Gak bisa menang si Riwe sih, ini sakit banget. Tadi killnya diem loh. Nih nih lihat nih. No, nge-stop.
On the back of HP preservation, moving through here. Almumu trying his best to make the pentacle work in his favor.
Kena stun. Wah itu sih. Lumayan loh stunnya kayak gitu, nggak bisa nge-stacking jadinya. Nge-stackingnya telat.
One step closer to that 60-point cutoff.
Yeah, and I mean,
Kena
with
stun
every
ya.
game now, we will be having more and more players who are out of contention, but also more and more players.
Wah, Magic Chess ingat dengan Bang Abe Casket. Ya, Bang Abe Casket masih main itu, Magic Chess.
Yeah, I thought we were going to
Sepuhnya
see a
nggak
little
sih?
more hardstyle, but actually what is happening is that they are maintaining the possibility of hardstyling early, but actually going for the 2-star 3 cost. That is actually the high meta we've been having in this TFT championship.
It's gonna get so much higher stakes as we look towards our final 2 games of the day. We're gonna take a short break. We are going to reseed these lobbies, and when we come back, it is going to be game number 5 of day 2 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships.
Come on, Hooper, but
On shot
Wala.
as well.
yeah.
He passed.
Oh,
He's looking out for him.
3-1.
Yeah, reward.
Up here one by one. I think the answer is pretty clear. He wins this one, and the lobby goes to 0.
Sekarang MC udah pakai augment bang atau sebetulnya rune. Wah sangat kreatif ya, sangat kreatif sekali Bang Siento. Iya aku kemarin mendengar beritanya sih, lihat dari kontennya Bang Abe. Tapi ya udahlah, mau gimana lagi? Kecuali kalau Riot ngepatenin ya kan nggak bisa ya. Mahal paten guys. Cuma begituan doang kan. Ya sudah. Kalau MC tuh trade-nya tuh sama terus atau gimana sih? Aku masih bingung anjir. MC tuh maksudnya dari pertama rilis sampai sekarang tuh trade-nya pernah ganti atau enggak gitu, apa sama aja gitu. Main om, enggak Dava istirahat dulu. Capek.
welcome back to the Remix Rumble Championship Day 2. We're here on the analyst desk. I'm Casanova, joined by Counterfeit, Petuous Panda, and Clement. And we just saw ZUA pick up a win with the just big, strong late game board. And I wanted to talk a little bit about that, Counterfeit, about ZUA's win and try and break that down.
No, sure. I mean, picking up the clear mine, I think, from the early game and pushing
Halo,
worked incredibly well there. Of course,
Nonton yang mordok.
late game board.
Iya, nonton yang mordok.
I think for ZUA, had a really difficult problem ultimately in this game to come and get the first place. But as always,
Mordok itu lihat lobby lain apa sama kayak lobby yang
Yes,
Oh, beda.
Counterfeit. He did wake up and choose violence.
Tapi tumben dia nggak mau jadi itu.
Because I do think that this is a really strong augment, and I think that there's a lot of different ways that you can go about it. So tell me a little bit about how ZUA has piloted it in this game.
Well, I
Jagoan kita keberapa? Ke-13 tuh?
looking for because this was a the
Jagoin
textbook
siapa? Milala.
of a runaway Heartsteel game.
Di shop.
Oh ya, di shop. Iya, habis kalah dia tadi di room apa? Yang ini di headlight. 8 dia.
Also, I believe it was a thresh to stabilize early.
Oh iya,
and
kita
for a lot of
ngucapin
players
selamat
that
dulu
need
dong
points,
buat
this is the sort of dream come true. The only one that did
Apa
better
tuh?
than him was Degree with 2
Kan
Urgots,
lolos.
as Hubisan
Oh iya.
Yeah, of course, the only better than one hour guy is
Thank you,
saw a
Bang.
couple
Gue-
augments being used.
Kan bareng
Gue
Bang
gedein
Banana
dulu.
juga kan. Bang Banana juga kan.
Giving you the win streak,
Iya,
the
iya.
Urgots are, but
Bang Exotic Barista?
healthy game, and that is an augment that you find a win streak in the early game.
I honestly really like it. Especially we know that the Kel and Nar kind of composition together is extremely
Game pertama
solid.
menang, game
Again,
keduanya
this point in the
main
competition,
reroll gitu.
I think having them together means that you're always going to end up doing
Harusnya
pretty
mainnya
well.
deflect
Other things
dua-duanya
I think
itu.
was even better.
Iya, aku main deflect dua-duanya menang semua.
Seraphine reroll with the
Iya.
Stars Are Born
Aduh.
helping you get that Seraphine much earlier. What we didn't
Game
predict
pertama
was
mah
that
dapet
would happen in
Z3.
3-1, almost the same as we see with the one cost really.
Kalian main 3 game main ada flag anjir.
Sama.
Soalnya kayak player-player di bawah master gak tahu cara ngelawannya kayak gimana gitu loh.
Gua di awal dapat Seraphine 2 biji itu buat patokan, ternyata nggak dapet lagi sih.
Very rough game for Dishso.
Bang kalau
I mean, did end up with a pretty good
main
board.
skins
Honestly, I think
kalau
if you look at that board in a vacuum, you would not be thinking this is an 8th place.
Oh, 3 kan ya?
This game just has massive
Iya, 3
implications
slot.
for our standings here because if
Terus
you look at
2-3 top 2.
those are the
Iya.
favorites from North America.
Yang
and
duanya
China
wildcard.
now going very dangerous to getting out of the tournament.
Bang aku kalau main yang sejenis fastland kayak Big Shot atau Jazz Tusun mulu ada saran kah? Simpen nyawa sih, jangan kebanyakan kalah dulu di awal sih. Itu main Sena reroll pakai Binget out jelek kah? Kayaknya si Disop Sena 3-nya telat deh, makanya kalah.
Telat
It was
banget
really
dia tuh.
everything going well for Junior at the very start. We saw at 3-7 the
Kan reroll itu ngatur tempo. Kalau temponya nggak kena,
Iya.
kejang gitu.
And then we saw
Bener
a
banget.
slow APM transition across 3 rounds.
Harusnya kalau udah pada level 8-9 harusnya udah jadi, terus paling nggak udah level 8 sih.
What could be a win out board, maybe even an 8-bit grand prize in the end. There we see
Rune MC itu sama persis kayak TFT, cuma beda namanya, jadi Rune bukan augment. Ya, kreatif kok. Mau gimana lagi.
He did meet his match when it comes to the winner of the lobby
ATM,
outright,
guys.
which that was, of course, ZUA. We'll see in just a bit as this fight starts off right here. And look at the positioning.
Amati, tiru modif. Modifnya nama doang.
How much he has to chew through to get to this Jin at the very end. It was just too much to handle, especially considering we're going to look at here the combat augments. Remember your roots, fantastic. You're buffing Viego
Remember
and
your
Galen
root.
as well. But suddenly have rolling for days and return on investment. No combat power there for the Riven.
Oh, iya.
And the fight as
Gak ada
we go on,
combat
it's just
powernya
too
buat
many
Riven,
legendary
makanya
fight costs,
kalah.
too much damage coming in, and it's too much to choose for the Riven. The Caitlyn
Riven itu butuh 2 combat augment, 1 combat apa namanya? 1 combat satu augment icon.
Iya. Soalnya di sini tadi dia nggak ngambil Remember Your Root, terus dua-duanya nggak combat augment.
Nah, kurang ya.
Iya. Ambilnya Rolling Fortress sama apa tuh? Return Investment, kan kurang banget ya.
Iya.
Yeah, Riven is a comp that I think a lot of players have to gravitate towards, but it is very
standingan nih.
Juni did actually okay.
Si Salvi nggak bakal bisa. Oke, Jaws 2-1. Wah, si Egi mana nih?
To that final of the championship, and in our previous game, we saw 60-second and Dish Soap both take a 7th and an 8th respectively, which is huge for the implications.
Obviously, they were 9th and 10th before this game, but now they've slid.
Oh, Egi 10, ayo Egi harus masuk nih paling enggak biar ada saya-nya.
TFT fan, I'm not feeling too bad.
Iya anjir. Sedih saya gak ada representatif.
Iya, dikit lagi ini si Egi. Round 11 sama 12 harus bagus sih, 4 besar kayaknya bisa masuk.
Gue yang heran itu Fabian sama Lelepon nggak masuk.
Iya, Bang Fabian kalah itu tiebreaker, sayang banget. Dia menangnya game satunya, game 2-nya juara 2.
Game of day 2, so don't go anywhere. Plenty more action, come to your eyeballs.
Kalah sama Riven 3.
Ada Taro, ada Disuk.
Oh, di Mortok udah mulai?
Belum. Mau di play nih.
Kayaknya Degree kuat banget ya. Degree 65 anjir.
Ya, Degree itu 9 ya.
65 sendiri dia. Relic NA juga kan? Berarti ada 2 NA. Oh, Minala masuk ke 8 tuh. Kayaknya yang saat kemarin nggak ada NA kan kalau nggak salah, atau ada NA sih? Yang 8 besarnya. Set 10, 9,5. Gue suka gameplay Degree. Ya, kita harus tiru.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Remix Rumble Global Championship. Alongside with Never Say It's Over, Casanova, and I didn't think we're pumped for you, Impetuous Panda. It's going to be an incredible game number 5.
It is, and we're close to
aman.
close to the end of the
Semoga nggak gugup, udah itu mistake sampai gak ngambil augment ya.
First race, lean more heavily into maybe something like hard steel, for example.
Saking bingungnya.
Especially in this level.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they play into that. We saw you earlier go for that spatula, try to get the portal and see if he could just build up the areas. You might see the same thing. Try and go for something big, high rolly, and then
seorang GM pun bisa berdarah.
Continue from the previous game. The kind of balls we were seeing going 8th place and going less than we'd expect were pretty eye-watering. I think exactly as you're saying, this is about finding the balls that go beyond whatever you would otherwise expect.
We broke down the telestrator boards like Ribbon, for example, could be those boards that players try and reach for the grand prize, win out maybe that first place that Dunizuni was not able to acquire in game number 4.
Yang ngeboost combat powernya paling kayak item tank.
They almost half foot into that.
Banyakin item.
Capes, I think, is guaranteed at this point, basically. But ZUS, still 9 points off, needs to have 2 decent results.
Yeah, the other player I'm looking at is Egi. He's actually spent a lot of time today in that top 80, climbed himself all the way there. Dipped a little bit, still sitting in those like 9th and 10th positions.
Nonton Egi, nice.
Really just needs to kind of knock it home here. 2 top 4s, very likely can get him there.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get some surprises
Nanti
coming
ada
from here.
lagunya
Again,
ya,
remember,
Mas.
we are on
Iya.
this stage sitting.
Lagu
as
dari
Jenny saw
official
the one-man
apa
cover
sih namanya, lupa
before.
lagi aku
We're
nama
doing
artisnya.
exactly the same.
Ya.
Have we been good this year?
Hugo was one of the players that did that one-man action.
Mordok nonton room berapa? Lobby berapa?
He learned his lesson. He knows what happened there. Not a good result.
Yes!
Twice in one day.
Again, we hit the spatula start.
Lobby
and it was
2.
one of the players that you pointed out, Panda, that kind of needs that
nggak tahu
big
ini.
result.
Tulisannya
Going
A.
for a swing for the fences
Ada
here.
ada
with the
edging nggak?
spatula portal.
Very curious to see what Digital's game plan is,
nggak ada.
considering the
Oh,
confidence
beda.
of standing onto that portal just by himself. Maybe just
Sama
Oke.
kejauh.
some early
Kayaknya nonton Bishop ya.
damage to the rest of his opponents.
I mean, he's certainly come out of this one swinging.
Yeah.
But as we were talking about before, the power level of the lobby will be
Portalnya apa tadi?
We did see, of course, before some of our players claimed
Waduh, tersteal.
very early on.
Oh, dapat tersteal langsung.
He picked it. He wants to go for 5 heart steal in stage 2.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, David. I was about to say, hey, what spatulas, what emblems are we looking to craft early
Oh,
on in this game?
spatula.
But I know for Genizar, just trying to find that belt, go for the heart steal emblem, trying to get that
Ada
5
Wasiani
heart steal
version.
as fast as
Gak
possible.
ada dia,
Yes,
gak
compared to this
masuk.
lobby, I'm sure looking jealously on at a start this damn good. Of course, we keep
Ikut
an eye
yang
on players who do
K
slam
nggak,
it early
Bang Esoktik
on.
Barista?
It's worth noting as well, we've got several players in this lobby who will just be playing
Yang PBE itu.
Cheche and Jed, you saw, they're the ones who've really got the
Mau
biggest
ikut
swings coming out of this
sama-
game again.
Kayak mager aja gitu.
And ZUA, of course, the player that just needs a consistent result with Scapeus being already
Kayak
a foot
syaratnya
in
harus
to that
banyak
day
gitu kan.
3. There will be, of
Harusnya
course,
input-input.
just a lot of results in terms of your confidence coming these next 2 games. Edwards are especially, I think, if he's in contention, that means he had a fairly good result in game 4, which is always going to be relevant in terms of your confidence and your mentality going into these last 2 games. Are you a favorite to do it? Do you have, the clutch that you need to have in a moment like this with so much at stake?
And I want to call out another player. So much at stake, right, Cheche? Looking at the side here, noticing that he also has a Cassante, very likely heart steal, and he's also playing 8-bit on his board early to try and get stacks, because Riven is another out when you want to play for first place.
Yeah, we know the spatulas will make that very realistic.
Aku main
Our first
silver.
offers coming in will be silver. We've already got some interesting ones coming in, switching gears from ZUA. Kringtan going for the silver spoon.
Maybe a risky start for Cheche. 2 econ augments available. 1 has been rolled. AFK is now there. His bench
Oh, ada yang ngambil
his bench
AFK?
is empty or not in terms of what the good position is for it. Keepers a little bit too centered on disco.
Oh, si Cece bingung ini. Hermesis, keepers apa AFK?
Results in this game 5.
AFK to swing for the fences potentially as that option, right? Especially if it is that, Heartsteel Cassante in, you don't really need to get it online. We do see the take. He's still going to be able to get a little bit of stacking going for the 8-bit. It's not going to be significant, but it is something.
No, absolutely. And it's only keeping that option
Oh,
open for
jadi
later on.
ngerti. Jadi
You
yang
know
nggak
as well,
masuk
the duplicates
ntar
between
main
the
lawan
Hugo
wildcard
and Eggy
kayak
to
lawan
try and go
bracket
for a
ini.
little bit of early power. Hugo in particular.
Iya,
picking
tapi
out
wildcard
the early
bukannya
Eggy too.
diacak atau
Another player looking towards
Nggak tahu,
that
tapi ini
Riven
bilangnya
already
iya
has
nanti
one on
diambil
the
top
board.
3.
That's gonna be my
Iya kan,
playing around
diambilnya
this
top 3,
board.
jadi kan
That
dua
line trying to
lobby
get
kan,
more
top 3
stacks.
berarti kan
So it
6.
does feel like that line could
Kan
be
sisa
nice.
2 kan.
Cheche
Nah,
here with
2
the
itu dari
spatula
wildcard.
start is open to 2 different
Nah,
Oh
styles.
iya,
AFK
berarti
with
wildcard
probably
itu nggak tahu sih nanti di harusnya sih dikocok kayak tadi. Tapi kenapa nggak ngambilnya 4 besar sekalian ya? Nanggung.
Nah itu loh maksudku.
Buat apa anjir ada wildcard kan?
Potentially contested. I'm wondering if we instead
4 besar tuh udah.
how high Sana has
Kan
actually been
kalau
playing.
di luar juga gitu kan. Misal kalau 16 berarti ya diambilnya 8 gitu. Kenapa ada wildcard
Somewhat
kan?
in his element here, managed to put together balls which just don't make any sense under other circumstances.
Kayaknya yang
and the
kunci
Red Bull
kehokian
slammed
orang.
early on. He's chosen his lane.
I think very much in his element. He played
Ngasih
3
kesempatan
AFK
itu
yesterday
buat
with
yang
the Ahri and the Akali.
Iya, yang nggak
Kalah.
lolos.
He's going to be going down that tempo route. Could still, of course, be rerolling for something.
Tapi kalau yang ronde kedua kalah gak
And the
boleh.
red buff already slammed.
Yeah,
Emang aneh
just way
anjir.
to tempo this out, but we've also seen Scapeus go
Kenapa
for
ronde
those
kedua
late
dikocok?
games. And I think one thing for Scapeus is looking around. I don't think KDA looked contested whatsoever. We saw a lot of players looking towards Riven, maybe some true damage angles. So this could just be a very open lane for Scapeus to just tap it in, make sure he locks it.
Moga besok nggak selobby ya bang, badannya.
As well, to push in a little bit of early power. Sonny's doing
Dia
pretty
mending
well
selalu
to
bisa
start off with.
Abang Sympannseyt daripada Ardik atau Adjedia, serem-serem Jo. Sama GM.
Overall, very little combat strength in terms of the augments for this stage 2, so players like Scapeus can benefit off of that, maybe try and make this a 5-win streak instead. We see, of course, a Laden Forge for Mai. We see 2 of those duplicators that won't do anything until you're trying to chase that 3-star. And similar for Cheche, who is just away from his keyboard for the start of the stage 2, not predicted to win many fights.
Alright, the other player that I'm kind of looking at is
Kayaknya si Egi main apa ini? Oh, main pentakill kayaknya.
and trying to make sure that he's optimizing that. We see him on a 2 loss streak. So
Udah
he's already not
bikin
getting perfect
pentakill
damage.
emblem
No,
ya.
but if he can turn that around and
Si
start switching back
Skepeus
and forth,
main
that's a massive amount of money coming towards him.
KDA.
Also with our players playing a little bit weaker boards, perhaps it'll be a little bit harder to predict. Skepeus, we're going to keep his win streak going. We can see that Olaf is doing just Olaf things, not by and keeps
Olaf
streak
just
intact.
doing Olaf
In the stack
thing.
commitments, KDA for Skepeus, we see for Eggy the pentakill. ZUA already has the Heartsteel Emblem locked in and has both the set and.
Tapi kalau ngelihat yang World ini itemnya langsung di slam-slam ya.
Despite the AFK is third pick in the carousel, will not have prio.
Apapun jadinya.
Yang lihat apa?
Enggak, yang ini di World maksudnya langsung di slam aja gitu.
Iya, rata-rata kayak gitu.
Aku tadi aja agak nunggu dulu gitu.
Iya, ada sendinya cuman masih belum full.
Doesn't quite get
Pasti
there.
ada
Yeah, now
sendinya.
he's stuck just trying to grab another item to just go with he's got on his bench. Ends up grabbing.
Yang penting tuh kayaknya mereka bikin ada armor healing reduction, terus shred atau sander.
Iya sih, yang paling umum itu shred plus apa anti heal. Kalau gak itu dia bikin lifesteal buat win streak. Salah satu itu aja.
Duplicator as well here for the US. So really looking at a crazy late game. We saw it already in game 4. Maybe trying to, again, not with pure mind, but with switching gears, get to that same position with that econ start he's going to have in this stage 2. For Skepeus picks up a second tier.
Kita lihat Rio lagi ya.
Could be slamming if you want to think about playing more for a tempo KDA line with the Ari.
Yeah, looking at this, it feels like a lot of players are actually playing very low tempo.
Si Ryue pengen menang kan?
Be able to hold on to the win streak for quite some time. Heading into this fight, there's 2 streakers, still Qingqian and Skepeus. On the bottom side, I think ZUA actually wants to lose this. Did not weaken their board, however, and still gonna have a very
masih menang si Ryue.
still carry this through.
Yeah, I think just
Main
the
Heartsteel,
only thing he
yeah.
really could do, and he did do, which was shoving the Vine in the corner for a tiny bit less DPS. But even the slam, the Hextech Gunblade, is close. But Ryue gets robbed of 3 gold. Not going to be too happy.
Actually, really notable, by putting the Heartsteel emblem onto the Vi, he's now not
Ya, Heartsteel kan
allowing
dapat
himself to
health
actually
ya.
take out his headliner to weaken after he finds a win, which is usually how you see people play switching gears to get optimal value. So maybe a little bit of a misstep there from ZUA by slamming it there instead of on the Gnar in that composition.
Qingtian right now, angling disco.
Qingtian, apakah main disco? Bener banget ini, apakah main disco?
Rerolls if he's feeling very spicy, but we haven't seen that a single time yet on the world stage. That would be a treat, though.
Ya, di world stage belum ada yang main luxury roll ya.
Silver Spoon certainly allows him access to those bigger comps earlier on, as we do notice we have got some stakes being raised.
Ada sih.
He's been a bad boy. He's jailed
Oh,
in the
gonna
start of
stake.
that round in the top left corner. Now finally released. Can he win the round by himself? The answer is most likely no.
Absolutely not. Yeah, on the other side though, ZUA actually able to get some value here out of the switching gears, so that's pretty solid for him as well.
And Skepeus, as predicted, locks in that 5 win streak. A great start for a player that loves playing from ahead in the early game. He talked about on the top of show during the interview, slamming items, finding ways to preserve HP early.
Yep, so him and
Ya, berarti nge-slam item buat itu ya, buat bikin win streak sama health-nya lebih besar daripada yang lain.
A lot of times we end up seeing these kind of bigger
Soalnya health itu juga resource kita ya.
Players are going to continue to be greedy in this lobby and keep the tempo slow, or if we'll see players like Skepeus start hitting people too hard and we actually accelerating the tempo for everybody, because a lot of players are seeming to want to play very greedy in this game.
What kind of units are dropped from these orbs? Skepeus maybe trying to work around, as always, what the game gives him, trying to adapt around it. With a blue buff slam, we could maybe also see a Lulu reroll game. He played a lot of Lulu at EMEA Finals, the comp he really likes. Even won games outright with Lulu in the right conditions. We'll see if this game could be one of those. But Cheche, a lot of components to work with, a lot of gold to work with as well, thanks to that AFK. And now the 3 Heartsteel is online with Cassante, trying his best to hold the fort and maybe kill off some units in each of these losses.
Honestly, I think Cheche is stacked up way more 8-bit than I anticipated. It's still not a ton, but considering it was AFK, I just didn't expect there to be much there at all. He does have the bow open, so 8-bit is very available for Cheche, and the rest of his items actually can go in that direction, right? You have Tier and the glove to make Hodge. You have the ability to go for an Edge of Night, or you can still move those around and create some even better items for the Riven.
No, I would absolutely love to see. The only problem is Mai has already got a couple of Rivens in his team already, so it will be a little bit tougher to get through, but I have to imagine they could have expected that, given that we know how powerful 8-bit can be as a full vertical.
I think having the plan B is always an option between Heartsteel and just playing for Riven reroll. I think at 3-5, that's a real deciding point. Especially with Titch's gold lead, he can roll down at 3-5 instead of 4-1. Maybe even ignore the contest and say, hey, I'm rolling before you. I have more gold lead because of AFK. I'm going to try and roll for this instead. This augment could be really important as well. You want huge comment.
Catat-catat untuk besok. Iya, Bang Nef Koncol. Belajar, harus tetap belajar.
Yeah, still considering bulk as well.
Misal kalau kita pada main steal gitu kan harus main reroll aja. Masa pada main steal semua kan? 8 orang.
Bermain, of course, that's our Heartsteel player with the Heartsteel emblem. Of course, a potent combination which speaks to a top finish.
Scapeus picking up Remember Your Roots when you've got an emblem like KDA.
Oh, ada yang dapat last 10. Aduh, si Rio last 10, guys. Dan dia main Heartsteel juga. Waduh. Remember Your Roots, si Scapeus. Egin main... Oh. Si Dusor main Resistic ya.
Bypass level 70, which is really where you struggle and start losing too much HP. Go straight to 8 with that vertical KDA. Find maybe the Ahri, the Akali, the Ahri Warrior setup.
Tapi Jedusar dapat vampirism gold sih.
Really needs is at 59 points right now.
Well, let's take a look at our two Heartsteel players up against each other in this round. Jedusar, could have been slamming in the Heartsteel emblem, but I think with the raise of stakes, he's playing things out a little bit more cautiously. Wants to make sure there's no way of winning this round, but actually, I think going to make out of this with a couple of unit kills, maybe one less than he would have liked.
David, I'm curious, do you think this will be a double raise, try and go to 5 Heartsteel with the spatula? He still hasn't been able to find a belt to actually make that happen, and I don't know how risky.
Belt ada itu, belt udah ada.
One single Heartsteel cash out could be fine, and actually there is a belt, so if he finds that 5th Heartsteel, could actually play for it. We even see him rolling.
Ya dia harus nyari Heartsteel sih buat bikin 5 Heartsteel.
Maybe all 16 points in the next 2 games, so maybe he needs to
that might be the play.
Semoga besok kita nggak ketemu ya Bang, aku ngeri sama kamu top 1 2 kali. Siap Bang. Bang Nef Koncol. Bang Nef Koncol namanya siapa? ID-nya?
You know, absolutely. Jedusar is one of those players who's going all in this game, so we expect to see.
Yang penting jangan ketemu Bang Aji dia sih, yang GM anjir.
In place, the KL in place as well with a double green who's thanks to the super fans.
Ngeri takut.
Yeah, Eggy also just using this adaptive helm in the mid game.
Oh, si Eggy pakai adaptive helm ya buat kill.
Can pop it off later with super fan and find something even better.
The win streak finally broken for Scapeus. Look at the HP differential here because of that stage 2 start where only 2 players had good combat strength augments. Scapeus on 90 HP, Qingtian still on 100 HP with the silver spoon start.
Yeah, and Qingtian still holding
Qingtian masih menang ya.
On the bench, right? Including a spatula, of course, but hasn't fully committed to direction and having all this tempo. Plus, everyone else is going to commit, and it will open up Qingtian to just decide.
Qingtian juga belum tahu bakal main apa. Kayaknya main Senna itu dari itemnya. Dan udah kayaknya headlaner Senna.
All are on the lowest HP in the lobby.
And Jetsa just picked up a cloak, which is not something you usually do unless you're trying to angle for Riven. Cloak is usually seen as the least valuable component in most metas. That could be the case now. Jedusar does cash out.
Jedusar?
He thinks that it's going to be enough and finds Cleaver here. Will that be strong enough with the early Zed pickup? He's level 7, 30 gold.
Oh, dapat Izir juga.
Well here. Ooh. But no belt for the Heartsteel emblem if that's what he was looking for. But wow.
Topi.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He's been here the whole time. Just fighting it.
Dapatnya juga, waduh.
Try and win with it, right?
Waduh. Mantap. 7 anjir. 7 Heartsteel.
This is what we came here for. We want to see something off the charts good. Jedusar quietly pleased with the turn he's just taken.
He might be able to itemize everything too, because Stimpak coming through and still getting more items from Heartsteel, he's going to be able to have a massively strong late game board. Really well done to play for first.
Jedusarnya main 5-5 ya.
Can he be stable enough on stage 3 and stage 4?
Ya, kan dia kalau kalah lagi pecah itunya, Stimpaknya. Dapat item lagi ya. Ini harusnya si Izir tinggal bikin blue buff sama red buff. Di item di kiri juga tinggal satu-satu semua ya. Simanya tetap kalah, dan nyamanya udah 36.
While Cheche's in a similar spot, it may still not be enough board strength right now.
Mai gonna go for the 9 loss streak into massive roll down on 4-1. Try and just spike the Riven 3 immediately. Racing with Cheche, and I don't know if Cheche even has ended up pushing for that, so it's gonna be a race to Riven 3.
I think most of this setup from Mai was hoping for the Banshee's Veil off of the Laden Forge. Didn't find it in the end, finds a ZZ Rod, so we'll see that affects really the outcome of this Riven board and if he's able to cook it up, because doesn't really have Riven items right now, has just that open sparring glove for the QSS potentially.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye, as you said, for the contesting here. Cheche, I believe, has gone down more of a Yone-centric route, but we'll see how it works out long term. Zero with the heart still and the last stand still very healthy. We've certainly seen a pattern of players with the last stand managing to stay healthy long into the game.
And Chech is on 13 gold, level 7, so I think he's rolled down heavily. I'm not sure he's hit much of anything. If he was trying to contest this Riven line, that's a risky play that might have backfired for a player who was in contention to make top 8 still if he had a big result in his game 5.
It looks like he fully sent it trying to beat Mai. He knew that it was going to have to be a race and he just couldn't get there, and now we've got Mai
nyari Riven,
big
dapatkah big roll down.
This is going to be absolutely massive. Again, remember, we've got players in this game who absolutely have to get the big result in. Mai, Cheche are both getting in as Cheche gets the 2-star in place. Mai still with the 2 1-star ribbons.
Yeah, and I believe I saw Cheche did have 2 1-star ribbons on his board at one point, so I think that's the natural one headliner still available. This race is going to be very close, but Mai has a ton more gold to get there with 59 gold in the bank.
40 more gold than Cheche. Cheche has not already hit. He's going to be in big, big trouble. We'll see the roll down coming through. The Yone has been picked up right now. The side-by-side roll down for you.
Side-by-side roll down. Aduh, belum dapat. Dimana Rivennya? Kasihan cuy. Oh, dapat Caitlyn.
You can potentially hit 6-8-bit as early as 4-1.
Tapi Rivennya?
An early Alawi is big, but not exactly what he needs.
No,
Rivennya.
Willing to accept that Garen at 8-bit was just Sentinel instead. Roll slowing down, the center 3 does hit on the left-hand side of the board, but
Senna dapat.
Town is too contested.
Si Rivennya belum. Oh, ternyata si Cheche.
That probably hurt the chances quite a bit. Cheche did actually find the headliner, so
si Cheche dapat
6
ya.
ribbons, and even though he is flat broke, it's reduced the amount that Mai can actually try and find. There's a lot of them pulled out of the pool already.
Oh no, it's bad buat Mai guys. Ternyata 2 orang yang mau main Riven ya. Oke, gold augment.
I wonder if Mai potentially pivots his game line to
Oke, anjir si Roya ini bagus banget cuy. Last stand sama Jawat Lotus. Si Egi oke, si Egi emang mau main itu ya. Dapat metalhead dia. Si Egi kurang 4 anjir. Kurang 4. Kurang 4 kill ya.
That's going to be absolutely huge. Of course, we noted before.
Metalhead itu bagus banget ya, kalau sama si Kill ya.
Eggy in the early going is on 49 tournament points at the moment, so just needs these good finishes out of these last 2 games to get him into day 3.
Eggy's still on 2 duplicators, so just has to find 2 more kills and he's there.
Jeduzor 300 hearts.
60 seconds.
Still online. Items on
kayaknya itu.
Items on the edge as well as you mentioned, Casanova. He
Augmentnya busuk.
had a chance to itemize all these different great forecasts he found so
Jeduzor bisa selamat kah?
Sedih Juliet.
Itu kan bener kan bikinnya blue buff sama red buff guys. Soalnya 3 lengkapin itu doang. Damage-nya dari Black Cleaver aja. Kalinya sakit. 465.
Ends up finding because the tome catch out from Degree in the previous game was actually pretty rough, and the fact that he was able to stabilize there was insane. So Jeduzor hoping for a positive outcome.
Dapat apa? Duit?
That's a lot of money and a champion duplicator. Gonna cash in that money straight away to move up levels and try and find something big to swing this one around.
Can find one more Kiana, just to count it 2 out of nowhere.
Oh, she's real big shot. Waduh.
For backline. Frontline still soft.
Frontline-nya tapi kurang banget.
On this roll down, he found a single poppy, but Zach 2, Alawi, these are the things that need to be found for Jeduzor to actually stabilize the spot.
Oke, lumayan.
In there, has to slam these items, especially the crown guard, which needs to be in before the fight begins. There it is. Set items onto the Ezreal. Can this do
Oke,
enough
apakah
here
ini bisa buat selamat si Jedusor?
Gold only level 8 for
Nyawanya tinggal 20 aja. Waduh, lawan disitu KDA, cowok.
Fascinating looking board here. The KDA Ezreal. Jedusor's gone strong enough.
Yeah, there's an argument here as well with this duplicator to potentially use it on a 4 cost for Jedusor. He just
Iya, harusnya kayaknya 4 cost itu.
He has the pair of Zacs, but he does have this initial carousel to see if he can find more, maybe one more roll down, and then just duplicate whatever's left.
Mai picks up a Riven on the carousel because he was prio over Jeje. He had that first pick. Jeje picks up a glove, but can't find those natural copies of Riven.
Jedusor itemnya tinggal.
He adapts. He finds an Ezreal.
Oh, bikin itu, bikin BT ya.
It allows me to push levels to 8 and then to 9 because of his health. 80 HP still for Scapeus.
All right, coming into the back half of stage 4. Do notice Qingtian up at the top with the spatula still available in inventory and on the win streak. Along with Yugol has a streak of his own. It's only ZUA
Qingtian masih nyala 9.
His own lost streak intact. Everybody else is starting to look a little bit cash trapped.
Yeah, looking at Iggy, here's the roll down trying to find this Kale finally. Ends up getting one more copy. There's the last one, 2 rolls, find both. Has the duplicator to get it done. And also picking up a Yorick along the way on 7. The best possible thing he could have hit.
Very nice.
Actually, it's a pair.
The silver lining, though, considering that we are level 7, it's going to be very rare to hit the actual upgrade on level 7 or 8. Yeah. So it'll be gold you're holding on your bench for a very long time, and we don't see a carousel until the next one at stage 5.
All right, Eggy from SCA has definitely been impressing us so far this competition up against Scapeus' board made of dreams. Doesn't unfortunately have the Ezreal turn to the right time.
Ezrealnya, aduh, sakit banget, anjir.
Not having Gunblade, right? Gunblade
butuh Gunblade itu killnya.
Ezreal would not get it done, and I think that still Iggy is going to try and get there, right? Still using the super fans, can pop off the items.
Cash out here, who needs something big. A tome is not going to be big enough, considering he's on 6 HP.
Harus di emblem, big shot emblem, no.
First place again with last stand potentially
Harus di emblem.
putting him back into the game. Mai also took a loss. If Mai gets defeated here in the next few rounds, this opens up those ribbons for Cheche to maybe find a few wins himself.
It doesn't feel as, go back to ZUA here. It doesn't feel like there's enough time for another heart steal.
Kalau aku lihat
I think we're going to have to start changing what we're doing.
EDM-nya bukan di Z, tapi di Z itu pas nonton World guys. Kebanyakan orang milih Z kan. Aku ya Z aja berarti. Soalnya bayangannya sakit. Waduh, masih menang Riven-nya. Oh, si Ryu kalah.
Cheche now has the market open to himself.
Oh, tapi kan dia ada last stand ya.
He doesn't have much gold to work with though, only 2, and he's still 2 ribbons off here. It's going to be tough. Cheche has to really work on his positioning and hope for a big gold rejuice in the PvE round.
Yeah, if he can find enough gold to get there, 2 copies. We saw 2 rolls, 2 Kales for Iggy earlier. Maybe Cheche can find the same now that they've all gone back into the pool. If he can hit, this is still barely winnable. You look at the augments, Martyr is still at least a good combat augment.
Dafa, kamu setuju sama aku?
Zeeks is also massive.
Biasanya kamu nggak pernah setuju.
Stacking up this 8-bit pretty much the entire game.
That being said, he needs to hit everything. The Viego 2, the Caitlyn 2, and the Riven 3 ideally in just 20 gold. It's going to be very difficult. We'll see what he can do.
Oh, the gold's already much run out. It does
dapat. Oh, dapat. There we go.
Okay,
Caitlyn.
Alright, it's not a 3-star Riven,
tapi Rivennya belum 3.
Facing Eggy, Yugol, and Scapeus in his matchup pool. We've seen how strong Scapeus is. Going to be difficult here. The Giant Slayer onto the Viego.
Yeah, Yugol on that 6 streak as well. Going to be probably the one you want to dodge. Eggy's still looking for a lot of upgrades.
Cheche looking to hold on and try and get himself through this point.
Oh,
Cheche needs a high placement in this game to have any
chance.
Lihat
Cheche sama Ryu kayaknya masih menang si last stand. Tapi lawannya juga ada flex si Jedusor sih.
With the last stand kicked in, this could be
Isinya serot, belum bisa ngebunuh.
With the Riven, choose through the Ahri. Now she has the Poppy, and this Poppy is
Poppy-nya nggak bisa dikalahin.
ZUE is going down. Can't quite do it.
Oh, Rio kalah guys. Last stand kalah.
Poppy cannot 1v2 here. Oh, the Kalen's gonna be taken
Oh,
down.
kayaknya juga hilang.
Dreams, Argentina's dreams.
Oh, kok Caitlyn ya.
Unfortunately end here in this game number 5.
Cepet banget ya jadi di hitungannya. 3 orang langsung. Soalnya ada yang nabrak ya Rivennya ya. Si Jedusor ke-9.
Not impossible. 53 points definitely still puts him in contention.
And also it opens up a lot more space for other people to potentially leapfrog and grab hold of those 8 spaces where otherwise it may have previously been out of reach.
Big shot nggak sih?
He's trying to
Nah.
reach for the stars here. He's got the 4 big shot in place because the Ezreal up and itemized. We'll see if it's good enough to take down Sympannseyt's board.
He's got all his
Lawan
damage back on the
Skepeos,
left side.
lawan
Poppy is there to
Poppy.
lead it. Gonna be very
Tapi kayaknya harusnya bisa menang sih Jedusor ini.
The Zed is still getting through. On the other side, it is just the Seraphine too, so the damage is a bit low for the side of Skepeos. His front line being the big carry in
Ya
these
front line-nya
fights,
sih kuat
but
banget.
can't get through the rest of the back line.
Si
He has really put
setnya
together
ya.
an incredibly powerful board, and it is scaled into the late game with that vampirism.
Oh, Zek.
All of a sudden,
Zek Ilaoi.
big upgrades in that shop as well.
Big upgrade banget itu, big upgrade.
Especially. And the headliner Ezreal, the big shot.
Egi gimana Egi? Nyonya masih 37 guys.
High cap for a 5-win streak Jedusor.
Skepeos mencoba ngeroll.
Like Cheche, claw his way back.
Butuh Ahri 2 dia.
Or Skepeos a roll down coming through. The RE1 still is not really ideal here.
I definitely can share your concerns, Cass, here about the damage on the board. We got split items between our 2 carries. And yeah, the RE not up to 2-star.
Kayaknya Skepeos habis ini keluar sih.
To pull a lot of weight in this comp.
I mean, the
Nyawanya tapi masih banyak ya, 54 ya. Oh, lawan siapa ini? Oh, Yugol. Sena. Wah, ini bagus banget Ahrinya, true damage. Waduh, sakit banget itu Ahrinya, guys. Sena 3 juga harusnya menang Yugol lah.
The Seraphine and the Senna and the Ahri in the end, it should be a big win for the true damage player who's on an 8-win streak right now, dominating this stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, you got looking real good here.
Pincet nggak dihapus Om? Oh iya, aku lupa. Thank you, Dava.
Pretty much in it to day 3. Just
KDA emblem.
KDA emblem will be a big push forward in power. We've also
Gimana
got
caranya ya?
in play as well.
Jedusor considering if he has to deny this to try and actually get the win here because he needs it. He's at 45 points.
Gak bisa anjir.
Essentially 2
hilang anjir, apa sih?
Maybe not the best for his comp, but still good to deny Skepeos.
Mendelep anjir pincetnya.
With the stim pack, with the heart steal being on so long, he's got a lot of extra items. He has the ability to deny that, and as you said, he kind of has to because this gives an opportunity for Skepeos to go 10 KDA and actually just bully him out of the game.
Looking at the rest of the players in the lobby, we've got a real sandwich developing here.
Nah, nggak bisa Dava.
The 2 win streaks at the bottom, as Skepeos will find something.
Ini aja, aku bikin baru aja. Yuk, kita nonton.
Yeah, it looks like he was deciding if he actually wanted that KDA Akali or not. Because of the fact that he didn't get the second emblem, there's consideration that, hey, it's just not even worth it. I'm not going 10 KDA, and my Poppy is actually anchoring my front
Lihat
line.
Jedusor, oh lawan
Now
Ghost.
the big test for Jedusor, the 2 big win streakers facing off, and it could be the most important fight of the tournament for the French
Ya, ini important banget ini buat Jedusor, harus menang.
Ezreal, the Zed, trying to chew through the left, the right side of the board. The Ezreal cast
Oke, Ezreal sakit juga.
Deleted the Senna and the Ahri onto the Zed, but the Zed is too powerful. The edge of night.
Oh ya, Zednya powerful kan.
Big win for Jedusor, who needs it. He's at 20 HP, 2 losses, and he'd be out.
Able to take down the Ghost. I'm interested to see the real fight. It wasn't
Oh,
that
si
close, but I
Egi.
feel like Jedusor's actually got a very good chance into the Senna board.
Waduh,
but it does
3.
remain to be
Nggak ada
seen as
stack
Egi
Gunblade-nya.
now has fallen quite low, not able to find this Mordekaiser 3.
No, I mean, we've got the KO with the triple.
Aduh, gak ada stack Gunblade-nya, sayang banget.
But I do agree. I don't think the front line is there quite enough to let it to scale.
Dan front line-nya kurang banget.
You also just need the Gunblade. If your front line is already going to be a little weaker because there's not 3-star, you need that healing even more if you're going to stay alive.
Iya.
Ginsu,
Butuh stack Gunblade ini si Egi.
scales, but if you don't have a front line,
Kayaknya kalah.
how are you even going to scale?
That's when you're down in combat augment with the team.
Lawan King Tain.
You can't even find really the cap in terms of the 3 stars with the Mordekaiser.
Aduh, King Tain bagus banget boardnya anjir.
Playing against the other Pentakill player in this lobby, the Ahri Pentakill, which we don't see very often. The Viego jumping in, buying some time, doing some
masih bisa menang? Dur.
Karthus does not have
Oh,
enough
masih bisa menang.
damage to actually kill her off.
Masih selamat si Egi.
For Egi, able to hold on a little bit longer as we see Skepeos is just fighting up against Aegis Ghost. Going to be able to find that one. This Poppy's doing work. I mean, KDA Poppy, we know that this unit is a beast, and she actually scales really well off of health. So 7 KDA gives an immense amount of health to this unit, and it just makes her do more damage, heal more. She just does everything for her. Actually,
Si Skepeus kayaknya mau nyari Serapin ini.
This is the best KDA holder in the game.
Oh, for sure, absolutely.
In the 4-cost race especially, in terms of stabilizing your stage 4 and 5 and allowing to go 9 to chase that 10 KDA. But the RE2 is still missing, which is the big one.
Yori.
We have the big upgrade for Eggy. Maybe not the one he wanted, but one that he definitely needs, the Yorick 2 potentially coming through here.
Yeah, needs, must. Oh boy, we're certainly coming down to the end of the line here. For our players, again, this is the penultimate game of the group stage. We're trying to find out who gets into the top 8. Tooth and Claw trying to fight their way back up. Especially for players
Aduh,
like
ada stick gunblade.
they need
No.
that first place finish. They need every point they can grab.
Yeah, Ugol actually finally took a loss. I'm curious if Jedisar actually played the real version this time around as we look through. Skepeus and Eggy were the other two that found wins, but Skepeus we did see beat.
Nyari apa? Jedisar aja.
It's going to be very, very tough for Eggy to stay alive here. We'll see if there was a big enough upgrade.
Double duplicate onto the Seraphine, but actually the last Seraphine or the last Ari item here. He did hit the Seraphine upgrade instead. But looking now,
Eggy lawan Ghost, tapi PKB bisa menang.
Into the top 8 still with 49 points coming into this game. Number 5, the Yorick.
Oh, itemnya dipindah ke itu semua ya. Itemnya dipindah ke Yorick sih dari tadi item si Viego ya.
More than this Kale, but the Zed is half health. He's already on
aduh. Masih bisa tapi.
Nah, but Yorick's there. Yorick cleans up.
Yorick, mantap anjir, itemnya the best.
Making a mess of everything. Incredibly hard to put down.
Oh, Ugol kalah.
L there against the newly upgraded Skepeus board. Cass, we were looking to see where that Giant Slayer would end up going. It went onto the Seraphine.
Yeah, Seraphine, you've got the 3-star. Makes sense to me. Chan with the very creative board as well, playing that pentakill Ahri, but it seems like it has kind of lost its luster as we've gotten late in the game. 6 loss streak.
Seeking Tain.
Really trying to hold on at this point, but 38 points anyway. Just trying to play for pride and some extra placements, some extra cash.
Good news for EMEA. Jedusar still on a win streak, 9 win streak, and for Skepeus,
oh, Jedusar,
win streak coming into the
9 win streak Jedusar, guys.
Yeah, definitely when it comes.
Eggy semoga jangan ketemu Jedusar dulu sih. Kalah itu harusnya.
Secure in a spot. Skepeus is about as close as you can get without being.
Oh, Skepeus lawan King Tin.
You can see the power of the board has been put in place to bring it all together right now. Taking out Xingtian would be absolutely massive, but the Carthus is getting a lot of time to scale up for the fight.
Yeah, that Ghoul's actually almost going to take down the Seraphine, and it sets up Carthus to finish the job, and now it's just down
si Eggy kalah, no.
V9, one-woman army, but she can't get it done against the rest
of this. Oh no, Eggy 5.
Is going to lose, breaks his streak, but still held on to the highest HP in the lobbies.
And Eggy with a 5th here puts himself in the same exact spot as Jiwei, 53 points coming into the last game, trying to fight for the pride of SEA as their last hero left
no, tidak bisa 4 besar si Eggy, guys.
Hugely contested at the top of the table. We don't know for certain what that cutoff's going to be yet.
Kurang stack gunblade doang itemnya, anjir.
But down to our final selection here. Skepeus definitely
the final item doang itu.
Jedusar, I'm so impressed he's kept going.
Jedusar sih harusnya ini yang menang lobby ini.
63 gold right now. He's waiting for the level 10.
63 anjir, pengen dia bisa level 10 dia.
HP. I love this risky play. He knows he needs a big win.
Yeah, Jedusar just trying to stay alive throughout this as we see this fight not even close. True damage.
Waduh, King Tain kalah.
I mean, you were praising before the true damage.
Ditonjok, diseruduk mati.
It wasn't even there.
Ngamuk King Tain anjir. Jedusar masih menang. 11 win.
Lives, and that's going to be the case. A massive carousel round coming up here. A spatula on the Alawi. A Kiana with a cloak, but not full items built. What does Skepeus want here?
Yeah, does not have the ability on the spatula and actually get that KDA online. Can't even find the levels for it. Jedusar just going to grab a flexible item there. Front line or back. Really, we got to watch Jedusar, right? He needs this first. Puts him in a position where qualifying for top 8.
Jedusar ke 10.
Just needs the second goldnya. After that, being at 45 points. That first place pushes him to 53, and 60 is our approximated striking.
And your goal is mathematically out, Skepeus is mathematically in. It's all about Jedusar trying to claw his way into that first place position with an incredibly capped board.
Yoricknya masukin aja.
Level 10. Pretty much all relevant legendaries in the game are on his board, but they're not upgraded yet. He needs to find the Yorick 2, the Jin 2, the Ziggs 2 especially, if he wants to guarantee this win.
Yugol may be able to
Lawan-
play some spoiler here. Goes up against
Oh,
Skepeus.
bukan. Skepeus lawan Yugol. Semakin bertarung mereka. Si Jedusor enak banget lawan Ghost anjir. Harusnya sih Jedusor 1 ini mah. Skepeus kalah.
Yeah, I mean, when you're anchored on a single frontliner, true damage just eats you alive. It doesn't care about the resistances you've stacked up on this Poppy. Usually HP is a good way to try and deal with it, but no, this Ahri does just far too much damage. And now Yugol is the only one who stands in the way of Jedusor.
Lawannya adalah Jedusor.
As possible to that
Jess Lucian.
This is no surprise.
Langsung diganti lah, Jess Lucian lah.
The two last players left alive, their combat strength was evident when it comes to that Senate 3, upgraded into the Ahri true damage, into the Akali as well, that 3-prong attack with Qiyana, farming components throughout these last 2 stages. Jedusor, we saw it. He raised the stakes, he risked it all for the biggest reward possible, and he found it.
Oh boy, Jedusor with the headline illusion in place there as well. This board has been growing stronger and stronger over time. We'll see if Illusion's be able to keep himself out of trouble. We have got the Jin over in the other corner as well.
Itu itemnya nggak mau dipasang ke Lucian soalnya jelek ya, Red. Apa? Blue buff ya.
Fight, not actually able to get anything done, but now the crowd diver stun onto the Senna is going to slow down the damage. It's going to leave time for Jin to try and win this.
Jinnya menang harusnya.
Jin gets to go all the way. The body block from Ziggs protecting
Body block
his
from
teammates.
Ziggs.
Number 1 tank.
Number 1 tank.
Literally when it mattered
Quite
most,
literally.
because that made it so that the AoE damage from Senna would not kill both the Jin and the Ziggs if it landed. Crucial fight there, and I think this is where Senna starts to suffer, when there are so many different targets you have to chew through one by one, and so many different clumps across the entirety of the board. She cannot melt everything as quickly as we've seen earlier in Stage 4.
I don't think I've ever seen higher value out of a crowd diver jump than stopping that Senna in her tracks while the backline stayed alive and was able to push forward there. Massive for the side of Jedusor.
Last bit
Nah, teman dapat apa nih si Jedusor?
for that Jin to upgrade to one of the
Buat,
bigger damages on the board for Jedusor. 13 wins.
Usian sih harusnya.
Finds the Yorick here as well, but it's all going to be about this Jin.
Boy, we've got
Butuh Jin.
we've got the item to come in for the third
Oh,
item
Jin
available.
big shot. Sih nggak mungkin. Nah itu.
All right.
Found it!
Last item, you don't have mana generation, unfortunately. You do have the adaptive helmet at the very least. Going to go on the Lucian headliner instead.
Blue buff being switched.
I love it.
Oh,
Beautiful.
di switch.
Beautiful, still
Oh,
playing around.
beautiful, beautiful Blackstone. Menang ini harusnya Jedusor
We're
guys.
pointing out before the front line isn't
Sakit
fantastic,
banget
but
itu.
the back line is unbelievable.
Backline-nya
Crossfire will
menakutkan
start
ya,
again.
kiri kanan.
Knows
Mau
exactly
ditembak
where
Lucian
the
apa mau
stand to get away
ditembak
with a big shot. Keep your eyes on that Sarah.
Jin, tinggal
Sarah
milih ya.
damage is coming through. As Zed gets into the back line.
There's the
Waduh.
extra it popped. The King
Oh, tapi
takes
tetap
down
masih
the
bisa
Ahri,
menang
and
harusnya.
now he's on the Senna.
He did it!
Jedusor able to find his first place and set him up for success in Game 6.
The golden road is open for Jedusor. The comeback
Jedusor
attempt
45
is
berarti
real.
5-3 ya.
Big risk, but I think he knew exactly what he was doing at every
Big
moment.
win itu.
Let's remember,
Lagi
he did
tinggal
not
1 game
only
lagi.
88 fights on Skepeus, he was looking through every single possible outcome and where he would end up losing. He looked through all the timelines and found the one where he's now in contention for a top 8 spot despite a slow start to this day 2.
Yeah, it was perfect. I loved the early way he played Heartsteel. He even had the potential to play even riskier, but he still played kind of a bit reserved, right? It wasn't just fully out there going for every single risk that he could. All the variants, dialed it back just enough, finds himself in that first place.
Well, gentle viewers, we are coming up
In-
to a
Indo
final
menang nggak,
game
Bang?
of day
Enggak,
2,
Bang Arif.
when all of these players
Sayangnya.
journeys culminate in a chance to get to the
Nggak
top
ada
8 and call
Indonya.
themselves global champion by the end of tomorrow. We have our analyst desk coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back momentarily.
Not a good result.
Yes!
Twice in one day.
Yeah. But as we were talking about before, the power level of the lobby will be inflated. We did see, of course, before some of our players claiming their route very early on.
Now we see why
Oh, udah keluar nih Arumunya.
Yeah, there's the Edge of Night. It popped. The King takes down the Ahri, and now he's on the Senna.
He did it!
Aduh, aku sama Bang Banana sama Bang aja dia anjir.
For success in Game 6.
The golden road.
Waduh. Elratos. Oh, ini ada 3 player wildcard. Waduh, Bang Banananya udah hilang ya? Satu room sama Bang Banana, ditambah Bang aja dia. Gimana besok ini?
We still could have our LOLOS story.
Bisa mas, nggak ada yang nggak mungkin, ada si Dito Master gak mungkin. Parah sekali lo ngebully Dito mulu anjir. Sampai Dito nggak pernah muncul lagi kan.
Whichever lobby has the most TFT.
We surely are turning up the rumble when it comes down to the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. This is game number 5 for the day, and there is so much that we get a chance to look forward to heading into the final game of the day.
Absolutely right. It's so fun, and we got a treat during that last game as well.
Yeah, for sure. Hardstyle making the difference. 7 Hardstyle. We were talking about it with Clement. And finally, we saw a casual, not the best possible, but actually great for having a good or the best placement with the first place from JSO.
And on the other side, I felt like it was very brutal for the other ones in the lobby because this lobby was all about being contested. 4 players were going for the same compositions, and they were kind of out by default.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the ribbon boards and what happened there, you know?
Yeah, for sure. We got May, we got also Cheche going for the ribbon, both with good angle to do it. Cheche with the 8-bit emblem got it early, and also May getting a lot of ribbon, but none of them could get a 3-star, and we got a 8th place and a 5th place for Cheche.
Dia juga muncul, cuman gue muncul langsung hilang, iya. Makanya, dia lihat lu langsung pergi dia. Langsung gini, hilang, push.
Yeah, but it really didn't come together that much for Mai, at least. It wasn't possible
Parah sih emang kamu.
to get as strong as it should have been. I, however, do want to talk about a comp that you're seeing here right now, and that is actually Xinjiang's board coming here in 4th. During that game, we saw him play an Ari together with a Karthus rather than the Akali that we're seeing a lot of, and I thought that was so cool. It didn't work out. It was very bad. He lost. But I just thought it was so cool to try to kind of find that creativity when you're unable to find that second unit that you're looking for, instead going for another 4 cost that can provide some extra damage and at least
tatonya mantep ya. Kiri kanan.
Absolutely. He really
kiri apa itu?
But that's just the
tanaman kayaknya.
Nature of these last few game lobbies. I want to give a shout out to Yugal, which is center positioning was absolutely
pakai edge of neck kayaknya Dito darah sekitar sekamuflas.
This is exactly how you want to cap this board.
Yeah, I was personally looking at how Sympannseyt was
pakai
also one
zonnya
of these
dia.
other players that actually navigated that KDA line. You saw that Poppy as a really great piece to that front line, but still playing within that same KDA tree that we ended up seeing sort of teched into Xinjiang's board as well.
For sure, using what he knows and what he tells us in their interview, he did a great tempo with 7 KDA. He didn't get the 7-3 tar until level 8, and then when he got it, it was good enough to get him to great places.
Well, now, unfortunately, we did see Yugal take that second place, but I think there's a pretty good reason why that second place might have come to fruition, and that's because at the top of the lobby, Jedusor taking those risks and getting the rewards. What was really going on for Jedusor in that game? Can you show us?
Yes, for sure. Let's see it. We have now the tactical breakdown presented by
HyperX.
Okay, so here it is. It started with this early cash out with good results on 3-5, and the casters were crazy here. They were like, what is he doing? He's rolling. He didn't saw his headliner. He's still level 7, but actually what he was doing, he was looking for the full hard steel board. So he was rolling, and finally he was able to find the 7 hard steel. This allowed him to go for a bigger cash out. It doesn't matter if he win, he wanted to lose. He tried to lose for the minimum possible, and then with a few rounds, the next cash out, the big cash out, was going to be in round 4-3. We were talking with Clement about the cash out. He only got 400. He was trying to go for the 500 where you get the best result with that Tactician's Crown. You also get like double Radiant. We were talking about having the Rascal Growth, but actually it was a lot of gold and a duplicator. If you see it like that, it was not the best, but the gold was so much that he was actually able to roll a lot and get the units that he really wanted. And then with this, he pushed to level 8. He tried to go for legendaries. He found the Lucian in the afterwards, and that's what gave him the final lobby and the win. Jedusor is important. He started this round only in place 18, and now with this win, he has the possibility to go to day 3 if he gets a first or a second on this round. Clement, we were signing together. What do you think, man? Are you missing the 500 or 400 is okay?
Honestly, this was the biggest showcase of why Heartsteel is so good. He low-rolled on so many things, but
kalian pikir aku nggak dengar dibilangin, aku nonton pakai TV nggak bisa komen, tapi aku buat aja. Parah sih, parah emang Dito kan kasih gue emang parah cuy. Kayak ikut-ikutan aku.
Thank you so much to both of you for that tactical breakdown.
Set 11 kita harus bekerja bersama-sama ya, challenger ya. Kita 3 orang lah, Kazuo, Dito, ayo. Kita main bareng terus gitu sampai master kan sendiri-sendiri udah.
I'm so glad you brought that up, that Jedusor does have a chance to break into the top 8, and that would be a historic one.
Udah kelihatan ya.
You are looking once again at the standings here with one more game to go. Our tiebreaker is probably going to be around that 60-point mark. We were talking about a lot of players already on very high points on that first page, so it might be 61 even. We're going to see where it comes in, but it will be very, very hard to break into the top 8.
It is going to be, especially when you take a look at who is leading the charge for all 32 of these tacticians. We've got Degree and Sympannseyt in first and second place respectively.
Oh, Minala bisa masuk.
They have they have locked themselves into the final lobby after
Oh,
11
CA
games.
bisa
That is
dicogen.
incredible.
That's one of the best runs we've seen so far. I think the record has not been broken, but with even with a 7 degree, with a first place, could still have the possibility of a great result and break the record for first place.
Ever since we switched to a best of 12, the highest points we ever seen in the first 2 days is 72 by Setsuko and Saka. And now Degree has a chance to beat the Bulls and beat the Golden State Warriors and go for the highest record.
That's an impressive record to hit too. Almost like getting a 6-8-bit cash out high score.
Right.
I had to put that.
I think that's a good comparison because after all,
Saya
it
masuk
is
siapa
about
aja?
the
Tadi
high
si
highs
Lee
and the
Choo-yen
high
dari
finishes.
Vietnam,
We saw
terus
a lot
duanya
of
saya.
very known names in that list
Egy
here in
sama
the kind of
Kejaos.
bracket where players
Aslinya
can still
satunya
move in or
Vietnam.
out, like Malala, for
Terus
example. I'm
Vietnam
very curious how
satunya
that's gonna go.
Yeah,
itu
that's exactly what
kena
you're saying, though,
kena
right? Is that
sanksi.
there's a 60-point
Kena
cutoff
sanksi
that all
gara-gara
the players
boosting
are
sama
truly looking at right now
judi kayaknya.
as the break point to
Terus
make it
digantiin
into
sama
the
Egy yang
final
nomor 4.
lobby tomorrow. We only have one game left to determine who will be our top 8
Last
on
game,
that
last
final day.
game,
So let's
last
send it
game.
back over to our casters, Casanova, Counterfeit, and Panda.
Thank you so much, Necro. We are so close, as I was saying, to qualifying those top 8 through. The journeys these players have been on, just to even get to this kind of point, are absolutely astounding. And it all comes down to this final game to see who those last joiners will be.
And we're going to be going back to the lobby we did last time, and we're looking at 3 players. We got 3 names here. ZUA, Iggy, and Jedisor. Those are the 3 that can still make it into that top 8, so we're going to be watching them intently.
So many names that are still fighting for their regions. Malala for NA as well in a different lobby. It's just the do or die moment. All your prep the entire season, starting with a ladder snapshot, going into the major tournaments in NA and EMEA and all regions across the world, going to the regional finals, day 1 and now this day 2, all coming down to this last game.
And very notably, they're all at 53 points. This needs to be a massive game for any of them, but it's unlikely that we see all of them or even multiple of them make it through. They need either first or second to even be in contention.
And that's gonna mean that
Wah, langsung milih. Multi talented gak ada yang ngambil. Multi talented gak ada yang ngambil, guys. Masa gak ada yang mau ngambil dah? Last game gitu kan ya. Have fun gitu kan.
We'll see if he can one-man it again. We know we deserve it.
Oh, come on. Okay. You got it last time.
Listen, this is my most picked portal on my pick'ems. Good job, Eggy.
All right, ready yourselves, everyone. One last time around, and we're looking for a big lock-in. Xingtian will find exactly one of those. Eggy as well with the Urgot.
Yeah, Eggy finding an Urgot I think is massive, right? Trying to be able to play that win streak style, get a lot of gold, and we've seen him play for high HP, and then take a kind of mid-game where he loses a lot, he just sacrifices HP, stage 3, stage 4, and then hits a full board at that point.
For Jedisor, could it be Riven, the
still.
who also qualified
Wah, Jedisor still lagi.
Riven and Heartsteel to make his way to the Worlds with these crazy exciting first-place games.
Jedisor still lagi.
This a replay, production, please.
Yeah, I mean, it was the same lobby, but did you mean literally we're going to cast over the same exact lobby once again?
Hey, the result was good. I'm down.
Yeah, it ain't broke, don't fix it. Jedisor is fixing to get himself another first play finish. Remember, the path he took last time round was treacherous indeed.
Kalau dia bisa juara satu lagi si Jedisor fix 8 besar aja tuh.
Alright, we'll see.
Tinggal kayak tadi enggak ini mainnya.
For those slots are faring. Yue has found actually a Olaf as well that he's going to be playing around. So that is, you know, looking to stabilize that early game. It seems like most of these players outside of Jedisor are playing for that win streak.
Making use of the early Nico to get the KD online, potentially the Superfan online as
Egy
well.
butuh ilmu api, semakin lama semakin panas. Iya. Kayak gitu gak jarang main Heartsteel banget ya. Pasti main reroll kebanyakan sering.
Everyone knows Jedisor wants to raise the stakes and wants to play for first. 2 players especially are going to try and stop him from doing that.
Semoga berhasil ya, 8 juara 1 sama. Ayolah, ada yang masuk itu 8 besar di saya aja.
The concept of too risky just can't exist for Jedisor anymore at this point. Fusek coming in, you need the big finish here. Nothing but the absolute bleeding edge.
He is not stressed at all. The feelings are smooth. He's flowing.
Jedisor mana?
His
Clear mind.
He's trying to go for that run it back.
He's expressing himself through
Jedusar clear main anjir.
Tiny on the right
Udah best banget cowok. Si Egi bingung nih.
on his face, knowing this is the moment
Mau main sama face spin dia.
or just miss out.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Egi being able to pick up salvage bin. So we're kind of looking at opposite styles here. Egi going to look to really push the tempo, slam all of his items, especially with his Urgot early. This is going to be a really strong board to find that win streak in stage 2.
With salvage bin, quick reminder, if you're looking for a win, which is what Egi needs, there's a high cap to this augment because you can break down emblems in the late game like we saw Dish Soap doing in day number 1 to try and find those verticals, the 9 true damage, the pentakill, the 10 KDA we saw chase so many times today.
And of course, in this lobby, we will not have any real help from the portals outside of the early plays. These early Urgots later on finding that kind of portal power would be
kuat ding anjir. Wah, kuat anjir.
Normally the Olaf would be the answer to all the problems, but Urgot just perhaps too big of a problem to solve.
He stayed on level 3 and he still find the win. That's just how strong Urgot actually is.
Urgot kuat banget anjir.
Yeah.
Good enough.
Yeah, it's good.
One thing I wanted to bring into the conversation in terms of unusual augments, too big to fail from your goal from Korea, going from a bruiser-centric line, will be able to get a good amount of power in early on.
Yeah, that's actually a setup that might actually even be scary for Egi to run into. Too big to fail with the Olaf headliner early. Usually you just use this to win streak a lot in the early game. I'd actually be very interested if Ugol tries to continue to play this throughout the game because most of the time in NA, it was just used as a 2-1 augment to win streak on stage 2 and 3.
Very interesting. We'll see. I mean, I know at the very middle part of the set where it really gained popularity, players were just playing for that 6 bruiser.
Momen paling gue suka salvage bin biar slam nanti ya enak itu salvage bin apalagi di awal. Apalagi yang salvage bin plus yang bisa dapat 2 item lagi. Wah enak banget itu.
Using those punk rolls with clear mind to try and have that mid max of having some board strength while trying to level up.
See on the other side though, ZUA, the board strength is overwhelmingly strong with that buried treasure, getting a little bit more punch behind that early board. Certainly doesn't seem to be taking the more passive approach to looking for that first place.
Trying to find Heartsteel here as well. That's the big one for the
What? Caitlyn anjir.
Very early.
Caitlyn early, cowok.
Does this maybe sway you in a different direction?
Yeah, the items are actually pretty solid for this as well. It's pretty reasonable.
Riven juga bisa sih, main Riven.
With it being Riven Caitlyn, you actually will effectively stack 8-bit in the early stages of the game.
You have to sell all your bench here
Wow.
though, which makes you have to sell both the pair of Pantheons and the pair of Vines. I like this, adding in the Vine set to get the 1 extra gold over having the Pantheon in for Punk.
All right, we'll see how this newly minted board does. Again, this is against the too big to fail exploding bruiser board. So
they meant too big to fail, si juga.
Win, but maybe good enough to get some stacks in of 8-bit and get a few units off the board.
Yeah, realistically, lose streaking all of stage 2 is just fine. I think the positive outcome is the fights are close, you get some kills, you get some stacks, and that's really all the Jedusor is looking for on these early stages. But we talked about how Riven can cap out, how it can win games. We've seen it falter, but this is when Jedusor needs it most.
Talking about what he's looking for. First pick on the stage 2 carousel. Doesn't have Heartsteel in yet. Has the Cassante Heartsteel headliner. Does he find a Yone? Does he find a set? Or is
Wah,
Riven
gak ada Heartsteel sama sekali anjir.
Potentially an 8-bit emblem if he wants to go down that route and finds a Spatula in the stage 2 carousel.
Dia ambil Riven.
It is 3 gold as well, just in case.
Yeah, no Heartsteel available here, so it just does feel like the bow, which is already pretty good to pair up with the itemization that he has on the bench. I think we will see Jedusor just try and play around this Riven, at least in the early game. Having the pair, I'm curious, he still had Pumpkin, maybe he uses the 1 roll, sees if he can high roll, but if not, he'll maybe take it out and just play the Rivens.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we'll be able to at least keep them on the ball for the time being, but let's check around with what everyone else is up to. Cheche, with the duplicators from before, is set up for a strong early board. Has kept things mostly under control.
Main
will hit
itu ya.
the 2-star ribbon exactly
Punya
as you
dua laser duplikator.
Not fight for the top 8, but he can fight.
Oh, si Jedusor. 3 Riven 2 anjir.
Caitlyn as well. He was trying his hardest for Heartsteel, but the game is saying, listen, you got 1 win already. Don't get too greedy. Here's some Rivens instead.
I think there's a lot to be said to listening to what the game wants to give you on any given day. The Jedusor, this is a very, very important day. Going to slam in the Bloodthirster. Going to draw out these rounds a little bit longer without making too much of a threat I was gonna say, without making too much of a threat of winning, but I think actually that'll still happen anyway.
I think
Ya sabar Dava, aku nggak diajak. Ya sama kamu deh Dava.
Good, but I think the big thing to look at is Clear Mind is actually giving him so much econ over this, and while he's broke, he's already hit 3 copies of the unit that he's looking for. He'll be at 6 once he can find the headliner, and because a lot of gold is going into leveling via Clear Mind, he'll actually hit 7 on pace that he needs to actually be rolling down for the Riven 3.
And the fact that he found these Rivens in the right moments where he can hit the upgrade and not have to hold the second unit on the bench makes things so much more easy for Jedusor in terms of that awkwardness with Clear Mind sometimes.
All right, just taking in some of the other augments on the lobby overall. Mai from Japan, we haven't seen too much of as of yet, going for the rich got richer, so the economy start, and it looks like Heartsteel attempt for the early game. So we're keeping our eyes out, particularly on, again, on those 3 players, Ziyue, Eggy, and Jedusor, how far they can push in this game. A top 2 at worst, a top 1 at best.
Ziyue runs into Eggy. Eggy staying on level 4, and Eggy has lost throughout this stage, so not able to keep the full win streak, but both of our Urgot and Joyers going up against each other.
And for Eggy, you're thinking, how can a player who needs to play for first slam a Sunfire and a Shiv? It's because he has Salvage Bin, making the best use of his augment to have some tempo slams early that he can break down later on in the game to find that BIS for whatever carries he needs.
Yeah, very, very smart play there. And one of which is definitely an augment that's definitely taking
Waktu kamu main tadi sempat 30 plus Mas yang nonton ya.
Early Ahri.
Sekarang udah enggak. Balik lagi ke 10. Ke setelan pabrik Kazuo. Sekarang setelan pabrikku cuma di 20-30 doang. Gak bisa sampai tembus. Semoga nanti kalau misalkan masuk final bisa tembus 1000 ya.
This Spellweaver though.
Yeah, not optimal.
We'll have to see how greedy Cheche is going to be. Yugo, though.
I love this board.
This is absolutely filthy.
4 Bruiser, 1 Ahri. I mean, Ahri actually can work out great as the carry playing in this Bruiser composition. You talked about the 6 Bruiser out, and then you find like a TF carry. Ahri can work, but you might want to find a little bit of spread damage to add to it. I don't think you want to solo carry.
Dapat Ahri ya si Yugo.
It definitely puts me in mind of the Ahri Sentinels board. We've seen this before. I guess we've got a little bit of extra damage. We've got 4 Bruiser in right now for not an insignificant amount of punch to back up that Ahri's damage.
You can make 30 here as well. You can slam the red buff if you'd like it on the Ahri. If you're thinking about playing something more like an Ezreal later on in the game, even just a TF can hold it and then move into legendaries later on.
All right, let's check back in on our big 3 Ryu. Currently, let's see, more towards the top of the table. Yeah, sorry, I didn't expect to be doing quite that well at this point.
It's
41 gold in the bank and a 5-round win streak as well. That's certainly a great setup for the push later. Jedusor again.
Satukan nanggung 10 kasih, amin.
Has not found any more Rivens since then, but still the ball's looking good. And
bisa ngalahin.
Yeah, I mean he's definitely playing Riven. You see the slams, Quicksilver.
Ya kayaknya Riven sih ini udah nge-slam Quicksilver sih. Jedusor main Riven sih guys. Fix. Dia juga dapat natural juga sih Rivennya, jadi lumayan juga. Nggak usah try hard doang.
So important for Jedusor if he's committing to this Riven line.
Ya, dia tinggal nyari Giant Slayer udah dapet best powernya doang. Best power, best item.
He needs to find that big result in this final game.
And we've got our augment selection coming up here for 3.
Okay, augment selection, prismatic, la prismatic seru lah.
Together and it's prismatic.
Tebakanku benar ya.
Find the right augments. He needs to get these rerolls going. Tiniest Titan, Blinding Speed, and What the Forge.
Jedusor mana kita lihat? Tennis Titan sih. Tapi kalau nggak harus combat sih. Oh, John Lotus. Oh, John Lotus fix. Oh, benar Razor.
Thank you very much.
You know, we talked about this quite a bit and how Jewel
tetap John Lotus lah.
one of the best augments.
The best aja itu augment buat.
So intuitive because you look at Riven, you say, well,
oh, si CC juga lumayan itu Sena John Lotus anjir.
You know, you're already slamming Quicksilver.
Si Eggy mana si Eggy? Si Eggy, aduh, dia jelek si Eggy. Diamond.
Seems like a few more players agree. Cheche also on Jewel Lotus. Ken also on Jewel Lotus.
Menurutku augment yang Diamond itu jelek anjir.
It's absolutely fantastic for that invisible an extra push.
Ya gimana ya?
Jedusor still, you know, making sure that he keeps himself nice and cozy here. The items continue to be slammed and ready to be moved across the river when the moment is right. That moment isn't quite yet though.
We passed the first test for the Riven board. Now the second test is coming up. The stage 3 carousel. Can he find a spatula to be able to slam a bow onto it and find a 6-8-bit later in the game?
Oh, he's not going to be able to actually have first pick, I believe, by in this spot. We'll see how it actually shakes out, but it looked like a couple of people took losses and may have dropped below it.
Looks like Eggy's on 64. No, still first
no.
pick.
He actually fell all the way to the
one more
bottom.
fight, though, still.
Yep, one more fight to try and hold on, and his power level is still kind of creeping up to where he could find some fight wins.
Eggy picking up, going to level 6, going to spend a little bit of that gold. Has the Seraphine coming together. Getting the item slams in pretty aggressively here.
Wah anjir, cepet banget anjir.
Streak, but maybe that might be about to at least soften, if not change.
Yeah, of course, the salvage bin, right? He's going to always slam these items down. Ended up going for the Determined Investor, trying to make some extra gold here. Diamond Hands also gives him a third frontline item to go alongside with these backline items. So he can continue.
Pangman yang diamond harus di buff, bisa ngeluarin cost 4 setiap mau mati champion.
Has been lost streaking quite a bit. Very rich on level 6, looking to push potentially to
setiap
a
mau mati anjir.
That's a heart still in place as well, almost like that rich got richer, so definitely trying to play for a big win out in this.
Masalahnya cuma dapat 1 gold gitu loh. Kalau gold, tapi gimana ya? Ya harusnya di buff sih, kalau nggak diganti aja sekalian aja.
Gragas is holding ground for an enormous amount of time.
I'm going to be honest, I'm going to put my biases on display here. I'm happy to see a blue buff on my side because my played Riven last game. It seems like just comfort comp. He crushed Cheche's dream. Thankfully, Jedusor looks uncontested for this game. Number 6, Spatula is there.
It's going to his side.
Oh, spatula. Oh, Jedusor dapat spatula, anjir. Bisa gitu loh si Jedusor ini aja.
The golden road for Jedusor is paved in spatulas and big hopes and
Si
dreams.
anjir orang ini, cok.
Here for the road to a potential first and a potential day 3.
Now he needs exactly one specific headliner. I'm not going to celebrate until he finds an 8-bit Riven. Hopefully.
Ini jangan di jinx ya. Ini kalau di jinx wah Jedusor.
They need to find that perfect headliner and they can never get there. But Jedusor, everything has been coming up for him exactly as he wants, and his roll down likely going to show up on that 4-1.
Nanti roll down-nya di 36.
Why I was grimacing a tiny bit. Obviously, it's maybe
wow, sekarang.
On a board like this. He's rolling now. 20 gold only to work with. Surprise.
All right, that's
8-bit Garen.
I think he knew he couldn't milk the Heartsteel for another cash outs because he would be rolling for the Riven anyway. So it makes sense to roll down a little bit here and at least preserve HP the next 2 rounds.
Okay, well that's.
Ya sih hasilnya agak itu sih nyawa udah tinggal dikit juga 50.
It's now possible to reach up to that 6th version. No, can you see the item slams? Presumably this is just a stake.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Wait for the headline.
Renting it until he can find that Riven. It's a good rental, right? Because you're just getting extra 8-bit, but not having the Corki means that Jedusor does not have that 6 immediately online.
Lawan IG ya. Kayaknya nggak kuat.
Items will be swapped over to the Riven headliner, ideally in the 4-1 roll down. 25 gold to work with, and hopefully make it to after the Wolves PvE round. And we'll see
kuat banget Nikonya anjir.
The board he needs. As you mentioned, Casa, the weirdest thing, he has all the 8-bit units except for the 1-cost Corki.
Yeah, but he won't necessarily need it as much later on, right? Finding just a generic Riven, get the +1 from the generic Garen, find the +1 with the Riven, and then, you know, hopefully in this big roll down that he's got on 4-1, you can find the 1-cost.
Oh, si Cece sana 3 udah.
Hold it throughout the game because of clear mind. I totally forgot about that, but yeah, it's a big reason why he's not able to have that.
Nah, main reroll tuh kayak gitu cepat ya terus 3-nya sebelum masuk ke stack 4 kalau bisa 3. Udah enak. Tapi dia pakai itu hero itu ya duplikator ya. Yo Bang, apa kabar? Makin mantap aja nih di game ini. Halo Bang Resback ID. Iya. Alhamdulillah. Semoga besok bisa lolos ke final.
Ziwe just trying to win streak, try and go as much HP preservation as possible.
Curious if G-Wes tries to follow similar footsteps that Skip Payas had in that Game 6 yesterday, where he played with a double Infinity Force for that duo carry between the Zed and the Akali. Both great users playing into the vertical true damage instead, but no spatula here.
Ini sedunia. Kalau yang ini sedunia. Kalau yang aku lagi mainin itu se-Indonesia.
Through Jedusor though, 4-1 is the pivotal moment for the French player. He did it last game. Can he do it again?
Yeah, he got his way up to 40 gold. He should be able to get near 50 after these neutrals, and it's going to be so much to work with. But needing one specific headliner does make it that terrifying prospect. You're not even sure if 50 will be enough.
Alright, let's go.
Kalau Jedusor, reroll, apakah mendapatkan?
Corki's in place. We have one.
Trio. Wow, Caitlyn 2. Waduh, Riven-nya tapi di mana guys? Riven 8-bit, Riven 8-bit, where are you?
Eggy hit Seraphine 3.
Oh, Eggy dapat Seraphine.
Well,
wow, nice banget ini.
Has not really found too much. Actually, still just slow rolling. Gonna just level up to 8.
Just gonna wait to roll down on 4-2. I'm curious if Jedusor did manage to finally hit. He's rolled down to 4 gold.
No.
And he has
Oh no, Jedusor gak dapet anjir Rivennya.
But I assume it is.
We have to believe, just as hard as Jedusor must have to believe in himself in this game. TUA at least does have.
Mantap, lanjutkan bang, siap bang berbagai ID, lanjutkan juga bisnisnya. Semoga lancar terus. Itu bukan dari jam berapa sampai jam berapa bang?
CN player 11 win streak, now a massive roll down coming through, maybe even a huge combat augment coming through at 4.
Terus yang jaga bang Haris sendiri. Oh, silver ya. 1, 2, 3. Jedusor mana Jedusor? Dia ngambil apa ya? Healing orb sih. Oh, nggak mau diambil dong. Sering strike berarti. Si Eggy ngambil Hermesis. Tadi butuh combat augment. Oh, si Ryue. Roll down, dapat.
Ended up getting picked up as Sona, a pair of poppies as well, and 2 Ezreals. A lot of pairs found, but no completed units for ZUA. Does look like it will be the poppy headliner though, is being played around.
He's taking down his gold all the way to 0.
Oh, si Yugo main. Oh, si Yugo main ini loh. Main disco. Si Mai coba main Deflex.
ZUA forward being correctly read out from before. We're starting to see the units come into place. A Z up to full itemization with the edge of night.
Lawan Skepeus.
Side from Skepeus, we haven't seen a ton of. Has brought out the hologram board, but not the hologram board which we've seen a few times before.
I'm curious about the Giant Slayer on the Zed. I would have really liked to see the Infinity Force on the Zed and Giant Slayer on the Ezreal instead, but I am sure that ZUA knows a lot better than me how to itemize these units coming into a round where he needs to win to try and make top 8.
Iya, bagus gitu, bagus Giant Slayer gitu kok, Giant Slayer Z. Soalnya kan Z-nya biar bisa nusukin yang depannya ya. Aku juga sukanya pakai gitu, Giant Slayer. Terus Estegan Blade, dah, enak.
12 full wins.
Si Eggy. Riven gimana si Jedusor? Jedusor gak dapet itu Rivennya. Oh, udah gak dapet anjir. Oh no, gak dapet guys. Padahal itemnya udah best banget loh itu loh buat Riven.
This is starting to look tragic. Of course, the risky play, it's an all or nothing on a combo that we've seen fail a lot this weekend.
Oh, nggak dapet anjir. Oh, sedih banget anjir. Terpaksa dipasang itemnya. Nyawanya juga 318 masalahnya. Oh, nggak bisa kalah harusnya. Lawan Sena langsung anjir.
Very close to it.
I don't know if he has enough money to make this happen. It needs to be Riven off the carousel and then, 8-bit Riven plus an additional Riven in this next shop, or else I think he's out of here. Too many of these boards spike way too hard.
Sulit sih. Buat Jedusor.
Even the Riven here would not matter. He just needs the.
Halo guys, 16 orang. Ada siapa aja nih yang masih nonton? Ini game terakhir loh. Habis ini paling aku mau diskusi sih sama Bang Yandi tentang besok gimana enaknya.
We mentioned it. It's a specific headliner. It's so hard to try and pinpoint for exactly one.
Yeah, Jedusor seems to be out of luck here, but ZUA and Eggy, the two other players who are looking to break out of this lobby and into the top 8, they are doing exceptionally well. ZUA, of course, with a massive win streak, but Eggy also thriving.
Finds one Riven, one more roll, doesn't get there. Chen finds the Vex 3 Executioners pretty online, but the front line very soft for this comp. So actually looks very much like it's going to be a bottom 2 alongside Jedusor, as they've both fallen down to 1 life.
Oh,
literally just the Riven headliner away. If he can survive one more fight, there's one more chance.
He's facing off against Eggy, one of the strongest players in the lobby. 6 win streak for the player who found the Seraphine 2 earlier on, and that's going to be the matchup here as well. The Nico holding on the fort, the Echo with the Redemption walking up to heal her. The Seraphine cast, if they come through onto the Riven, she doesn't sneak into the backline either. She gets stuck on the front line. The Caitlyn cast comes through. The Rabbit on tech with the AP scaling. Is that going to be enough?
Yeah,
Ribbon is stuck for so long.
It's big, a lot of extra damage coming through. This bonus damage on Rabadons. The cast, the dodge from the Edgelord isn't enough. One more cast from the Caitlyn can come out. The Ribbon goes down, but the Caitlyn survives. The Rabadon's death cap. Shout out to Gangly, he knows where he is.
Oh boy, it was a secret hidden tech. Jedusol lives another day, another shot. The dream still feels so far away.
Oh, ada si Dava, ada Itataki, ada Fitz, ada Dito absen juga. Gimana Dito menang nggak? Tadi katanya main.
With the Rage Blade onto him, the Poppy headliner, very strong board for now, a 3-win streak.
Si Mai.
UA is finally taking a loss here.
Oh, King Ten udah keluar defeated.
After streaking the entirety of the game, 40 gold, level 8. Look at
si Ryu masih, wah ini sempurna banget nih. Nyawa masih gede. 87, duit masih 40. Alhamdulillah.
I don't know how many rounds it's going to take to try and find the headliner, but going up against Ugol with the Ari locked into the corner of
Gak bisa sih, harusnya kalah sih. Harusnya kalah sih, Jurusor.
Strong enough. It's down to the Caitlyn by herself, and I do not think there's a further reprieve to be found.
Gak bisa.
Cap might be an okay item for Caitlyn, but it's not good enough for this one. And
No, tidak, Jurusor tidak bisa top 8 berarti ya. Berarti Egi, ayo let's go. Egi.
That being said, Jedusor has to be very proud of the season he's had. An insane breakout since
Aku daily kukiran Kingdom tadi bang, bukan TFT. Aku tuh pengen main game apa ya? Tapi bingung aja pengen main game apa.
Maybe top 10, top 12 in his first ever World Championship.
Yeah, that makes a big difference how big of a splash you can make the first amount.
Israel 2, Israel 3 kah?
A lot more of him to come, the lessons learned from this. I'm sure we'll stay
lo grounding itu aja. Tertipu, aku tertipu.
They both are still able to find a spot in that top 8. They both put themselves in very solid positions to do so. Both of them the highest HP in the lobby. Jue finally going to start taking some losses as he tries to econ up for level 9.
Just with the way that Heartsteel works,
si Egi bisa ke 8 ini harusnya.
More and more resources going into the late game, whereas the cap has been hit by Egi. He's stabilized, he's healthy, yes, but where does he go from here with a Seraphine 3?
Yeah, that's the big question, is how can he actually cap this out? Usually, you would say something like Sona when it was the Spellweavers, but we haven't seen Sona find very much success at all, and it definitely doesn't feel like the way to stand up to a Heartsteel board that is capping with 3 fully itemized carries already, and the ability to itemize legendaries later on.
Yeah, and he's certainly very short on cash, but does find at least the Lulu to be upgraded. Maybe we will
itu ya, 7.
Try and punch a little bit more power.
Sayangnya nggak dapat Ari yang nge-roll down ya.
The center board here going to be very hard to deal with.
On the left side, Egi
lawan Sena board. Lawan CC apakah menang, guys? Menang sih. Demon itunya sih. What?
Able to win this last fight here, 2 wins now in a row for Egi, and wins that mirror matchup against Sena.
Yeah, it's a really good point you call out. As much as we were talking about, hey, play for first in this game, we do know they're 53 points, right? If you get 7, it still puts you to 60. That was the initial target
9 sih.
so there's still a chance that you can find it with that second place. You've got an Ari now to replace the Lulu. Ari 2 can definitely make a big difference.
Oh boy. To be in these players' shoes, to make those kind of decisions at this moment that could send you into the top 8 or away from it. Ugol, of course, we've still got to consider for our players who are trying to make it through to day 3, neither of them can, it's a possibility neither of them hit into the top 2, and neither of them get the spots at all.
We saw it in NBA Finals, the cutoff was at 61.
Kenapa itu di belakang ya?
Effect for what players would make it or not, all the way into that day 3 and then into Worlds. Looking at this board now from Jiwei, still those Infinity Boards is doing so much.
Siri menang si Ugol harusnya.
Especially holding that even shroud. The direct counter to the disco board is not doing enough just yet. The Ezreal one does not have enough damage to one-shot the TF, and TF is able to clean up. Poppy can't do it by herself.
Yeah, actually a pretty significant loss. A lot of
itu Seraphine mekanik skillnya gimana sih? Kadang suka lempar skill ke backline. Dia itu nyari yang penuh, yang ngumpul banyak. Yang di area itu dia bakal ngasih gitu. Jadi dia pertama mesti bakal di depan dulu kan, soalnya kan banyak orang yang di situ. Terus kalau misal depannya kayaknya udah habis, baru dia nembaknya ke belakang. Itu sakinya tuh yang skillnya 2 kali sih, yang tung gitu. Sekali skill aja sakit 2 kali langsung.
Maybe just waiting for everyone to die will not work out. Egi has to find a way to cap out and win at least against one of the 2 Heartsteel players.
it looks like we might have another death coming through. Scape is falling very low now.
Scape kayaknya bakal mati nih, nggak kuat nih.
Thresh getting one last hook before he goes down. Maybe that is enough as the Senna.
Waduh, Senanya sakit.
Through the rest of the board. Now that's gonna do it for.
Oh, I love the Ezreal. He jumps up in the air. He readies his bow, and Senna just like goes.
Oh, cast times. So Scapeus is out of here, but again, his job has already.
Si Yugo lawan Serapin. Tung.
To get across that line before the full group stage.
Anjir, kuat banget anjir, Ekonya gak mati-mati.
Been relying on the last surviving member, but not good enough, I suspect.
Loh, mati anjir, what the hell, Zig?
That was a bigger hit than I was expecting.
Okay, Zig, we've been seeing these 1-star Zigs popping off.
He's a
6-1 loh itu.
Go!
We're looking now at the stage
Oh
5
my God.
carousel. The key 5 cuts have been instantly swiped and picked up by the first pickers, Cheche and Yugo. Zijue,
Kayaknya Egi ngambil adaptive helm gak sih?
make his front line just a little bit tankier, trying to solve the problem of that Seraphine damage.
Oh
raining
enggak,
down
oh
upon his
buat
tank
itu
as
berarti.
those fights begin.
Berarti buat
Still
siapa?
one-checking as well
Akali
for the
ya?
Japanese player.
Yeah, Mai looking to play spoiler against these two. Egi has now overtaken Ziyue on the HP, but we do know that Ziyue should be pushing to level 9, and here it
Ya, udah
is
99 ya.
another Heartsteel cash out on the way as well. But the rolldown has not
Dan mau Heartsteel cash out juga 156, harusnya 160 lebih.
No digs, no Jin.
No Ezreal 2-star either.
This is a little bit
Missed
sad.
everything, actually.
Especially with the Bruiser Emblem, you really want to have the Alawi, I assume, to try and fit in the 4 Bruiser to have that extra bit of tankiness. But also no RE2 for Eggy, so, you know, hands
butuh Ari,
being shaken
anjir.
across the board, no one's hitting anything.
Everyone's spending every piece of money they've got available. There's barely any gold left in the lobby at all, even while the HP totals on the top are more substantial.
Lawan Riwe,
We do get to
siapa
see
menang
our
ini?
two players whose dreams are
Harusnya sih
big,
Riwe
face
nggak
to
sih?
face.
Yeah, Jue versus Egi. Both of them really want this fight when the other person is still contesting them on points. You want to be trying to drop them as early as possible. Try and make sure that the spot can be yours.
Sama ya, poinnya Riwe sama Egi anjir.
Poppy trying her best.
Sama-sama 5-3 ya.
And Egi holding on to this HP lead. As Mai finally loses a fight, which is incredibly important here.
Wah, nice deh, untungnya cuma dapat itu doang dia. Dapat Jazz Emblem, oh my god.
And talking about capping your board, that's exactly what he needed.
Wow, that extra dose of power of the Bard. Which means we're going to be having ourselves Jazz 4 in the mix, and you can see there's a lot
Jazz
of breaks
4
active on the
dong,
side.
anjir.
That is a massive way to cap out. In fact, maybe the highest way to cap out.
Oh my
goodness.
Wah, anjir, ke-upgrade semua, anjir.
Enjoyer who will enjoy no longer.
Enjoy this L, actually, in this one, because I feel like
Waduh, kalau Ryuyo menang kayaknya Egi nggak bisa masuk ke 8 besar guys. Ryuyo harus kalah ini.
Champion tomorrow. This board coming together at speed. We check across the rest of the field. Of course, we're looking to see if there will be any further pushes towards elimination. As Mai is almost
Si Mai apa mau mati?
dead.
That's a cash out.
Mai is next.
Itu cara
We saw the upgrades. Maybe Mai can also find what he needs to continue capping on his board, to continue contesting Egi.
Larinya butuh 2 ini. Dia nggak bisa ke 9. Minimal lari 2 baru ke 9.
Egi still able to keep these wins up on the 1-star Ari, so at least he has kind of a ways to go. But the Heartsteel players have much higher caps, and honestly for Egi, he's hoping that this game tries to end
kenapa,
even
Dava?
faster. He's hoping everybody starts
Tiba-tiba
falling
kamu
off,
ngomong aku.
and as Ziyue cannot find even further hits to get there. But the last time Egi fought against that board, it was significantly weaker than it is now.
Still saving a little bit of money. We'll find a little bit more courtesy of the round. We have got a little bit more itemization to put together for the Ari on the back line.
Gonna try and roll for the RE2. He can't go 9. He thinks there's not enough time. Gonna roll for the RE2, but can he even find that?
Gak dapet anjir RE2.
Now, especially compared
What the
to his
hell?
opponent Jiwei, who found so many big upgrades. The Lucian, the Zach,
Oh no, nggak dapet anjir. Kok bisa?
Has been found. Stark.
Wow, udah menang Ryuwe itu.
Between these two rolldowns.
Kontras banget anjir. Masa nggak ada anjir?
Coffers there, and yeah, no RE2 despite the world of trying.
Oh, and he's going to leave his death blade behind.
Oh, no.
Oh, look, it came with.
Oh, harinya di CC ternyata.
Scarier sight than Alawi with a saxophone when you're trying to go first in this game.
Mai harusnya kalah.
The left side there just looks like a dominant win. And Eggy on the right, the Seraphine already
Eggy-nya kalah harusnya.
crowded. The Senna clump comes through. The AoE damage, the Seraphine cannot out-heal. and that's going to be a loss for Eggy, who has a lot of HP to work with at the very least.
Yeah, and Mai seemed like the only person that potentially could slow ZUA down, but now ZUA has taken care of that. Now he just has to push through the rest of these boards.
Ya, Ryue sih menang sih ini sih kalau boardnya kayak gitu anjir.
Where is this Ari? He's used so much gold to try.
Arinya nggak ada anjir.
I was just checking to see if we're going to be seeing picking up anywhere else. I mean, Cheche definitely has got one of the Aris themselves to try and deny a little bit longer, but that's got to be incredibly frustrating for Eggy at this of all moments.
If Eggy can hang on for that second place, though, we know that potentially the cutoff is still doable. Might be livable, but a third does not feel like it does enough. So Eggy,
ya Eggy harus 2 sih. Paling nggak bisa minimal bisa.
I love this positioning. The tentacles targeted first, and now the Poppy and the Zed feeling that damage.
Eggy ganti spray om.
Now up together. The Ezreal misses, only hits the Ari. His aim is not ideal. The Senna, Kenji wants at the Ezreal. She can't. Too many damage dealers, too many threats on this Heartsteel board. A big loss for Cheche, and a big loss for Eggy as well. The Chinese players running away with this lobby, and we are not surprised considering everything he's hit in the last few rounds.
No, he's walking easily. He's got such a massive Heartsteel board, the Jazz emblem, the cherry on top. GUA should be able to win this game.
Waduh, dapat Arinya, guys.
Position to make top 8, but Eggy,
tinggal positioning doang ini si Eggy.
It's just Eggy versus Cheche. Can Eggy hold on
Eggy
a
harusnya lawan
little bit
Cheche ini.
longer?
17 HP versus 10 HP. The dream could die right here up against UA, and the board made of nightmares. The Seraphim
UA, aduh bisa nggak nih? Please jangan mati dulu.
Can't hold on against the
Tidak bisa.
Poppy, and the Zed ripping through the
Waduh, mati Eggy cow 3.
He's down in Cheche 1. Eggy gonna fall in 3rd. One of the big hopes of SCA will end the day on 59 points.
Gak dapet Ari 2 anjir kasihan banget ngerol sampai 0 gak dapet anjir.
It'll be a question that'll be on Eggy's mind for such a long time, so close to potentially making it haunting to be.
Karena dia doang yang bisa masuk 8 besar dari saya.
2 stages and not finding it in the end.
Udah menang Rio ini, udah fix.
Isn't on your side on this day. You of course looking to try and extend.
Semoga aku nggak kayak gitu. Wah anjir, Lucian 2 udah menang.
Sometimes it rains and it
udah.
Over the just and the unjust. That is going to be a huge step forward.
Yeah, able to find the Lucian. So even if GUA loses this one round to Cheche, will not stop the power train here, being able to pick up even more. One more fight for GUA to lock in the best possible chance at making that top 8.
Harusnya top 8 sih Rio sih. Tapi nggak tahu nanti kayaknya banyak yang tiebreaker deh. Oh, nice.
Dominating win from Jiwei, who again from stage 6 onward hit upgrade after upgrade after upgrade. The Lucian, the Jazz emblem, the upgrades on both the Alawi and the Ziggs. My goodness.
And win streaking until 4-5. I mean, honestly, this has to be the expected outcome when you can save that much HP and then play
lihat standing dulu ya.
I mean, it's what we wanted to see from our players, of course. It's a ludicrous board with no end in sight as to how strong it would become. But I mean, this was the point in the tournament where you get all of the heartbreak really comes together for the players who can't make it. And for the ones who maybe can, they're going to be holding their breath. We will have our break ready. When we return, we shall find out for sure who will be playing tomorrow for the title of Global Champion and who will just miss out. Stay tuned, we'll be back momentarily.
First,
everything
right into
is going right for Genazor.
This right.
Isn't enough? One more cast from the Caitlyn to come out. Ribbon goes down. But
no!
Caitlyn survives the Rabadon's death cap. Shout out to Gangly. He knows where he is.
Oh, it matters. She's almost dead. Look at this clear from the Ezreal. Dominating win from Jiwei, who again from stage 6 onward hit upgrade after.
Jangan bilang kalau istri di samping lu nonton live stream. Enggak, aku lagi di kos kok ini, Bang guys. Jadi enggak nonton. Di kos aku, jadi bisa teriak, bisa buka baju. Enggak deh, enggak mau kalau itu. Oh, yang Goro Neko.
Halo.
Halo, halo.
Nah, apa? Gimana nih? Mau nanya-nanya yang bingung atau mau vote review? Terserah.
Nah, nanya aja sih. Kalau dilihat dari World ini, kayaknya harus steal gak sih yang nomor satunya? Paling kalau reroll, satu jarang-jarang. Paling bisa 4 besar. Menurut kalian mending besok incer apa? Dan gimana strateginya?
Kalau gue dulu ya. Kalau gue.
Ya, boleh.
Kalau Bang Si beneran gak ada buat steal, kalau early tier non day nggak bisa slam apa lu nggak bisa slam buat AD, lu full tempo terus main reroll. Kalau terus kalau kedua kalau lu lihat lobby lu nggak ada yang main driven, lu bisa slam AD, lu bisa kalau ada bisa buat USS apa Edge of Night, lu main driven. Lu full tempo ke-7 main driven.
Tapi kalau tadi sih kalau dilihat dari itu, kayaknya ada yang main Riven sih, yang lawannya Bang Fabian itu yang nge-force Riven terus.
Riven itu, iya.
Iya. Jadi kayaknya Riven.
Ya, kalau mau selamat dari Riven ya hold aja Rivennya.
Iya, paling di hold aja sih.
Kalau aku sih menurut itu tergantung sih besok gimana sistem turnamennya. Itu kan 3 game tuh, itu 3 gamenya sistem poin, top 8 masuk final atau di cut per lobby gitu kayak game pertama diambil 2 orang apa 4 orang, ntar game kedua diambil lagi 4 orang. Kalau memang game 3 game kayak diakumulasi poinnya bisa main reroll sih menurutku. Soalnya lebih stabil harusnya kalau item road tier gitu.
Kayaknya kalau dilihat dari
pasti nggak ada yang nge-kontes kan, pasti orang pada main hardstyle semua, jadi
iya,
lebih guarantee hit kalau nggak ada yang nge-kontes.
Paling kalau main reroll, aku lihat sih paling kalau dari World ya, aku lihatnya dari World tuh kebanyakan Senna sama Serapin sih.
Iya emang.
Ya, itulah makanya road tier opener yang nggak bisa nge-slam AD, kata Fabian tadi.
Oke. Nah kalau augmentnya pemilihannya combat semua atau gimana? Atau misal ngambilnya duplikator ambil aja gitu?
Kalau Senna paling bagus remote roots tuh bisa nge-force Senna. Kalau Serapin. Kalau Senna ya itu yang true damage itu apa sih namanya, bring out.
Kalau lagi kaya jangan ngambil duplikator bang.
Iya, kalau memang spotnya udah jelek banget nih, udah susah banget hitnya, kayak udah ngerasa kalau nggak ambil duplikator hilang, pasti nggak bisa dapat, ya ambil. Cuman kalau dapatnya di 21 ya diambil nggak apa-apa, tapi harus commit reroll.
Ya mungkin juga harus open sama reroll sih, soalnya kalau gue lihat lobbynya lobby hardstyle semua itu.
Iya.
Tapi sistem turnamennya emang berapa game sih?
3 game.
Cuman nggak tahu sistem poin, tahu sistem eliminasi
ya,
gitu.
Poin 3 teratas. Kalau lu selamat 3-3-3, kalau nggak 4-4-4 lu bisa masuk sih masuk.
Game pertama reroll sih.
Kalau enggak, tergantung spot juga. Maksudnya kalau openernya rotier gitu nggak bisa nge-slam AD, main ini aja, main reroll aja.
Kalau beneran bisa main ada flex ya main ada flex kalau bisa. Kan soalnya itu paling lu nyari kalau nyari poin ada flex bisa.
Cuman jangan bimbang ntar di.
Iya, jangan bimbang.
Soalnya dari carousel pertama pasti udah ngambil itemnya nentuin main apa kan.
Iya,
Kalau main reroll pasti ngambilnya roll.
Ya paling nggak dari ya apa?
Kayak most of the time tuh pasti ngambil road, kayak mau main Serapin, mau main Sena pasti ngambilnya road di carousel pertama.
Oke.
Kalau lebih dari 2 kos ya, soalnya 1 kos masih bisa sama yang lain.
Lebih gampang lu kasih video sih kan, Tomal. Vote review.
Ya kalau mau ya vote review gamenya dia, cuman hasilnya mahal ini.
Beda lobby harus.
Iya.
Kalau ngomong game Bang Sim selama turnamen ini lebih div banget sih. Gak bisa kalau lu mau play style yang sama kecuali hoki banget. Kalau beneran maximize peluang lu.
Nah, paling ini aja coba maximize value aja, kayak value shop board atau lihat. Kadang ada pilihan yang lebih bagus gitu. Terus Bang Sim yang lihat. Paling kalau mau nge-vote review ya ngeliat itu doang.
Kalau tadi ya misal flashback tadi ya pas main round 2 ya. Pertama kan aku main Adiflex semua tuh. Main Adiflex semua juara 1 semua, dan kebantu gara-gara dapet si Iron Asset. Pertama ngambil Iron Asset semua tuh 2 game. Terus kebantu juga ada item holdernya si Urgot. Nah, Urgot ini yang Urgot. Ya, Urgotnya bisa ngebawa sampai stake level 7-an lah, terus baru ganti sih. Itu sih menurutku. Kalau
sampai transisi kan.
Iya, Urgotnya yang bantu banget sih 2 game tadi tuh.
Gue gak ke drop Urgot sama sekali 1 turnamen. Sad.
Nah itu sih kalau 3 game sih masih bisa mengerti kalau harusnya.
Harus open sih Bang Sim. Lu beneran harus open. Kalau lu nggak open full tunneling Adiflex, soalnya lu lebih div banget.
Iya.
Besok pasti pada main Adiflex semua itu.
Iya, kemungkinan sih 4 orang lah, 4 sampai 5 orang bakal ada flex. Bisa jadi.
Paling bener ya lu full tempo, slam EP yang bisa dipakai, slam AD kalau main AD ya slam AD yang bisa dipakai. Terus lu scout di 35 apa yang kosong, kalau Riven kosong.
Enggak Bang Ilan.
Kalau Riven nggak kosong ya lu ke 8 AD flex. Kalau AD. Udah itu.
Nah, Riven lihat spot Rivennya juga nggak bisa di force.
Iya. Kalau Riven kayaknya enggak dulu deh. Takut, maksudnya kalau dilihatnya juga agak takut Riven. Mending reroll cost 2.
Kalau kosong sih nggak apa-apa harusnya. Kalau kosong.
Iya.
Nggak ada yang main.
Ya cuman nggak.
Tapi kok nggak biasa ya?
Nggak biasa, susah deh. Cost 3 tuh lebih susah pertama dari cost.
Iya, cost 3 lebih susah, bener.
Soalnya lu ngerollnya waktu orang ngeroll level 8.
Iya.
Ngerti nggak? Kayak lu ngeroll 2 round sebelum orang ngeroll level 8, kalau roll lu salah fatal banget.
Pernah mainin line XC nggak Bang?
XC jarang. Paling aku seringnya paling reroll cost 2 Sena, tapi Sena tuh aku jarang banget menang gitu kalau main Senanya. Nah itu.
Ya emang
masalah. Memang nyari top 3 itu kalau main Sena.
Nyari top 3 top 2.
Berarti ke level 6 dulu kan? Biasanya aku level 6 nyari Senanya headliner, terus baru ke-7 baru ngerollnya di 7.
Ya,
apa bagusan roll di 6?
Kalau darah banyak, kalau darah lu 70-an gitu, terus bisa board lu bisa nahan sampai 41 atau 42, lu roll di 7. Soalnya lebih maximizing outnya. Jadi lu di 6 ngeroll sampai Kaisa, pokoknya ada item holdernya. Lu hold, lu stop sampai ada holdernya. Frontline apa enggak backline. Pokoknya harus ada lu stop headliner yang bisa item holder slam udah itu.
Cuman ntar nyari headliner jangan di level 7, cari dulu di level 6 baru naik level 7.
Ya biasa level 6 ada 6 Sena lah. 6 Sena kan ya. 6-7
Kalau
baru ke level
kayak
7.
umpama udah mau angle Sena, jangan langsung naik ke 7 kalau belum ada Sena headliner. Ngeroll dulu buat Sena headliner baru
Iya.
naik level. Biasanya
Iya,
gitu.
aku nyarinya gitu dulu, headliner dulu baru ke 7
Cuman
misal.
di 32 ya jangan dipaksa, harusnya kayak Serapin, habis itu Katarina tuh bisa dipakai buat statistiknya buat stabil aja.
Apa aja, pokoknya jangan ke
Iya,
dalam
apa aja. Jangan terlalu dalam biar bisa ke level 7. Soalnya spike-nya ntar di level 7 kan, kayak Sena butuh Akali, butuh Abi.
Apalagi ya?
Tapi kalau lihat item opener sih kalau itu.
Kalau bisnya Sena tetap Nasor sama apa? Prabadon kan?
Nasr damage.
Ya, Nasr damage.
Jangan di force, bisa slam.
Oh, jangan di force.
GS, slam GS, slam decap.
Oh, GS juga bagus.
Bagus lah.
Nasr damage.
Oh, Nasor damage. Yang penting damage satunya ya, sedapatnya.
Iya. Jangan anti heal, jangan life steal.
Oke. Berarti
Misalnya lu apa?
anti heal-nya berarti make apa tuh namanya? Yang armor tuh lupa apa? Sunfire. Ah ya.
Apa aja?
Lebih ke dapatnya sih kalau dapat bow banyak bikin aja red buff, ntar kasih ke Akali nggak apa, kasih ke Lulu nggak masalah. Lihat komponen aja ya, jangan terlalu di force.
Oke.
Soalnya bow nggak terlalu kepake kan, cuma Nasr doang. Paling kalau mau ntar CS buat Akali. Jadi kalau banyak di drop bow, dibikin aja itu red buff, nggak masalah. Sebenarnya yang paling penting item thread-nya sih kayak spark gitu atau shift itu penting loh.
Oh, berarti butuh shred-nya ya, spark atau shift.
Pokoknya item Zena, shred sama item tank itu paling penting.
Oke.
Anti heal ntar lihat komponen kayak ada sisa apa. Kalau memang udah ada item tank, sisa belt atau sisa chain bisa bikin sunfire. Kalau di drop banyak bisa bikin red buff. Kalau ada belt nganggur ya ntar tinggal di carousel dapatnya apa. Kalau dapat belt ya bikin Morello. Kalau dapat terus ya bikin Morello. Kalau dapat chain ya bikin sunfire.
Berarti kalau misalnya nggak bisa Nasor tut si Senanya bikin red buff sama kalau nggak Morello nggak apa-apa.
Cuma jangan dikasih ke Sena tapi kasih ke Lulu nggak apa-apa.
Oh, tapi tetap nggak dapat Nasornya, terus diisi apa?
Sebenarnya GS decap.
Oh, dua damage berarti.
Ya, 2 damage. Cuman kalau nggak ada Nasor butuh rapid fire sih.
Oh iya, berarti
ada Nasor.
Headlinernya bagusan rapid fire apa true damage?
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
Kalau misalnya keluarnya true damage diambil nggak? Atau coba
ambil,
cari
ambil.
lagi?
5 true damage lebih bagus daripada 6 true damage.
6 true damage pakai Yasuo.
Iya.
Oh, pakai Yasuo.
Jangan pakai Yasuo.
Oh, jangan pakai Yasuo.
Iya.
Lu cuma main kalau dapat Kiana. Kalau nggak dapat Kiana jangan main.
5 true damage tanpa Yasuo tuh lebih bagus daripada 6 true damage pakai Yasuo.
Oh, gitu ya.
Soalnya Yasuo-nya hitungannya dead slot kayak main level 8 tapi main level 7 board.
Nah, sekarang coba ngomong kalau Serapin. Aku juga jarang sih, tapi dia pernah sekali lah menang lah daripada si Sena. Kalau Serapin augment-nya, best augment-nya combat atau
Remember Roots, abis itu Infusion juga bagus, Lotus paling bagus.
Remember your roots yang bisa di force.
Oh,
bisa di force Remember your roots.
Kalau
Infusion tuh kalau udah tahu main Serapin terus nggak ada augment yang lagi bagus sambil Infusion bagus.
Terus kalau itunya bagusan KDA atau Spellweaver atau sama-sama bagus?
Sama aja harusnya. Yang penting sesuai tempo.
Kayaknya bagusan Spellweaver.
Sama aja.
Iya, cuman lebih better.
Harusnya bagusan KDA. Soalnya capnya 7 KDA sama kali.
Cuman di level 7 lu bisa main 7 Spellweaver, 5 Spellweaver bukan lebih gampang. Bentar, coba kau lihat.
Capnya bagusan KDA. Soalnya kalau lu ada item bisa dikasih ke Akali.
Berarti bikin 7 KDA ya?
KDA, iya capnya 7 KDA. Yang penting Seraphim cuma satu. Yang penting jaga ikon sih kalau main Seraphim. Soalnya lu butuh cap banget.
Sama tempo.
Iya, butuh tempo. Lu harus slam. Harus ada
Kalau nggak dapet tempo, Seraphim tusun.
Harus ada board juga. Lu harus win out. Nggak harus win out sih. Harus menang di stage 4, stage 5. Stage 4 itu bisa nahan Seraphim 2. Tapi jangan dinolin. Kalau nol, meskipun lu hit Seraphim 3, tetap bleed 5, 4 gitu.
Soalnya butuh ke 8 gak sih?
Iya, butuh 8, butuh Ari. Soalnya kalau lu nggak dari 2, nggak bisa bunuh frontline.
Iya, tadi kayak si Egi nggak dapet Ari 2.
Iya. Carry-nya Ari 2.
Level 7-nya bagus, tapi level 8-nya bagus kali ya.
Oh.
Udah aku lihat. Karena di level 7-nya bisa main 4 spell event, 5 spell event, kalau spell event.
Berarti kalau misal dapatnya nih, misal dapat Seraphim Spellweaver, berarti di level 7-nya dibikin 5 Spellweaver dulu.
Nah,
Terus di 8-nya dibikin 7 KDA gitu.
5 KDA.
5 KDA. Oh, 5 KDA aja.
Namanya 5 KDA 5 spellweaver.
Kalau Spellweaver. Tapi kalau KDA dibikinnya nanti di level 8-nya 7 KDA.
Iya. Yang penting Ari. Yang penting Seraphim itu bagusnya ngepanis board jelek. Jadi kalau di 8 banyak yang low roll gitu, Seraphim ngepanis banget. Bagusnya Seraphim tuh kayak gitu. Jadi Seraphim 2 aja bisa ngepanis. Kalau lu kalah main Seraphim kalah di set 4 berarti lobby lu high roll. Udah gitu aja.
Kalau itemnya? Nah, ini belum deh. Item Seraphim. Pakai Sojin.
Sojin mode paling bagus. Iya, Sojin mode. Cuman kalau mau tempo bikin shift di stage 3 nggak apa-apa, kalau nggak bisa bikin Sojin. Kayak sampai carousel gitu nggak bisa bikin Sojin, bikin shift aja nggak masalah. Ntar kalau creep round gitu di pop aja, kan tahu kan cara nge-pop item super fan tuh.
Tahu.
Kayak super fan.
Pokoknya Seraphim.
Chinese Seraphim tuh.
Shift Morello. Pokoknya Seraphim cuma ngepanis board jelek, udah. Carry lu tetap Ari.
Oh, carry-nya tetap Ari.
Carry itu Ari. Seraphim cuma ngepanis board jelek di stage 3-4.
Tapi Arinya item apapun AP nggak apa-apa? Atau
yang penting ada Nashor.
Oh, yang penting ada Nashor.
Ari bagus, yang penting ada Nashor. Makanya Nashor Seraphim jelek, soalnya yang paling butuh Nashor Ari.
Si Seraphimnya butuhnya Morello.
Iya. Soalnya Ari ya dia kan.
Ya,
Nah,
kalau udah bikin Morello berarti nggak usah bikin anti healing lagi kan? Tanknya?
Nggak usah, Mas. Cuman kalau itemnya sisanya Sunfire gitu dibikin aja.
Pokoknya slam apanya, udah slam apanya.
Berarti kedua reroll itu butuh shred-nya tuh apa? Spark ya?
Ya, paling bagus Spark. Aku item tank masih bingung sih sebenarnya, taruh di Nico atau taruh di Eko.
Kata Fabian tuh, Fabian ayo. Eko Fabian.
Kalau kata Fabian sih bagus di Neko, soalnya KDA lebih tebal soalnya.
Tergantung lu hit apa.
Hit apa duluan gitu.
Ya, enggak ada sih. Kalau lu dapat item slam lu armor bagus di Nico. Kalau item slam lu warmok dan lain bagus di Eko.
Balik. Warmok di Nico.
Oh iya,
Warmok di Nico bukannya?
Jadi Eko itu bagusnya Sunfire Spark gitu. Sunfire
Oh,
Spark.
Sapphire Spark.
Ya,
Nah,
util.
kalau main serapin nggak butuh Santara. Harus lebih ke
Neko KDA-nya kan scaling HP persenan soalnya.
Iya, Niko soalnya scaling HP persenan. Jadi kalau ada item reduction kayak steadfast, warmog, apa armor, gargoyle gitu bagus di Niko.
Oh, Gorgol bagusnya di Nico, bukan Neko.
Berarti gampangnya utility taruh di Eco, item tank kasih Nico.
Oh iya, gitu.
Gua agak ini sih.
Apa?
Agak tipis soalnya Eko kan spell weaver, terus bisa
Iya,
nge-stun area, bisa nge-heal.
makanya kadang-kadang bingung cuy.
Ya.
Tapi kalau mau paling gampang ntar hitnya apa dulu aja sih di
paling bagus ya hit apa dulu.
Kalau dapet
Maksudnya,
Eko
2 pasang ya.
Ya kasih aja kayak Eko 2 kalau dapetnya Niko 2 waktu ngerol ya taruh aja di Niko 2 gitu.
Jangan lu grid, kalau lu Eko 2, Niko pair, terus lu nggak mau ngerol, jual aja udah yang ada item di Niko, kasih pindah ke Eko. Jual aja meskipun item di Niko. Pokoknya yang 2 star duluan.
Nah, kalau untuk awalan mending lost streak apa win streak?
Nah, kalau gini bagus. Ya bagus tempo, full tempo. Hanya lu
Bagus win streak.
Iya, lu ngepanis main hardstyle.
Oh, main win streak berarti kalau bisa.
Apa main hardstyle juga paling enak dari win streak kan?
Iya, aku tadi juga main win streak dulu di awal.
Iya, pokoknya the best for every round. Udah.
Sebenarnya kalau ngomongin bagus win streak apa lost streak tergantung shop sih.
Iya.
Kalau shopnya bisa win streak ya bagus win streak, cuman kalau enggak ya mending 5 lost streak sekalian.
Ya kalau shop lu ampas lu paksain menang per round gitu nggak dapet ikon.
Tusun ya.
Iya.
Malah tusun.
Lu paksain.
Oh, berarti lihat juga ikonnya ya.
Iya. Streaknya dilanjutin maksudnya memang. Jadi kalau lu streak udah 3, lanjutin 5.
Oh iya.
Stage 2 ini sih vital buat ekonomi.
Kalau reroll yang paling penting stage 3.
Oh, stage 3.
Iya, stage 3. Itu antara win out apa enggak lu. Stage 3.
Kalau stage 3 bleeding ya itu udah.
Iya. Lu harus ngeroll berapa, meskipun lu nggak bleeding, ikon lu kayak tai, lu nggak bisa ngeroll lebih banyak lagi di stage 4, kalau nggak bisa ke 8, sama aja.
Oh, oke. Berarti misal ya, gitu kalau kan lost streak nih 6 sampai di 32, habis itu harusnya menang kan?
Ya, kalau mau main roll harus ngeroll. Harus ngeroll. Pokoknya board lu stabil kira-kira. Bisa bunuh lah. Harus stabil.
Mulai jam 5 lagi ya. Jam 3 ya.
Berjuang bang, masuk ke offline.
Makasih bang Riko. Amin, semoga bisa.
Masuk TV. Gue tonton.
Iya, kita udah tusun semua pak.
Iya, kita tusun semua. Gue kalah sama Riven.
Mau kalah sama Fabian tuh hari-hari.
Ini harusnya Sympannseyt ngajarin ini nggak sih, Dudut Fabian?
Iya, Cok. Kita harusnya diajarin bang sih mancing. Kita tusun duluan.
Enggak lah.
Kita ada tutor. Kita tidak berhak berbicara. Kita tusun duluan berbicara.
Waduh,
tidak ada ceritanya.
Beda dong. Kalian gara-gara satu lobby, anjir. Sangat susah sekali.
Lobbynya keras nggak bang tadi?
Tadi kalau yang roda 2 ada 5 master sih, ada yang 300 juga.
Kalau perbandingannya scrim kemarin loh.
Lebih susah scrim.
Ini yang main kita.
Lebih susah.
Berarti kan screen ibaratnya kayak worth it.
Dan menurutku juga aku gimana ya, hoki juga sih. Kayak game 1 Z3 gara-gara main Golden Egg gitu kan. Pecah
dapat 2 duplikator nonton aku tadi itu.
Dapat 3 duplikator, terus Z kurang 1 muncul lah. Enak banget. Yang game kedua dapat headlander-nya juga lumayan cepet. Walaupun nge-roll sampai 0 sih. Terus bisa ke 9.
Biasanya ngambil apa headlander itu?
Apa ya?
Harus tuh. Level 8.
Bentar. Aku share screen aja kali ya.
Terserah.
Aku gak lupa soalnya.
Ya, aku kemarin ada bilang nggak sih bagus sambil kopi sama sih. Lupa aku.
Tapi kalau lebih lu mikir semua mau main reroll, lu harus berani main hardstyle bang Sim.
Iya.
Kalau nge-squad stage 2 kelihatan sih orang main apa.
Iya.
Kalau main hardstyle pasti nge-slamnya kayak
AD kan.
Event round.
Kalau udah ada 4 apa 5 orang main hardstyle, lu mendingan full tempo udah main epi. Hit apa aja. Di-cap apa gitu.
Soalnya selain unitnya free, itemnya juga free di carousel.
Iya. Patrol itu pasti free, gak ada yang mau. Meskipun lu dapat 5 cost.
Juga kalau lobby semakin keras, hardstyle semakin tusun.
Iya, semakin susah.
Iya, kalau kayak tadi kan kita free banget hardstyle.
Iya, free banget.
Oh, di lobbynya kalian itu free banget.
Enggak harusnya. Kalau lebih pertama
lumayan.
enggak harusnya.
Tengah pemainnya kan nggak ngetempo sama sekali.
Ini Sarsirum udah kelihatan kan?
Belum. Oh, bisa.
Udah belum? Hilang toh.
Lihat live Bang Sim aja.
Oh, lihatlah. Oke. Nah, kayak yang di game pertama kan ini ada 4 nih. 4 still nih.
Entah, kok muncul di aku. Halo.
Satu.
Lihat di live.
Lagi live.
Iya, masih live.
Oh, masih live.
Masih.
Kira udahan.
Gelo 111 gelo.
Kan 4 dari still ya. Yang lolos tuh 3. Terus yang 2 ini keras banget nih yang si Penstar ini. Bentar. Soalnya tuh dia dari nyawanya tuh masih 100 banget gitu. Coba di game 2-nya. Nah, di timeline-nya gimana sih? Ini siapa? Oh, gua deh.
Ini gini ya, teknologinya ternyata canggih ya. Gue nggak tahu.
Apa?
Teknologi.
TFT.
Ya teknologi makanya.
Ada timeline ya, cek. Aku baru tahu.
Iya, gue juga baru tahu.
Nah, ini dia yang nge-force mau menang dengan cara Jin 3. Ntar kita lihat.
Serius. Ini keren ini. Ini teknologi keren ini.
Gak bisa.
Challenger opo iki, Cok?
Gue cuma buka teknik Dota sudah. Gue cuma lihat stat terus main.
Gak bisa lihat. Nah, tapi kalau coba di sini. Nah, ini dia. Dia win streak banget di stake berapa ini? 41 nih. Ini nyawanya kalau nggak salah tuh masih 100-an lah ini.
Kalau 5 cost gitu, bintang-bintang 3 gitu masih bisa dinilai sih harusnya. Paling enggak.
Kayak game Kulon Fabian ini. Stage 4. Darah 100. Tusun.
Terus ketolongnya ya sama ini. Kalau nggak ada Z3 kayaknya aku kalah itu di game pertama.
Iya,
dia bisa lebih cap lebih tinggi.
Iya, dia cap lebih tinggi.
Oh, nah ini ada round detailnya nih. Coba. Nah nih, lah punyanya apa sih Star berarti
53 100 ya.
masih 53, masih 100 makanya. Serem banget.
Cuman dia kepanis itu.
Ini lebih div sih. Ini lebih div. Bang Sim kalau ke telur lebih keras, nggak pecah harusnya.
Iya. Terus kalau yang game 2 ini gara-gara ada yang retreat. Dari yang retreat terus diganti sama orang kan. Ini orang lain ini. Si Corvée. Kalau ini cuma standar dari steel sih.
Kalau TFT teknologinya keren gini, recapnya.
Iya, bagusan ini kalau itu ada round detailnya, ada shop analisisnya juga.
Tuh.
Wah, kalau pakai ini lu udah masuk world sih kayak apa?
Bet nggak sih? Gue aja tiap main cuma lihat tag terus start augment tiap main baru ngetik udah. Tapi kalau buat vote review enggak sih. Iya sih.
Ya bisa cuman kayak min max saja.
Iya, lebih jelas.
Kalau vote review itu bisa min max. Kalau ini kan nggak kelihatan di season in gamenya gimana.
Iya, nggak ada. Oh, kalau yang LOLOS tuh gimana sih? Kadang bisa keluar yang apa record atau spectate, kadang enggak. Kadang kan pas kalau
pasti keluar.
Oh, pasti keluar. Aku soalnya pas main ya, pas nggak nge-record nih. Tapi menang, tapi pas mau aku ke LOLOS gitu, nggak keluar apa recording atau.
Kalau beda patch nggak bisa, cuma harus satu patch Bang Sim. Kalau udah pindah patch nggak bisa di record.
Baru tadi pagi
sih. Ini kayaknya udah hilang kayaknya datanya.
Enggak, coba gue tekan ya.
Enggak, maksudnya kalau udah ganti patch sudah hilang datanya.
Iya, kalau udah ganti patch datanya hilang.
Enggak, pas aku masih main gitu, pas mau main, setengah jalan kan. Nah, ini kayaknya menang nih. Nah, terus kan ke LOLOS terus mau mencet record tapi gak kelihatan apa pas lagi main tuh kan biasanya ada lagi main kan lobbynya sama siapa gitu-gitu kan kalau pas lagi main terus ada record unexpected, nah itunya nggak keluar gitu.
Harusnya mesti keluar sih.
Tapi kelar game harusnya keluar sih ininya replay gamenya. Aku soalnya tadi bisa ngeliat replay game kalau pas kelar game.
Pasti keluar. Kalau satu patch pasti keluar.
Kalau spectate-nya nggak tahu dah, aku belum pernah coba. Fitur spectate-nya, kalau fitur reply-nya udah pernah.
Berarti Sena kayak gini ya berarti boardnya ya paling ya?
Kalau berarti... Sena kalau nggak ada rapid fire harus main dulu. Harus ada hyper pop.
Oh, kalau nggak ada bukan masukin Kathleen, tapi mending masukin dulu. Atau gimana?
Dulu soalnya plus 3 spell juga. Dulu Ari.
Spell lumayan AP-nya.
Terus lulunya dideketin Sena ya sama Ari ya di tengah-tengah berarti ya lulunya ya. Oh, gitu.
Nggak dapat teks kadenya nggak apa-apa lulunya. Tempelin aja ke Sena.
Oh, baru tahu itu.
Daripada rapid. Sama AP kan? Hyperpop kan juga ngasih AP.
Nice info.
Itu sih paling hex KDA jangan di grid buat lulunya, mending tempel aja ke sana biar garansi dapat efek hyperpop.
Pokoknya kalau main Sena cuma mau full damage atau Nashor. Kalau nggak ada Nashor full damage. Kalau dapat item mana kasih ke Lulu 2, ada item mana kasih ke Lulu 2. Ada Ari 2 baru dijual pindah ke Ari.
Oke. Kalau augmentnya blink out ya.
Itu laser duplikator biasanya orang ambil di 21 sih. Komitmen zero.
Blink out di 21.
Heret grade.
Hah?
Kalau ada yang mau nge-grief.
Blink out 21 worth it nggak?
Worth it.
Sebenarnya kalau lu main di lobby bener orang jadi nggak mau kontes kalau dapat blank out itu.
Iya, kayak males nih, ada yang main.
Iya, soalnya udah garanti pasti ke kontes kalau dia main Sena juga. Terus spot lu udah lebih bagus daripada spot dia.
Oh ya, ada blink out ya, hitungannya.
Soalnya ya lobbynya orang-orang yang suka nabrak-nabrak kayak nggak peduli. Ya ente.
Hermesis bagus nggak kalau buat ini Sena begini?
Harmasis bagus cuma di reroll. Kalau reroll bagus Harmasis. Harmasis itu item sosok sih, meskipun lumayan ada flash, Harmasis juga bagus-bagus saja. Harmasis itu kayak natural argumen kedua gitu.
Sena paling bagus ini nggak sih, jauh Lotus.
Ya, kalau pilihannya Lotus Harmasis ya mending Lotus. Cuman kalau pilihannya Harmasis sama Out atau apa gitu ya mending Harmasis. Tapi kalau ada niatan main kill, Lotus sama Harmasis itu bagus Harmasis di kill.
Oh, kill bagusan Hermesis.
Ya, kalau sana bagusan Lotus. Serapin juga bagus Lotus.
Serapin jauh. Kalau Serapin jauh.
Ya, jauh ya.
Jauh, kalau Serapin jauh.
Oh, kalau Serapin bagusan Hermesis ya?
Lotus.
Oh, bagus Lotus. Oh, ya kebalik.
Ya, bagus Lotus jauh. Yang reroll mau Harmasis tuh cuman kill doang ya.
Harmasis itu kalau reroll itu kayak auto pick kedua gitu, kalau nggak dapat apa-apa, nggak ada yang bagus, lumayan Harmasis.
Hermesis bagus asal jangan pas dapat prismatik pilih Hermesis. Tuh kata si Fami, bener nggak bang?
Iya.
Bagus aja sih buat combat.
Bagus aja kalau nggak ada yang lain. Ya.
Justru kalau prismatik kalau cuma ada combat tapi sudah dua pilihannya kayak bukan combat mendingan ambil Harmasis. Sama binary itu hitungannya combat juga, combat output. Infoin kalau nggak tahu.
Enggak, lu dapat bulk tapi item holder cuma 2, nggak bisa nge-spread, ya bagus Harmasis.
Paling pertimbangan lainnya kalau bulk umpama punya Kiana gitu, berharap aja Kiananya bisa nge-farming item ya nggak masalah.
Tapi udah jarang sekarang kayaknya Kiana harus bintang 2.
Iya.
Gimana sih Serapin?
Pokoknya Sena Serapin tuh mau Lotus. Kalau kill bagus Harmasis.
Binary lebih ya, kalau sama binary deh.
Kalau dapat submit to the pit juga nge-force urgut bagus tuh kalau mau. Cuman kalau belum pernah main mending bagus sih.
Pernah tadi pagi kayaknya. Ini ada match historinya.
Kayaknya kalau summit worth it di force sih. Lu main Genar.
Iya, worth it.
Iya. Itu kayak
Genar urgut
top 3.
Nah tadi. Oh, nah ini.
Jangan main
Jangan Jack.
Aku dapatnya urgot. Aku 2 kali sih pas live stream kemarin dapat. Tapi nggak menang gara-gara urgotnya nggak 3. Terus ini menurutku ketolong gara-gara ada last stand sih. Yang ini.
Urgot submit to the pit perlu ini nggak? Perlu omnifarm nggak itemnya?
Nggak terlalu sih. Cuman kalau nggak ada item
damage atau 2 damage plus GM.
Full damage ya? Sama apa?
Yang penting 2 damage sih. Yang penting 2 damage, satunya terserah mau healing nggak apa-apa, mau KSS nggak apa-apa, mau rejuvenate nggak apa-apa.
Healing bebas, pokoknya 2 damage, harus 2 damage.
Berarti kan Infinity Edge sama GS ini nggak apa-apa kan?
Iya, nggak apa-apa. 2 damage.
Ya soalnya juga Summit to the Pit dari augment-nya juga dia tinggi.
Iya.
Auto pick itu Summit to the Pit 21.
Kalau main base kayak main 3 game gitu, best of 3 gitu bagus buat damage. Karena garanti placement.
3 game kalau yang diambil 3 per lobby, 3-3-3 itu bagus kan harusnya.
Iya, bagus.
Iya. Pokoknya jangan buat for aja Maxim 3 game. Jangan maksain lain. Cuma enggak sih, enggak ada. Gue kalau masuk juga enggak kejamin masuk final lobby. Pokoknya main yang optimal aja. Kalau nggak ada yang main hardstyle, force hardstyle. Kalau hardstyle-nya ada 5, udah lu nyari line reroll. Udah itu aja.
Mending mundur ya, cari lain.
Ya, cari yang bisa stabil buat 3 apa 4.
Soalnya kalau lima orang main steel gitu antara semuanya rungkat atau ada satu orang yang hit banget biasanya.
Iya, pasti kepanis. Pasti kepanis.
Kalau aku sih seringnya paling main reroll kill sih. Reroll kill tuh sering banget dan sering juara 1 juga sih.
Iya, hari ini juga ada yang main kill lebih gue. Kill bagus harusnya. Kill kalau Winot juga bagus buat Winot.
Kalau kill bisa dapat morde 3 sama siapa tuh? Yang kelas 5 lupa aku. Teorik 2. Udah GG harusnya. Paling positioningnya teoriknya jangan mati awal-awal sih. Kalau bisa ngulti yang gede kali. Bisa ulti 2 kali. Gimana caranya? Positioningnya.
Apalagi kalau misal dapat kayak metalhead gitu kan. Kayaknya udah.
Ya.
Oke. Ada.
Kalau di offer
apa? Gimana Bang?
Apa?
Kalau di offer bling atau metalhead gitu lihat komponen dulu. Kira-kira komponennya kayak cocok nggak buat main. Jangan langsung diambil. Sama lihat lobby sih paling.
Ya lihat lobby sih harusnya. Kalau memang bisa di force aja.
Kalau menurutku kalau mau ambil akuman tuh coba keliling lobby lah minimal. Jadi tahu orang-orang pada ngambil apa gitu.
Aku sekarang kayak gitu.
Apa?
Sebelum ngepick aku cekin dulu. 1.
Itu Augment ramping rhythm juga bagus tuh. Bisa dipakai.
Cek namaku. Namaku apa? Pasti bukan Hersil Enjoyer. Cek ID-ku. Teamfight TFT.
Udah aku cekin terus visinya.
Apa namanya?
Terdemek Enjoyer.
Emang iya?
Iya, ini.
Coba aku 20 game main Hersil cuma 1 sebelum turnamen ini.
Oh, sebelum turnamen?
Iya. 20 game rankku Hersilku cuma 1. Ada blackku cuma 1.
Ini ya.
Oke ya. Coba cek. Aku cek sendiri lah, malu. Jangan dari situ langsung.
Di sini juga udah ada, ini udah ada.
Malu.
Aku cekin semua.
Emang minta TFT? Emang minta TFT web bisa? Minta TFT.
Bisa.
Oh iya.
Aku terus bikin Enjoyer tuh, the fuck. Habis itu first or 8, the fuck.
Jam segini udah masuk bahas politik kok.
Jangan dicek, itu Riven semua itu gamenya. Ada Riven Keepers lagi.
Menang tapi.
Ada pesan-pesan buat besok, Bang?
Harus open line.
Open line.
Ya, harus
open line.
Dan harus yakin.
Yang penting yakin.
Yakin aja, jangan grogi.
Berarti kalau misalnya aku udah commit Senna ya, udah yakin Senna ya, terus gitu ya. Jangan ganti-ganti kan.
Kalau main reroll kelas 2 jangan nge-stuck di 6 gitu.
Iya. So paling besok pagi coba main sih. Coba main reroll coba.
Jam berapa mulai, Sim?
Jam 3 Bang Riko.
Jam 3.
Ini sih coba bentar. Kayaknya udah.
KDA Enjoyer ranknya.
Gara-gara nge-spam Sena tuh kemarin.
Iya.
Aku 3 minggu terakhir tuh main reroll terus aku. Gara-gara pengen belajar reroll.
Ya ternyata turnamennya kayak gini. Gak bisa main reroll.
Average placement-nya 2 aja. Abis itu sekarang gak bisa main hardstyle. Halo?
Kita itu salah siapa? Itu salah siapa?
Paling left Bang Dava kemungkinan besar. Ini kaget si Ponyo. Wah, ini kayaknya sampai ini round 3.
Siapa sih Pon?
Kemarin itu yang apa?
Yang
rame itu dikatain.
Iya.
Yang
Mana
apa?
orangnya? Oh dia masuk.
Masuk dia. Kalau nggak salah,
Ini yang skill issue nih.
Iya,
Bukan.
yang dikatain.
Yang
Emang itu yang dikatain kayak bukan dah.
yang ngatain. Dia yang dikatain tuh Isan Newton.
Bentar. Kayaknya ada di
Dia itu kalau nggak salah coba cek. Masih.
Dia itu yang ngebacot itu loh. Dia yang ngebacot nggak mau main satu game top 1.
Lobby lu keras tuh, Bang.
Iya, keras banget lobbynya, makanya.
Bisa tapi.
Siapa aja coba ntar.
Empat orang
Aja
dari grupnya di Discord. 4 orang di sini. Ada Banana juga.
Jenderal sama aja dia sih harusnya nge-force
Hasil ya.
Itu orang dua. Itu kayaknya dia nggak pernah main reroll deh. Kayak kalau Cinderella nggak pernah main reroll.
Harusnya 3 orang ini main HS. Banana juga. Coba cek ya di meta TFT ya.
Yang El Ratu cuma main Driven.
Dari Bang Banana juga.
Mau makan apa?
Nah, Hardstyle Enjoyer dia. Ini main Hardstyle semua. Si Banana.
Nggak apa-apa. Kalau 3 game nggak main reroll aman harusnya langsung. Kalau bisa top 2, top 3 gitu.
Top 3. Pokoknya jangan bot 4. Kayaknya kalau nggak bot 4 aman deh.
Itu juga just enjoy.
Kalau udah mepet banget dah kayak game 1 juara 8 yang reroll ya udah nge-force. Harus dia ngapain.
Oke.
Karena kalau udah juara 8 game pertama mau nggak mau harus 1-1 kan.
Iya.
Ya udah nge-force harusnya nggak masalah.
Iya nih harusnya kemungkinan si bakal
just enjoyer lebih parah.
Iya, jadi bilang semua si Bang Aji dia sama ini Jin kayaknya.
Iya emang
kalau aku bilang game 1 coba main open, ntar lihat di mana hasilnya. Kalau memang hasilnya jelek ya udah balik ke nyamannya.
Bang El Ratot. Ini Riven
ya. Lucian God Ilawi God, what the.
Itu orang-orang hit Lucian mulu tuh sama Ilawi.
Iya, itu orang-orang anak dukun semua itu.
Oh iya, dia main Riven terus ini.
Griff.
harus di hold sih itu.
Ya harus di hold sih.
Enggak, kalau main Harsil pinter harus di hold. Yang nge-hold harus yang main Harsil. Kalau
iya, itu di ya Riven-nya.
Soalnya Harsil itu yang ngepanis cuma Riven.
Iya, yang bisa.
Itu aja.
Benar.
Kalau lu main Serafin, Senna, lu bisa ngepanis Riven.
Iya, matahari. Iya, di burst. Kalau lawan Riven, Senanya taruh depan mukanya Riven-nya. Jangan dijauhin.
Sini.
Maksudnya dikasih di depannya persis apa di belakangnya tapi depannya Riven gitu.
Ya enggak, ya maksudnya sebaris sama Riven kayak tembakan pertamanya kena Riven.
Depan muka.
Jangan
di depan mukanya.
Terus
dicium.
Taruh frontline gitu.
Dicium hilang.
Diajak keluar map.
Kayaknya aku kemarin ada dah main lawan Swan, main yang semalam tuh.
Dia
main Raven
di PDKT.
Wah ini main apa ini? Harus juga ya?
Diajak keluar.
Coba cekin satu-satu. Waduh, 7 master 1 diamond.
Diamondnya aman.
2 GM deck berarti 2 GM 5.
Tenang, itu enggak seberat lobby game pertama.
Oh my god. Heart still enjoyer.
Still enjoy semua. Ntar aku mau ngecek yang room 2 sih. Master.
Udah pikir terakhir aja room 2.
Nggak pikir terakhir.
Ya pikir
Berarti,
terakhir aja.
berarti ini udah ambil top 4 kan?
Top 3.
Top 3. Jadi top 3 terus nanti kan ini ada top 3.
Sisanya main sama wildcard.
Iya, sisanya.
Oh iya, lupa.
Tapi yang pas main nama wildcard-nya ada yang itu kan? Ada yang AFK kan? Itunya.
Iya.
Itu.
Kalau top 3 harusnya 3-3-3 aman sih.
Iya 3-3-3 aman. Pokoknya jangan bot for aja.
Oke.
Enggak. Ya barometernya 3-3-3 udah paling aman. Udah masuk kategori yang.
Besok bau-baunya main kill lubang ya. Paling kill sih jam terbangnya sih boleh lah. Daripada Sena sama Serapi.
Diambil berapa orang sih?
8.
Tiga orang per lebih. Jadi ini 6 orang.
Ya,
Terus ntar yang sisanya main lagi sama yang wildcard.
Oh, nice.
Jadi kan berarti kan sisa 10 kan? Sisa 10 nanti main lagi.
Ya, di sini udah mulai skill base.
Iya.
Ya paling gitu sih Bang Sim. Ntar game pertama coba main open aja.
Open aja, harus open.
Ya ntar kalau memang hasilnya nggak gitu bagus ya terserah gimana putusannya mau harus lagi apa mau nyoba reroll lagi ya terserah. Cuman kalau saranku game pertama tetap pop.
Oke. Nah kalau misal nih aku tanya, misal kalau dari Bang Fabian, Bang Dudut sama Bang Niko, kalau ngurutin bagusan reroll ya, cost 2 itu
Sena.
Siapa? Dari teratas ke bawah.
Sena Serafin Kill.
Sena,
sama sih harusnya.
Sena nomor 1 paling atas sih.
Harusnya power spike-nya kill sama Serafin sama sih. Kalau power spike-nya ya. Soalnya kalau kill terlalu susah kan, nge-spike-nya harus heroic 2.
Harus depannya ya, bagus juga ya.
Depannya harus bagus juga heroic 2. Tapi kalau yang paling bagus sih Sena.
Oh, paling bagus. Oke.
Itu ngepanis orang yang frontline-nya bintang 1 tuh hilang semua deh.
Iya benar. Sekali ulti. Makanya biasanya aku mundurin kalau lawan Sena.
Ya, kalau lawan Sena harus punya ilawi atau tentakel depan, makan satu ulti lumayan.
Bener. Berarti besok pagi deh coba main Sena.
Coba Vex Bang.
Jangan
kalau belum pernah gue.
Enggak, dia kan main rank.
Oh iya. Jangan nanti bad habit.
Kayak aku main Riven kan jadinya bawa mimpi ya lo.
Iya. Bad habit tadi jadinya. Jangan.
Ini yang ngajarin main Riven pakai keepers nih, gimana nih?
Menang tapi pakai keepers kenapa tadi nggak ambil keepers ya? Halo.
Oh shit. Itu Dudut suka ramping rhythm tuh. Gimana tuh Dudut? Coba Dudut.
Nah,
itu biar hit Sena semalam. Halo. Itu ada orang yang ngide, aku punya belingot main Sena dia. Ya udah aku 4-2 ngambil ramping rhythm biar Sena bintang 3.
Enggak, tapi itu bagus kan? Augmentnya bagus kan?
Ya tahu.
Itu bagus. Buat main Jinx bagus itu.
Kalau ramping rhythm kalau misal cuma aktif 2 doang, bagus nggak? Kurang harusnya. Apa tetap bagus?
Itu buat main pang itu.
Oh,
iya,
main
Jinx
doang.
Iya.
Itu buat main Jinx.
Soalnya pasti top 4 kalau Jinx 3. Jinx 3, slot 3. Pasti top 4. Kan soalnya full tempo mainnya.
Ya full tempo dari early.
Iya, jadi statnya bagus-bagus saja. Tapi win rate-nya nggak terlalu tinggi.
Tapi aku main Jinx paling gak suka bikin Guinsoo, mending bikin 3 item bow damage.
Bang Sim kesini diajarin main pang, coba bukannya menang besok tusun.
Loh, kan saya ramping rhythm tadi.
Enggak apa ya. Malah bisa dapet ramping rhythm di awal, ambil.
Ya kalau punya 5 Jinx ya ambil apa-apa.
Iya, kalau ada 5
Jinx
ambil aja.
Kalau umpama 5 Jinx apa-apa diambil.
Nah, coba lihat di sini. base itemnya tuh nggak make ini Guinso atau terserah.
Aku lebih suka pakai 3 item kayak GS, Runan, Last Whisper gitu.
Tahu nggak pernah main Jinx.
Aku jarang bikin Guinso, kayak kurang damage late game. Perasaanku.
Aku nggak pernah main.
Itu deltanya yang paling tinggi Runan, Last Whisper.
Aku biasanya gitu bikinnya.
Guinso.
Bikinnya Runan, Giant Slayer sama Last Whisper.
Full tempo abis Jing 3 langsung level sampai punya Lucian.
Harus punya.
Tapi berarti tetap
3 sih kalau mau menang.
Tetap bagus Jingnya rapid fire dong. Kalau misal rapid apa-apa.
Kalau mau max cap ya bagus Pang, bisa 6 Pang misalnya. Kalau Pang. Cuman masalahnya spatulanya dapat dari mana? Pertanyaannya itu doang.
Oke.
Kalau bisa nampang bisa menang game harusnya.
Kalau kompetitif paling bagus jangan main Pang.
Iya.
ya cuman kalau spotnya bagus ya nggak masalah nyari top 4.
Iya kalau spotnya bagus yang bisa, yang bagus.
Bisa.
Soalnya statnya berbicara bagus.
Oke. Thank you Bang Dudut, Bang Neko, Bang Fabian. Makasih ilmunya. Semoga besok lancar.
Masuk TV.
Masuk TV. Kita tidur aja. Kita main TFT yang tinggi-tinggi tidur.
Nggak ada yang mau datang besok tanggal misal
jauh. Kalau pindah di Surabaya, gue datang.
Kalau pindah ke Medan aku datang.
Dia orang Surabaya ya, disuruh ke Jakarta ya, cuma nonton TFT ya.
Yang kita kalah lagi.
Iya, kita kalah lagi. Terus ada dendam sama EO-nya lagi. Kalau mau
sekalian mukul maksudnya di tempat.
Oh, tidak.
Aku nitip aja lah ke Bang Sim. Ntar kalau ketemu IO-nya full gitu. tapi menang dulu, ntar kan ada tuh pembagian ini kan, pembagian kayak piala gitu kan. Ntar waktu nerima pukul sekali bilang kepleset tangannya gitu.
Boleh.
Jahat, parah.
Iya, jahat. Parah.
Kalau misal bahas
supaya
itu
panitia yang nonton
didedamin panitia nggak ya bahas tentang sistemnya?
Nah itu aja panitianya berubah-berubah sistemnya dari kemarin.
Ya padahal kalau cuma satu game doang gue lolos. Set.
Maksudnya aku pengen bahas sih, maksudnya kalau misalnya udah kelar ya ini, terus pengen bahas ya kayak apa ya, review gitulah.
Nggak usah lah, masih dibahas lagi bikin sakit hati doang.
Oh ya udah.
Thank you.
Udah
aku nggak ikut-ikutan, aku skip aja kayaknya kok bahas turnya yang ini.
Udah gini aja, kalau dikasih rate sekolah bawahnya B.
D plus lah nggak apa. Di kelas aku D plus.
Bawahnya B, udah bawahnya B, nggak tahu apa terserah mau kasih apa, pokoknya bawahnya B.
Ya ada D plus kan.
D plus S.
Thank you Bang IMAX.
F. Kejelekan, kasihan.
D plus.
D plus. Bawahnya B.
Itu mau didatangin Bang Peter Air Liur, EO-nya mau diomongin turni top 1. Oke. Thank you Bang. Udah mau jam 1 juga.
Sama-sama.
Aslinya yang bikin sakit hati cuma kita bertiga satu lobby sih. Cuma
iya sih itu disayangkan banget.
Itu aja sih.
Apa kalian jangan-jangan daftarnya bareng?
Iya, bareng.
Nah, nggak disapol sama mereka. Jadinya lebih.
Ya itu sih kayaknya. Kayaknya nggak di random lagi.
Bukan kayaknya udah pasti.
Udah pasti itu sih.
Udah pasti. Masalahnya udah pasti bukan kayaknya lagi.
Aku sih kepikirannya lah ini mesti kayaknya daftarnya bareng ini bertiga. Jangan-jangan sambil share screen gitu.
Emang
bareng.
Beneran.
Iya. Iya, makanya berani bilang udah pasti, soalnya evidence-nya ada.
Iya. Jadi Bang Niko itu kan lagi nge-live itu lagi daftar terus daftar lagi juga 2 menit kemudian.
Nggak di shuffle sama sekali.
Ya, bisa.
Ya itu juga sih buat masukan juga sih.
CHR 3 kayak dipanis.
Pas urutannya tuh aku dulu, aku habis itu Neko, habis itu Fabian, pas persis. Nggak ada. Ya udahlah.
Aduh.
Semoga cuma bisa berdoa next set ada lagi dan lebih bagus aja.
Ada surprise ntar.
Amin.
Oh.
Ntar bikin sini. Tunggu ya.
Oke. Siap. Oke, thank you Bang Fabian, Bang Dudut, Bang Neko.
Yo.
Selamat tidur.
Istirahat Bang Sim. Istirahat Bang Sim.
Istirahat.
Thank you.
Jangan di-stressin.
Iya.
Yang penting open aja udah.
Ya. Thank you Bang. Selamat malam.
Yo.
Pamit.
Yo.
Nah, udah ya. Berbincang-bincang sama Bang Dudut dan Bang Fabian sama Bang Neko. Atau Bang Neko. Thank you Bang. Semoga besok bisa maksimal sih. Yang penting kayaknya harusnya top 4 terus gitu. Top 4 lah. Jangan sampai buat 4 gitu kalau bisa ya. Berarti open harus open ke reroll sih. Soalnya kemungkinan 16 orang ini yang masuk ke sini tuh main steal semua gitu kan. Jadi ya coba main reroll lah buat itu. Buat tiket ke grand final aja sih. Thank you guys. Semuanya yang udah nonton. Udah sekitar hampir 6 jam 20 menit lagi ya live stream kali ini dari main ronde 2 sambil setelah itu nonton ya. Thank you semuanya. Thank you Dava, thank you Bang Fahmi, thank you Kazuo, Dito yang sudah menemani 6 jam ini. Seru banget, semoga besok juga tambah seru ya. Besok aku belum tahu sih bisa live atau enggak. Soalnya startnya kan jam 3. Kayaknya ya bisa-bisa aja sih harusnya. Pada ada flag ya, rata-rata iya Bang REMIX. Makanya harus open ke reroll sih. Yang penting itu kayaknya secure top 4 bisa dapetin 3 besar gitu.